Arsenal fan, we understand the Gooners' hijacking swoop for Eze is now racing along with Spurs officially out the race. There's now an agreement in principle between Arsenal and Palace of £60 million plus add-ons, which would be a record sale for the Eagles. You can only imagine what Darren Bent's feeling now, having said this hours before any news of a hijack.
Arsenal should have gone and got him weeks ago. If he goes to Spurs, I think he could play week in, week out. If he goes to Arsenal, I know he might not start as the main man, but there's no reason why he can't turn himself into that main man.
Okay. At TalkSport's Rory Jennings says Eze will automatically start on the left-hand side for Arsenal and has described him as a potential dial shifter for Arteta's title chasers.
At the moment, when you think about how do you nullify Arsenal, you basically nullify Saka and hope for the best thereafter and you'll probably be all right. You can't double up on Saka. You can't nullify Saka because you're going to have Eze over the other side.
We understand Eze will still play for Palace in their Conference League qualifier first leg tomorrow, alongside Mark Gahey, despite the noise about his potential exit. Meanwhile, it's full-time in Celtic's Champions League qualifier first leg, and it's been watched by TalkSport's Dave Tanner.
And it's Celtic 0, Kairat Almaty 0 after Rangers' first half collapse to Bruges last night. The credibility of the SPFL is under scrutiny, and how Scottish football needed and expected a strong performance from the best team in the country against a side from Kazakhstan. That quality performance did not come, and James Forrest's shot that was turned on to the goalpost just after half-time was Celtic's best opportunity. Celtic now need to win this tie next Tuesday, 3,500 miles away in Kazakhstan, where they have never won in 3 previous visits. Celtic 0, Kairat Almaty 0.
Thanks, Dave. More transfer window pain for Newcastle as their £40 million Johan Wissa bid has been rejected by Brentford, and Wales inside centre Joe Hawkins has described the WRU's proposal to cut the regions from 4 teams to 2 as a move that will kill rugby union in Wales. A consultation period will begin on the 1st of September.
Talk Sport News.
A man who stabbed his next-door neighbour in a row, then shot a police officer with a crossbow has been...
Hara on Talk Sport.
All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening.
Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar on Talk Sport. I'm Jamie Horan. Yeah, him over there chirping. Jason Gundy.
Has anyone seen Spurs transfer targets? Can you hear me transfer targets? You must win hell of a beating.
The transfer window just keeps getting more and more mental. TalkSport understands Spurs have now pulled out of the deal for Eberechi Eze because Arsenal have hijacked it. Spurs fans, come on, what is going on? Daniel Levy! Daniel Levy!
Daniel Levy!
Daniel Levy!
Hell of a beating.
What are you doing?
Do it, Daniel Levy!
What are you doing, Daniel
Can you
Levy?
hear me, Daniel Levy?
Shambles!
Shambles, Daniel Levy! Can you hear me, Daniel Levy?
Head's absolutely going to roll. Heady's going to go.
Head's gonna roll, Daniel Levy! Can you hear me?
03717 2233 44. We're going to talk that, obviously. Alexander Isak as well. That saga won't go away. It's all a bit of a mess, isn't it? Oh, dearie me, dearie me. Get involved in the show. Can't do it without you. 03717 2233 44.
It's just who we are, mate.
Oh, dearie me. Hello, mate. You're right.
It's just who we are, mate.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that.
You know what, right?
Don't do that. Don't do that. It's
just who we are, mate.
You know what, right? I'm
don't
going to
do
lose
that.
my head. I'm going to lose my head.
No, don't do
and he's
that.
fine.
Don't do it anymore,
But
gang.
you know what? The mockery from you lot,
Don't
right?
do it anymore.
When Spurs
No, they won't do it anymore.
become a talking point is a disgrace. You got Harry Howe out there who can't wait to get on the mic, can't wait to push buttons. You sitting in there can't wait to get in here and do as anyone sees.
Easy-
The
it's easy,
producers can't wait to do stuff. Even the props. Like, what is this? What is this?
I'm not a clown.
What is this? Like, I'm not happy with all this.
Who you are, mate.
I'm getting sick and tired of it. I'm getting
Just
sick
who
and
we
tired
are,
of
mate.
it.
It's just who you are, mate.
It's just who we are, mate.
Do you know what? Do you know who Spurs are?
It's just who we are, mate.
Do you know who you are?
Go on.
You're the Newcastle of the South.
It's just who we are, mate.
No, you are. You are basically
Go on,
Newcastle. You think you're such a big club. You think you won your first trophy. You both won your first trophy in a generation, right? You both miss out on signings. You both think you're massive.
Yeah.
And you both can't get anything over the line.
Yeah.
You're just Spurs, you're just Newcastle. You're both, basically, you're brothers.
Shut up, Jason.
No, you are, Jay. You are, mate. You are.
Like, honestly,
Spurs
just
and
Chelsea
Newcastle
can spend like £1 billion or whatever, and you sell your women's team,
don't
you
blame
sell
me.
the hotel, and you do all this garbage, right? Yeah, we are. You know, we're not Chelsea, all right? And we have to suck it up. Don't start giving me the old baby rubbish already. I'm disappointed.
Rubbish?
No, I'm disappointed in Tottenham. I'm disappointed. We should have had this deal done weeks ago. Should have had it over the line. Should have got it done as soon as we started the season. We should have had Eze in the team.
It's okay, Jamie.
And you know what? Serves us right. Serves Daniel Levy right.
Jamie.
Serves Spurs right. Because it's the same old Tottenham. It happens every single season. We're penny pinchers. Penny pinchers. Every single season.
It's okay, Jamie.
And it's happened again. It's happened again. And we're going to miss out on a top quality player who's proven in the Premier League. Just pay the money and get the player over the line.
You're Newcastle of the South,
Jay.
Jay.
Maddison's done his ACL. Like, we needed Eze. We needed him. And it's an absolute joke that we are going to lose him out to Arsenal, of all teams, who are just going to waltz in, pay £60 million, which is what he's worth, and get the deal over the line in a couple of hours.
Let me ask you this now. Let me ask you
It's
this.
a joke.
Let me ask you this, Jay, right? Genuine now. Jay, look at me. Don't. Jay.
I don't want to look at you because you
Just who we are,
No,
mate.
Jay,
What do you want?
just look at me. Jay, okay, I'm not. Just look at me.
What do you want?
Who would you rather join if you were Eze? No,
Mate.
genuine question.
Mate,
Genuine question.
Shut up.
Genuine question.
Shut up.
Who would you rather join?
Shut up.
Newcastle. Spurs. That's a toughie. That poor thing. No. Spurs or Arsenal? You're going to Arsenal, mate. You are, Jay.
No, listen.
you are.
I get it. Arsenal are a better team than us. They are. They're in a better position.
They're bigger and better.
You know, I wouldn't say they're bigger, but listen, they're in a great position, Arsenal, and they're doing well. And that's why Tottenham needed to get the deal done. Get the deal done so you can't get hijacked. This is what happens because the bigger clubs will come in.
Do you know what it is with Daniel Levy?
You don't get the deal done, this is what's going to happen.
Daniel Levy tries to play. He tries to be too clever. Daniel Levy. He thinks he's playing poker. He's sitting there. He's got his shades on. He's playing. He's thinking, "Yeah, don't worry." All of a sudden,
he's a penny pincher. Penny pincher.
Well, whatever. Your words, not mine. But the fact that it would appear that Kai Havertz's injury yesterday has Arsenal gone bang. We're not messing about. Daniel Levy, what's he doing?
Well, Maddison done his ACL. What? A month ago.
He missed out. He's already missed
Maddison
out.
done his ACL a month ago. He could have got the deal done. He said, right, Maddison's out for the season. He's done.
Jay, serious question.
Son's gone. He knew Son was going. He knew that a month ago because he was going, but he wanted him to play out in Asia so he could get a few quid.
Yep.
So he knew them two players were done. And he still hasn't got it over the line. He still hasn't got a signing over the line. Knowing that this was coming. Knowing that them injuries were there and Son had gone. How have you not got this done? How have you not? Honestly, it's a joke. And I'm sick of...
Oh, we had to dump him. He swore. He dropped an F-bomb. Sensational stuff on the sports bar. It's
so bad.
Did you dump yourself?
I had to dump myself.
Dropped an F-bomb. He's that furious. That is... I mean, I've done it.
I don't think I've ever done that.
We've all done it.
Spurs are back.
We've done it.
You know what? I need to calm down because I am actually losing my head.
No, Jay.
I'm actually losing my head.
Jay. You're just Spurs, man. No, seriously.
I'm not doing 3 hours of
Well, then.
I'll line you out.
No.
I will. I will.
Oh, look.
You see that picture of Eze?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
It'll go right through your massive forehead.
And that's you eyeing me out, is it?
Yeah.
I'll tell you that, if I still get up, I'm eyeing you out and going right through that behind you. You see that?
Oh, God.
Where did that come from, Joe? What happened there, mate?
I'm angry, mate.
No.
I am actually. You know what? I'm angry because I feel like I have to come on here and talk about Tottenham. And I feel like I have to come on
but
here.
The thing is, mate, you are Newcastle.
And you know, I want the club. We've done really well at the weekend. You know, we won a trophy last
We've done really well at the weekend. Honestly, you lot. You don't.
Really well at the weekend. And I thought this season we'd kick on. We've got Thomas Frankie, and I like where we're going.
Burnley, and you've got to. You must.
And then we've just embarrassed ourselves.
Embarrassed yourself the week before against PSG on 85 minutes, 2 up. You got beat on pens. Oh, no embarrassment.
There's no embarrassment against PSG, mate, right?
Honestly, no wonder Eze's gone to Arsenal. Honestly, if you saw that, there's not a football fan out there, even Spurs fans. You've got a choice between Arsenal and Spurs. You are going to Arsenal every day of the week.
Okay, I'm not begrudging him the fact that he's going to Arsenal. I agree. I understand. Right? Because Arsenal are in a better position than us. We should have had the deal done. It's as simple as that. We shouldn't have had the option to go to Arsenal because he should have already been at top.
Well, don't try and iron me out. It's not my fault.
No,
right?
You're just a patronising little weasel.
It's not my problem. I didn't do the deal.
If you're going to sit here and just patronise me.
I'm not going to patronise you, mate.
You're going to sit here and just be like, oh,
no, Jay.
You're just Newcastle of the South. Like,
what do you want me to stop saying? Just tell me what you want me to stop saying.
Mate, you know what? I don't expect anything less from you. I don't expect anything less. Just something.
Good.
Let's go to Nick. He's a Spurs fan. Nick.
Hi, Nick.
How's it going, guys?
Help me out, Nick. God's sake.
Spurs are back.
O'Hara, you're fired. No, I just wanted to speak about Eze and Morgan Gibbs-White. We had Morgan Gibbs-White deal done, well, the release clause, but Daniel Levy, so skinty orders, gives him £1 extra, and I'm sure it was Ashley Cole going to Chelsea or somebody, I can't remember the deal that fell through. But to offer £1 when you know there's the...
That was Suarez, mate. That was Suarez.
Oh, was it Suarez? Was it Suarez that happened to it? But to offer £1 more when you know there's that... When it's...
South. You can't... You think you're a big team, you get big crowds, got a great ground, but ultimately, the truth is, players don't want to join you if there's a better offer. And that's exactly what's happened to Newcastle and Spurs, multiple times. And, you'll pick up,
We've got Kudus over the line, mate. Come on, he's a good signing. So we don't say we can't get signings over the line because we can.
I didn't say you can't get signings over the line.
Yeah, okay, but, we've got Palhinha from Bayern Munich.
It's a loan deal, for God's sake.
With the option to buy. Okay, so don't say we can't get it over the line. Like, Kudus is a great signing. It's a brilliant signing. The problem that we've had here is we've stumbled.
Kudus is feeling right now?
We've stumbled and we've tried to penny pinch and we've tried to get a cheap deal and we've tried to get Eze, at a bargain cut price fee, whatever. And Daniel Levy has dropped the ball big time.
Newcastle of the South,
because you've allowed a team to jump in who are in a better position now, so you can't get away from it. Arsenal are in a better position, and if you're Eze and you get that phone call, you're going to Arsenal. It's simple as that, because they're in a better position. And, at the end of the day, they're probably going to pay him more money. And, he ain't got to deal with Daniel Levy.
I don't like your attitude, actually, tonight. I don't like it. It's not my fault. Don't take it out on me. I don't like your attitude. Okay? It's not my fault. It's not my fault you've got Eze there in a Spurs shirt, isn't it? It's not my fault. So
That's a killer.
No. Seriously.
That's a killer picture.
Listen, change your attitude.
How about change your phone?
Change your attitude.
Change your phone.
Just go back, change your phone.
0371722. The Sports Bar with TalkSport.
Zero ball.
He's done it. He's the clown.
Levy, he must be sitting in his office right now thinking, oh my God, here we go.
Well, hold on. It was only a couple of weeks ago I watched that interview on the Overlap with Gary Neville. And what did he say? I want to win the Premier League and the Champions League. If that's the biggest joke, what's he turned into a comedian? He's not acting like it. If you're acting, you say that, he's going to get some big backlash off of this, and they've got to really turn around and do something spectacular in the last week. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's just it puts me off of football, and I don't, you shouldn't feel like that about your club.
No, it's so frustrating because I thought it's been all right. Like the start, I've been all right with Thomas Frank, Kudus gets 2 assists.
You got pumped by PSG when 85 minutes just 2-0 up. Honestly, you lot. You beat Burnley.
Let me tell you. Do you know what's sad? What's really sad, the point that I really want to make about Thomas Frank is that he's got the man in perfect for Levy. He'll stable the ship. He'll be 7th or 8th this next year. Will be an improvement. Tottenham go back to a mid-table team. There'll be some good runs. There'll be some bad runs, a bit like Brentford, but maybe a little bit better. And that's it. And he's got his safe man. Sadly, that is the truth. Who was our first person that we actually wanted beforehand was Arne Slot. He didn't come to us, obviously. He waited to go to Liverpool. Then we get Ange and that whole thing. It's just the same thing in cycles over and over again.
You're just Newcastle of the South, mate.
Oh,
no, you are, bud. No, you are.
And you know what you are?
Well,
you're like a fake big club. You're like a wannabe Liverpool or a wannabe, Real Madrid. Who are you?
We're champions, bud. Next 4 years, world champions. See this badge? You see this bad boy here?
All the props coming out tonight. Are you happy? Yeah. It's funny how the props come out when there was talking points about Spurs. No, didn't want to do the props the other day. Weren't interested.
What do you mean?
Now all of a sudden the clowns come out.
Well,
clowns come out.
The thing about Spurs is they never fail to deliver. Honestly, you're just amazing. I'm so glad you're a Spurs fan. So funny.
Ryan, listen, mate. Thanks for this call.
Every week you deliver. You do. You did the goods last week when you got turned over in the Super Cup final. 85. We're back. 10 minutes late, you've got beat. It's so good. And this one, you can't even get over. You won at the weekend against the mighty. Hold on. Burnley.
Let's go to Andrew, who's a Spurs fan. Andrew?
Hi, Andrew.
Hello, good evening, gents. How are we?
All right, Andrew.
Andrew, how are you?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Joe. The exact same as you, mate. It just really... I'm not even surprised. Deep down, I know you won't be either. Even yourself, Jason, that this is the scenario.
Oh, we lost him. Andrew's gone. So we're getting back. Let's go to Joey. He's a Spurs fan. Joey. Joey. What's going on here? Joey? Get Joey up. Joey?
I can hear you.
Sorry, mate. Hello.
Right, Joey. Go on, mate. Welcome to the Sports Bar Clown. Go on.
Jamie, I'll be honest with you, Jamie, right? I feel your pain sitting next to the biggest clown on Talk Sport.
Yeah.
It's banter. Count yourself lucky. I'm going home tonight, and my flatmate is an Arsenal fan. Yeah.
Like my phone's blown up. It's just blown up. People messaging me. It's just so frustrating, mate. Honestly, I'm so disappointed.
Though, isn't it?
No, it is Daniel Levy. This is on Daniel Levy.
Penny pinching. I'm surprised you got paid when you were playing. Because he's a penny pincher. That's all he is, a penny pincher. Pay the money, get the player we all want in. Every supporter wanted Eze. He just didn't want to pay the extra. Pay the extra, get the deal done. That's all we want as a club.
Look, we've missed out on him. He's going to Arsenal. It's done. It's a done deal. We're gonna have to lick our wounds on this one, and it's just embarrassing that it's getting to Arsenal as well.
It's not 100% done. Spurs might still get it.
It's done. We've pulled out. We've pulled out. We've pulled out the deal.
But I have heard that after 2 more targets, you've heard this first. Apparently, Levy's working hard to get Louis Saha and Ryan Nelson.
Jamie Hart, Jason Gary.
I have to get fit. Might be a game. Joey, look, he's going to have to. I'll tell you what, he is going to come in for some serious amount of stick, Daniel Levy, if he doesn't get 2 big signings over the line in the next.
Still time, Jay.
Oh, there is still time. No, there is still time.
Stop panicking, Spurs.
There is still time. But he's going to have to swallow it
now.
There's
time, mate.
He has to swallow it and go big on something and someone.
He's going to go big on.
He won't know. When have you known him go big?
Savinho, Rodrigo, I don't know. He's got to go big on something.
Do you know what? I got it. Isak. Go and get Isak. Go big. What are you looking at that for? Why are you, Jay?
Jason, I'm not going to do 2 hours with you.
No, seriously, why have you done that?
Take that clown outfit off. Take it off.
Are we still talking about Spurs?
Yeah, that is the talking point. You're not going to sit here all night with that on. You're not going to sit here all night with that on.
Tell you what, try me tonight. Try me. Go after Isak, mate. Seriously? Okay, 150 million, bang.
I want to hear from Spurs fans. We've got Arsenal fans who have phoned us up as well. They want to have their say. Get involved in the show. I'm absolutely gutted. 03717 22 33
Newcastle are at that stage at the moment that if they are to lose Isak, why wouldn't you look at Mateta? He's one of the names that's not really being mentioned, but I'm thinking you've got wingers who put balls into the box.
I'd have Mateta over Jackson. I don't know what you two think, but I would have Mateta over Jackson.
Hello, Mark.
Hi, Gabby. You all right?
Yes. Are you well busy at the weekend?
Fairly quiet one. I don't know if you feel the same, but thank that's over.
It is a relief to stop talking about something and just do the thing, isn't it? And I thought that actually was reflected across the Premier League in terms of the players. You know, we talk and talk, don't we, about these new signings.
Yeah.
And what we'll do today is talk about how they all got on. Stephen Warnock's going to join us in a moment to look at some of the big storylines and tell us a bit about his new podcast as well. Do
you know what, though? Just at the weekend, at 3:45 on that Saturday afternoon, Newcastle Villa had ended goalless at Villa Park. The Sunderland West Ham game was goalless. Brighton Fulham, I think, was goalless as well. And Tottenham were leading Burnley 1-0. I was thinking, bloody hell, this could be the worst match of the day ever.
The only person that would be happy about that was somebody who was sent to me on my algorithm on social media the other day. Is a guy who's promised to run the amount of goals per miles every week in the Premier League. And last year, 1,260, I think. So it'll average out about 28 to 30 miles a week he's going to have to run for every goal. So he would have been happy at that.
He would have been very happy.
So as a Manchester United supporter, were you kind of taking the positives from your
very much. Yeah, absolutely. They actually put a smile on my face on Sunday. Now, and I know, I mean, there are so many things about that are remarkable. Oh no, just that one sentence has nearly made you fall off your hotel bed in shock. But I'm only slightly wary because at times they have done that in the past over the last, and a couple of seasons, and you think, oh, maybe there's a false dawn here or whatever. Yeah. But I thought, and we'll talk about it a little bit later with Stephen Warnock, but I thought they looked athletic, they looked strong, they looked like they were, to use an old school term, that they were up for it. Now look, at the end of it, they haven't scored, right, and they've lost. But there were elements in virtually every single player there that I thought, okay, that looks different. That De Ligt looked commanding at the back. I thought Yoro had a good game. Shaw and Dorgu and Mason Mount was brilliant
great
for the hour that Mason Mount was on. So, but they did have the ability at times last season to raise their game for either a big match or a big opponent. And then they went to somebody or were at home to somebody that you could argue they should beat and then made a right rickets of it. So it's whether they do that at Craven Cottage at the weekend. Yeah, a little bit. Whether they carry that mantle of, right, we're arriving in town. It sounds arrogant, this, and lots of fans will hate this, but we're arriving in town. We're Manchester United, and we're going to play our game and try and dominate you, which is what a Liverpool or a Manchester City or an Arsenal would do. And that's what I would be sort of. That's where I'm just slightly wary until I see a few of those games of getting too carried away. I thought the other thing that stood out for me over the weekend, and look, the Leeds penalty was debatable at best, but I think the fact that both Leeds and Sunderland won, and Burnley did have some chances when they were only 1-0 down, does bode well for a competitive Premier League. Bearing in mind, 5th of October, Gabby, last season was when a promoted side won their first game. So for two of them... And early November before two of them. Yes. So we're up and running with two of them, and I think that can only be a good thing. Yeah, because Leeds go to Arsenal at the weekend, so they're going to have a real test there, aren't they? But I have to say, I was watching this while I was in transit, the Leeds game, kind of pre in the airport, and then got the tail end when I landed, and the atmosphere at Elland Road, and it was reflected in the TV coverage actually, and they kind of mentioned the fact that
it's so important for Leeds fans to be back in the Premier League. And they didn't disappear from their seats within a few minutes. They stayed, they sang, it felt like a massive cup win. And that is what, if you're a promoted side, you've got to make your home games feel like that, haven't you, to give yourself that advantage. And certainly Sunderland, that was reflected there as well in the Stadium of Light before Sunderland fans pile in and say, minute, because that was incredible, wasn't it? The atmosphere there as well. So it's great to have them all back, and hopefully they will kind of buck the trend of the last couple of seasons. If you didn't hear it, Chris Wilder was talking about this, explaining why it is harder than ever for promoted sides to survive the Premier League. You can catch up with that episode and all our episodes on YouTube, Global Player, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I just want to mention, on the men's golf side of things, Scotty Scheffler won his 18th PGA Tour event at the BMW Championship. That's his 5th win this year. He chipped in on the 17th to all but seal the win.
Yeah, Tiger S, reminiscent of the 16th hole at the 2005 Masters tournament. Just pulled that one from my memory banks there, Chapper. To do what Tiger did, he'd have to be number one now for another 118 weeks. So he'd have to do it until Halloween 2028, which is not beyond the realms of possibility for him at the moment, the way he's playing.
He's just... he has an aura about him, despite having a very laid-back demeanour, despite looking like nothing's going to bother him at all. His game is just so ultra consistent, and watching him on that Sunday at Portrush as he won the Open was a privilege. Actually, it was. I know it was a procession and therefore didn't have the drama of, say, a McIlroy at the Masters, but it was a privilege to be able to watch him go around Portrush the way he did. He does everything for his family, for his parents, for his wife, for his son, and he just gets on with it. Look, he isn't necessarily going to put bums on seats in the way that Tiger did, but you have to have nothing but admiration for a man who is at the absolute top of his game. And the other thing I think was, going into that final round, Bob McIntyre had a decent lead and kind of
a 4-shot lead.
Yeah, 4-shot lead, and he fell away and he was getting more and more annoyed with himself. And I think part of that was, obviously, he was annoyed with his own game. He seemed to be hitting the ball further than he thought he should be hitting it. But
you never miss an episode of this, or of course the main This Week's Saturday podcast. Jimmy, if you're not watching on YouTube, we're actually in the same building.
Hello everyone, Alistair Gold here. Wasn't even going to do a video, but I've been grumbling and groaning and so grumpy going on and on about this Eze mess that my wife said, just go and talk about it into the camera. It might make you feel better. So here I am. So let's all share in our collective pain. My word. It was perhaps somewhat apt that I came out of the cinema. Yes, it was a day off. Came out of the cinema having watched the film The Life of Chuck, which actually was partly concerning the apocalypse. And I pretty much came out of the cinema and started getting messages galore, and it felt like the world of Spurs was on fire and there were meteors raining down and all hell was breaking loose. It was a good film as well. But, Life of Chuck. But the life of a Tottenham Hotspur fan doesn't feel so much fun right now, does it? Wow, right. Let's fill you in. That's everything that's happened in today's utter mess. So, when I went into the cinema, I don't know why we're using the cinema as a template, but it's kind of essentially my day of framing it around it. So when I went into the cinema, Spurs were expected to have their final round of talks essentially today to tie up a deal for Eberechi Eze. That seemed to be what everyone expected and the way it was all going. It was technically the final talks to agree things, but yet it didn't end up that way, because this is Tottenham Hotspur and nothing ever ends up in the right way, it seems, apart from that one night. So from what I understand, today Spurs agreed to Palace's terms, agreed to the deal. They had agreed teams with Eze. The player was ready to come to Tottenham. when those talks had finished today. Palace hadn't finalised the deal because they wanted Eze to be available for tomorrow night's European match. That's kind of no secret. That's been a thing. Oliver Glasner made it very clear this morning that Eze was going to start. That is a thing. However, as we well know as Tottenham Hotspur fans, you run this rather large risk if you kind of faff around over a deal, don't get it done quickly. It takes a long time. There's a long old process to it. It allows another club to potentially come in and hijack it. And in this case, it was the worst possible club for every reason, I think, for Tottenham fans, but also because of Eberechi Eze. So if you're not aware, Eberechi Eze has made no secret of the fact that he is a huge Arsenal fan. He came through their academy, released at 13, has always made it very clear that he wanted to play for them again. So my fear, personally, was always Arsenal coming in. I said it actually to someone last week when it all kicked off. I was like, please don't let Arsenal come in. And even this morning I said to someone when I saw the news about Havertz and his injury, I was like, please, Lord, don't let Arsenal come in. Arsenal came in. They did. They came in late this afternoon, apparently, pretty much roughly, I think, when I would have been in watching the film. They didn't time it that way. It was purely coincidence, of course, because what am I in the whole grand scheme of this? They agreed to Palace's terms as well. The terms were roughly around the original release clause, about £68 million, bits and pieces all involved in that as well. And as I said, because of the connection to Arsenal, Eze chose Arsenal. Like I said, it's made no secret he's an Arsenal fan. It's always been out there. It's not some sudden revelation. You can see it. There are videos out there when we talk about it, articles where we've spoken about it. So it's there and it was a thing. But ultimately, Spurs have lost a big transfer target, a big player that Spurs fans were so excited about. They have lost them to their biggest rivals, their local rivals. It is a very painful one. Arsenal fans are absolutely having a field day, and understandably so, because let's be honest, Spurs fans, we would all be doing exactly the same if it was the reverse. So, yeah, some of the tweets I've put out about the situation, they've got Arsenal fans quote tweeting and replying. It's fair game. That's what it's all about. If you're going to do a deal like that, unfortunately for Spurs, that's what you're going to have to take. So it is another number 10 lost for this window for Spurs. It's a horrendous look, absolutely horrendous look. Spending so long on a deal for another club to come and get him within a day as well. That's what makes it even more ridiculous. You know, essentially Arsenal have watched on, saw Spurs do a deal, and then gone perfect. There you go. That's with Havertz is out injured. Let's go for that, lads. And it's just madness. I mean, it is. I mean, from the Arsenal side of things, reports seem to suggest that Eze will play for Palace tomorrow night, and then he will have his medical the following day for Arsenal. So I think that still stands. In my mind, I think that's a little bit dodgy, I suppose, in terms of if he were to pick up an injury, then it's all off. But I guess if the deal has not been finalised and signed, then it's only Palace that I guess are going to miss out there in Eze. But still, that still stands. It looks like he's going to play in that game for them, which will be obviously more of an emotional send-off for him than anything else. But, yeah, I mean, here we are. A transfer window that has, ultimately, at this point, has been plenty of talk and talks, but really should have delivered so much more by this point. It really should have. Thomas Frank's squad just isn't strong enough for what lies ahead in any shape or form. There's certain departments within it that are just not strong enough. It is another public embarrassment in the transfer market as well after what happened with Morgan Gibbs-White. With that move, as you've heard me speak about in a previous video, I feel like there was a lot more to that one. Whereas with this move, for me, it can only be seen as, I guess, just not making a bid a week or two ago at least that was big enough that Palace they couldn't turn it down. They couldn't hold off for a while. They couldn't keep him to the start of the season or play in a European game. If a big enough bid had come in, they're just like, oh, right, you got to have him. That's essentially what it is. And it just feels like Spurs have done that we wouldn't be in this situation where you even have a choice, because Havertz injured 3 days ago, whatever it was. And here we are in a situation where Spurs have missed out on a hugely exciting player that would have helped them so much and been such a key player for the now as well. Yet they're not. We're again talking about who do they move on to next for this number 10 position. And yeah, it's just poor overall, the whole situation. Yes, there's sides to it in recent days where Palace were not finalising it because of wanting to play in this European game. That's one part. But Maddison has been injured, where are we at now? 2-3 weeks or so? I'm sorry. You go in there with your full force and you get that deal done. You don't even open that door a little bit ajar for this to happen. And it's not the first time that we've kind of seen a long protracted Tottenham transfer end with them empty-handed, unfortunately. And look, Daniel Levy himself, the club, whenever they look at things that have gone wrong within the club, they have these big appraisals. We see lots of turnover. We see things happening in the club where they've changed things. We've seen it with the medical department. It's had some changes as well. We've seen it in other departments as well. I think this whole window, I know there's just under 2 weeks left, and there is still time for something miraculous to happen and to be saved. But if they get to the end of it, even I think what's happened thus far needs to be heavily analysed and appraised. But at the end of this window, there needs to be some big questions asked about how do Tottenham get themselves in these scenarios where they allow other clubs to come in. And again, look, you can say it's a player's choice in this scenario. It's between Spurs and Arsenal. He's a massive Arsenal fan, has picked Arsenal, but it should never have got to this period of time where Arsenal have been able to come in, because they were not probably going to make that bid before the Havertz injury, were they? It didn't seem that was the case. It may come out afterwards that they'd always planned to come in and hijack this move. I don't know. But it felt like it was very Havertz kind of initiated. Not him himself, but you know what I mean, injury. So, yeah, it has to be looked at. And look, yes, you can't read minds that these things are going to happen, that a player's going to get injured. But come on. Prior experience should tell you, just if you've got a really important transfer target, you've got to get that deal done. Especially when you're a club like Spurs. They're at this kind of level. They're a big club, but there are other big fish in the sea that we know can come in and get a player. In this case, yes, it was partly about being, a fan of that club as well, but also, they're a club that will be looking to challenge for the Premier League title again as well. So it's kind of also on that level as well. You cannot allow yourself to get into a scenario where you have to fight with other clubs, because you're going to lose a portion of the time. Yes, they'll win sometimes, Spurs, but you're going to lose some of these battles. And it just feels like, regardless of kind of any delays on the Palace side, that Spurs allowed this situation to get to this point. Yeah, really, really just a public mess again. And how many times have we said that about Spurs? And how many times have we said that about the way sometimes that they get themselves into these messes? I'm not going to talk yet about kind of who comes in and stuff like that, but all I would say is it needs to be someone for the now. Absolutely needs to be someone for the now. Eze would have been the perfect player for right now. He would have been a huge lift, not only to the fans, but for players. He would have been a go-to person in games to unlock opponents. He would have been someone that would have driven the team on with his ability and that bit of magic he's got as well. So whoever they now go for has to be similar. It cannot be just a youth prospect. It cannot be someone that might be able to contribute a little bit now, but mainly in the future. It needs to be someone that comes in and is Champions League ready, is ready to make a huge impact for the club right now. And because of what has happened with the last two attempts to get a number 10 signing, they've left themselves, whatever it is, 12, 13, 14 days of the window left. It's not even that, is it? It's just ridiculous. And everyone's going to see them coming. Everyone knows they're coming. Everyone knows they have the money to sign Eze and Gibbs-White. They're going to have to go out there, and I know this is such an overused expression, but they're going to have to act like a big club. They are going to have to go out there and put the money down to sign someone that is big and that the other club just cannot refuse their offer. It's just the only way they're going to save this window, really. Otherwise, they're going to leave Thomas Frank in a situation where he's going to be kind of doomed to fail, because he's not going to have the numbers and quality required to compete in all four competitions. I mean, Savinha, we need to kind of see what's going to happen with that. It feels like it's a door that's all but closed, unless Spurs come in and make a huge bid for him. But you kind of feel like City are maybe drawing a line in the sand there with him. And as I've said before, understandably so, because I think he's fantastic talent. And he would be someone that is for now and future. He would do it all. But even if you were to sign him for big money, I think you'd still need a number 10. I know he can kind of play as a number 10, but you need a natural number 10 and the centre-back that Thomas Frank wants. And you've got to get some players still out the club as well. I saw some of the talk about Richarlison heading out as well, which kind of feels timing-wise absolutely horrendous right now. And I get in the past, I've said it myself, that Spurs would have accepted a decent bid for Richarlison in the past because of his injury issues and because of his availability problems. But right now, he's playing incredibly well, and Solanke, is not fully fit yet. And I get the kind of Visser angle to it and bringing Johan Visser in instead of him. I get that, but if I'm Richarlison, I probably don't want to go either. It feels like another horrendous timing thing again, which, I don't know. We'll see how that one evolves. And look, I've said before, Thomas Frank, I think, would love to have Johan Visser in his Tottenham side, in his squad. Would it right now be for Richarlison out the door? That's a big call. And again, look, Richarlison may have an injury issue and he may struggle in a week or two's time. We don't know. But right now, he is absolutely on fire. It just feels like such crazy timing. But look, I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. But absolutely, they need to kind of get moving on things, and it needs to happen really, really quickly, which is mad when you look at the span and length of this window and how much kind of time things have taken. It is so frustrating as well, because they are kind of playing into the narratives. They're playing into the criticisms of Tottenham. They're playing into the dealing late in the window thing, and there's no getting around it. Whatever the attempts that have been made for Gibbs-White, for Eze, essentially they are going to be that again, trying to operate at the end of a transfer window club. And it smacks of opportunities rather than planning. And it's not good. It's an awful look, and it is an awful look, and I think it will continue to raise questions about the way they go about their recruitment. Especially when Thomas Frank has come from somewhere like Brentford, where they've always had such a clear policy in the way that they do their transfers, and it feels like he's come to Tottenham, and it's just not good. It's just not good at all. Oh my goodness, it's a shame, because I thought my next video was going to be about Eze coming in. We could talk about how exciting that was, and we could talk about how Christian Romero, what a brilliant thing happened. He signed a 4-year deal. It kind of came a little bit out of the blue, that one. It was brilliant. New captain, new contract, 2029, and that's fantastic. I don't want to detract from that with all of this, because the interview was really great. He did 2 English interviews in the last week or so, which were great. Thomas Frank speaking about it, it's been great. We'll talk about him more with Thomas Frank on Friday. But unfortunately, right now, everything's just dominated by what they're not doing rather than what they are doing. This is the problem. It's just such a public embarrassment.
Hello and welcome to the TIFO Football Podcast. I'm Joe Devine, and today I'm delighted to be joined by Kaya Kainak.
Hello.
And John McKenzie.
It's been too much censoring in this podcast. I make a stance. I rebut you.
There was a lot of censoring, but it was always of things spoken and not things shown.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What were you showing?
Nothing. I said there was nothing shown. Nothing. I'm simply saying nothing was shown that would need to be censored.
Yes.
You know?
I think you're very much a benevolent dictator when it comes to this podcast, aren't you?
I'm always benevolent in everything I do. Occasionally I'm malicious, but it's very usually it's benevolent.
But yeah, lots of censoring has happened, which makes Joe appear in a good light, essentially. But deep down, you should know.
Hello and welcome to the TIFO Football Podcast. I'm Joe Devine, and this is the second time I've recorded today's intro. But I'm delighted to be joined by Kaya Kainak.
Hello again.
And John McKenzie.
Hello, Joe.
And how many things have we cut from this episode, John?
Hundreds of things.
It's absolutely...
We've even had to censor the intro.
We've censored a whole version.
I wanted to be
intro.
on record that this is because Joe is...
That's the second time you've said that. And it's funny.
Yeah, and that got cut the first time.
John's going to say
have to do a third intro now.
exactly the same things he said the first time round. Now, listen, before we get started today, let me say, we've mentioned a few times, haven't we, although I don't remember any of these instances, that we are now doing the Tifo Football Podcast twice weekly. Watching us on YouTube, please subscribe to this. Yeah.
Mainly, yeah.
Maybe just tickle it, I tell you. Sort of, that was a confusing bit that happened later. Yeah, the egg in the mouth bit. And we talk about shirt numbers and the different ways in which they are significant. And that was the show. That was about it, wasn't it? Yeah. Did we get through that time, Steve?
I mean, I do reflect and
something a bit naughty to you, and then you say, "This is for these reasons." I found your statement to reflect what was really said and agreed behind closed doors. This is Alexander Isak speaking, in case you forgot, because I know I was doing a great job. I transformed into a character. Let me carry on. Again, this is Alexander Isak. The reality is that promises were made, and the club has known my position for a long time. To now act as if these issues are only emerging is misleading. When promises are broken and trust is lost, the relationship can't continue. That's where things are for me right now, and why change is in the best interest of everyone, not just myself. So, I mean, it's a fairly explosive thing to write on the night of the PFA Awards. Or disrespect a sacrosanct evening.
Sort of equivalent to the Will Smith Oscar slap, isn't it?
Of course.
It's football's equivalent.
Anyway, I should read Newcastle's response, because it's not quite as explosive, although I did find, I think, if you choose to, you can read in some funny moments of tone, but I'll see if you can spot them with my performance. We're disappointed.
Oh, Newcastle sound very similar to Alexander Isak.
I know. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm playing both roles. Would you like to play the Newcastle role?
Well, I don't have the... Can you do a Geordie accent?
No, don't do a Geordie accent, because that would be very disrespectful. But let me send you this article.
Have you heard Alexander Isak speak? He's got almost... He's got a very odd accent. South London.
There's a lot
of
interesting accents.
Yeah.
You get these kids to come over when they're very young. And then,
yeah.
When did he leave Sweden? I guess he went to Spain, didn't he?
Yeah. Germany first, because he was at Dortmund.
He was at Dortmund. He was
very young.
Yeah.
So I don't quite know.
Well, Germany, Sweden, it's the same, isn't it? The accents. I've never heard any two different people from Germany and Sweden. Steve, is that correct? They all sound exactly the same?
No,
that's not. Seb Saffable will be very upset with me who's here. Have you found their response?
Yes, I think
so. Okay. John Mackenzie, I'd like to entrust you with giving the Newcastle response, please.
We are disappointed.
But wait, before you begin, I want you to read it. These are my notes to you, okay? And these, just to be absolutely clear, are not my interpretation of how Newcastle were intending this to be read. This is purely for dramatic purposes, for the retelling here. I choose to creatively interpret them in a way that I don't believe that they were originally intended, okay? I want you to read it in a sort of very corporate tone, but one where you know that just beneath the surface is an undertone of condescension that you know cannot be called out because it's not actually there. Go.
We are disappointed to have been alerted to a social media post by Alexander Isak this evening.
Oh, he's got it.
We are clear in response that Alex remains under contract.
Alex.
And that no commitment has ever been made by a club official that Alex can leave Newcastle United this summer. We want to keep our best players, but we also understand players have their own wishes.
We understand.
And we listen to their views.
We listen to everyone. We've got a corporate social responsibility programme.
As explained to Alex and his representatives, we must always take into consideration the best interests of Newcastle United, the team and our supporters in all decisions.
Sure. That's utilitarianism right there.
And we have been clear that the conditions of a sale this summer have not transpired.
No.
We do not foresee these conditions being met.
Oh, that's a strike and a blow right there. There's more, right?
This is a proud football club with proud traditions, and we strive to retain our family feel.
Yeah.
Alex remains part of our family and will be welcomed back when he is ready to rejoin his teammates.
That's my favourite line. He will be welcomed back when he's ready to rejoin his teammates. That kind of line is the sort of thing that would mean I would never, ever go back to work, ever. I don't know. I find that final line. Listen, we're going to talk about the interpretation before Newcastle fans lose their with me. I'm not making any statements right now as to what I believe, who I believe to be correct or incorrect in this situation. I'm simply thinking about the language. I would hear that. I would feel very condescended to by that final statement when he's not like when he chooses to, which gives you some autonomy, but when he's ready to calm down and come back and sit down with the other boys and learn like everybody else. It feels very school teachery, doesn't it? Having said that, you got to say, I don't know, Kyle, I'm going to start with you. He's not really gone about this in probably a way that's going to help him, unless of course it works and he gets to leave Liverpool, in which case, fine. But he will have at least knowingly tarnished his reputation with all the fans.
Definitely. I don't see how he can go back to Newcastle now, although they're ready to welcome him back into the family.
They're ready.
With open arms.
With open arms.
Yeah.
When he runs into that open embrace, I fear that he might find it a bit more difficult.
Yeah.
Because, thing is, football fans have very short memories, and the second Isak is back in the Newcastle team and scores 20 goals again like he did last season, I think people will forget it quite quickly, particularly if Newcastle finish in the Champions League again and he's their most important player.
Yeah.
That said, it will tarnish the relationship somewhat, and that sort of closeness and the love that was there will have disappeared. But it seems like that's a price he's kind of willing to pay. So I think once he's accepted that in his head, then I don't know if you can necessarily say he's played it wrong, because it seems like he was kind of fine with it anyway.
Yeah.
I feel like he thinks he's been pushed to a breaking point where he feels he has to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you agree or not on that, it's up to you. But it seems from his perspective that he's thinking, well, all this is going on around me. I need to somehow say something to sort of prove that, like, this is where I stand, and I'm not trying to do anything different. But I don't see how he gets what he wants from this situation unless he can tell Liverpool to pay the price that the terms of sale that Newcastle want. And it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. But then Newcastle also needs to bring in a replacement for him before he leaves. There's lots that need to happen before the deal can go through. And yeah, it's very messy.
Yeah.
Which is very entertaining.
Sure.
But yeah, not good for that family atmosphere.
Well, from Isak's point of view still, John, obviously Newcastle are very clear in their statements that nobody at the club has made a promise that he can leave this summer. So we'll obviously take that at face value. My interpretation of the way that Isak and representatives are acting is that they must believe that something was said. Otherwise, it's like, it would seem insane to me to just make that up. That there presumably is some kind of misunderstanding here, or like some difference in interpretation of what's been said, events along the way, because otherwise it's just nuts, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, I think so. It's hard to speculate on it one way or the other, because
we don't know.
Way or the other, you're casting aspersions on one side or the other, right?
Yeah.
But no, it's a very odd situation. The language of like the family that they're using is very weird, right? Because essentially what's happening here is like corporate brinkmanship. Like you've got a contract signed with us, and we're going to hold you to the terms of that contract. And unless the conditions of that contract vis-a-vis breaking that contract are met, we're not going to let you go. And then they couch it all in like the language of a family.
Yeah.
Which is it's a completely different semantic field. And they're saying, you're part of this family, and if you want to rejoin us, we'll welcome you back with open arms. And it's like, yeah, but you can't use corporate language of contract responsibility and then, because if you translate the situation into a family, and there's someone in a family who's like, I would like to leave the family house, and you're like, no, you're staying in the family.
You're contracted here for a further 3 years.
You are contracted by the bonds
blood.
of love
Yeah.
and blood that what's happening here is brinkmanship. And,
of course.
It's going to be fascinating to see how it works itself out, because I can't think of any situation where this sort of thing has gone the distance, because usually, I guess, the situation is that a club has an asset that is very valuable in Alexander Isak. His contract is what makes him valuable, and his contract is essentially them paying season by season a certain amount for him to have sole playing rights for them.
Just for the right to register him as a player, yeah.
They're paying wages as well.
Yeah.
So you take your flatline amortization, and you take the wages, and you're talking a big chunk of money that Newcastle are paying so that Isak can play for them this season. The longer that contract goes on, the less value they're getting for that period of the contract, and also the less the value of the player is.
Yeah.
So essentially what they're saying is, we're willing to just take a massive decline in value on a principle of maybe it's a moral principle. I don't know, but I guess if you have that amount of money, you can afford to do that. And I don't think we've ever seen clubs do that before, because there's not been many clubs who've been in a situation where they're willing to say we're willing to just take that massive hit of value because we can absorb it, which is kind of interesting, right?
I think that's what makes Newcastle such a specific case as well, isn't it? They've obviously got the finances to be able. I know PSR is hanging over them, but they can afford it if they need to.
Yeah, and this wouldn't come into PSR, right? I guess. I mean, obviously, if they could sell him, then it would. They would give them more buffer. But like, if they don't sell him, it's not like it then accrues like PSR negatives for them. It's just that they're not getting as much as they could do, right?
Yeah, and it's also quite an important time for Newcastle in the sense that Isak is their first sort of big player who's probably looking like he's going to leave. And like Newcastle, as they set themselves out along this sort of project that they're trying to, reach the top levels with the sound investment, do they want to become a club who are basically a springboard to the biggest clubs, or do they want to become that final destination? And if they're seen as a selling club by the rest of Europe, who eventually, if you sort of get their players to kick up enough of a fuss, they'll eventually sell.
Yeah.
They don't want to become that. And Manchester City, when they had players who probably wanted to leave, they never did that. And I imagine that's what Newcastle are thinking is, let's say, it's unlikely to happen. Let's say they sign, I don't know, Kylian Mbappe, and he wants to move back to Real Madrid one time, and they're in a position where they want to keep him. It's going to be very difficult for them to say with a straight face, well, no, we're not going to sell, because they've got this, evidence that's happened before where they've let their biggest player go. So they've got to be really it's a really important time for them. It's so much bigger for Newcastle than just this individual player, which I think is why they're playing such hard ball on it.
Yeah, it's setting a precedent. It's worth just rowing back 1 second as well to talk about Newcastle's approach to it, because we've sort of had that conversation about the family, the corporate part of it, the ability to interpret and read in some condescension into the statement. It is worth saying that I think it seems as though Newcastle have done. If their attempt is to keep him, they've kind of done everything right every step of the way. Eddie Howe, as I read this in George's piece this morning in The Athletic, but he said Eddie Howe has tread the balance very carefully between not allowing their biggest player to just do and say whatever he wants and then come back, but also not ever closing the door so that him not coming back is that problem. And one way of interpreting Isak's statement yesterday is just like slamming that door closed. And George's line is also like setting fire to the building afterwards as well, making it really difficult to come back. What's already been a very tense and conflicting situation, Eddie Howe and Newcastle seem to have managed relatively well, because until last night, it did feel as though he could show up on Monday and play against Liverpool, or maybe get that game out of the way and then play the weekend afterwards. And it could be similar as the situations like the ones with Harry Kane in the past, or with Wayne Rooney in the past, to big players who've asked to leave. So I feel as though it's worth saying that. But to your point, Kaya, I do think it's more important than just this player. And I think also it tells us something about the difference between maybe how Newcastle see themselves and where they want to be, and where the transfer market and players actually see them. Yeah. Because we just did a piece on Tifo Football. It was a conversion of an article written by Tom Harris on The Athletic. It was about Frankfurt and their approach to the transfer market and to squad building, and how they've made something like 350 million euros profit over the last 6 years just from strikers, like all of these amazing players that they've bought and sold, including most recently Hugo Ekitike, for example. And they attribute their success to a number of things. One of them is that they sign players, they have excellent coaches, and they tell them, when you want to leave and when you're ready to move on to the next step, we won't step in your way. It's also something that Pep Guardiola does with his teams, even at the top, like at the elite level. Pep Guardiola doesn't stand in the way of players that want to leave either, because he, I assume, knows that those players won't be as valuable to what they can contribute to the team, because they don't really want to be there, right? So I think what this tells me is that in this situation, Alexander Isak, at least, and maybe therefore the rest of the transfer world, still believe Newcastle to be somewhere closer to the Frankfurt level, where they're not the end destination club, where they are a club where you can go and you can have, like now you have like an incredible shop window because they're also in the Champions League, and then a team like Liverpool comes in and you want to get your move. Yeah. So from Newcastle's perspective, you can completely understand and respect the fact that they don't want to be Frankfurt, they want to be Liverpool. They want to say, well, hey, we have aspirations to win the Premier League in the next 10 years. We want to win the Champions League. We don't want to let our best players go. And yet you're faced with the reality that your best player is telling you you are Frankfurt. I don't know, like how are Newcastle supposed to deal with that differently than they have done?
I think we're not in Kansas anymore Toto territory with this, right? I think it's because of the context within which all of this is happening, right? It's that Newcastle do want to try and assert themselves, and they can afford to devalue their asset. I mean, you mentioned Pep Guardiola. I think that's really interesting because with Guardiola, whenever a player says I want to leave, he's like, fine, go, because I think he realizes
I didn't want you anyway.
But I think he just realizes it's very hard to maintain a squad where you've got people who are not moving in the same direction, right? And that's a fundamentally important part of what being a successful squad looks like. It's quite interesting if you read I've been reading a lot of Pep Guardiola's press conferences from last season, and so much of you always sort of read them wanting for him to be like that. The reason why we're struggling is because of this tactical thing here, and if all we need to do is tweak this and we'll be okay. But so much of what he comes out with in last season's press conferences is it's so hard to retain that level of performance at the very top level because you have to have everyone pulling in the same direction. You have to have belief, and it's almost like a very naive belief. You almost have to be brainwashed into believing we are going to win this. And he says, after so many years of success and with the same players, it's very hard to retain that level of desire and momentum. And so I think when you read those kind of comments, it's very understandable why he lets players go, because I think he thinks as soon as you get someone coming in and destabilizing things a bit, you lose everything. You only need and it's not a bad apple. I don't want to use the phrase bad apple. It's just one person who isn't committed to that, and then suddenly that self-doubt starts dripping in. So I think it's very difficult for Newcastle because maybe they can do this brinkmanship. Maybe they can keep Isak all season and not play him because presumably he might not want to play. But I don't think it achieves anything, right? Because you're affecting the way that other players see you as a club. So if a player joins, they'll be like, I have to join this club knowing that unless the conditions of my contract are met, I'm not going to be able to get out of here, which is, for a lot of players, they care more about their career than they do about the club that they play for. And, fans of clubs might not like that, but that's the reality of it. And then, what happens to the rest of the team morale when one of your best players is there and is around the building and not being played? So I think it's a really tough line for them to walk.
Very tough. I just got the most incredible spam text message. It simply reads, it's a UK mobile phone number, and it simply reads, "Are you still there?"
Is that Newcastle
fishing?
To Alexander Isak?
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Well, just to linger on this for 1 second longer, John, you and I watched Newcastle against Villa over the weekend. It was a snooze fest, but also I felt a little bit sorry for Anthony Gordon because there were a few moments where a taller striker and a more natural 9 might have been able to have a shot on goal, and the ball just sort of skimmed over his head, or just he wasn't quite in the right position. They don't really have, currently, they don't really have a clear alternative to playing this season without Alexander Isak. Just how damaging is it going to be for Newcastle, regardless of whether he stays or not, but if he doesn't play?
Yeah, I mean, Newcastle had the highest number of headed goals last season, and a big part of their game plan is to play quite direct football, and often they will just get early crosses into the box. Alexander Isak is a fantastic player to target in those sorts of situations. They have William Asula, who I've been pretty impressed by when he's come on, but they're obviously only wanting to play him 10 minutes at the end of games.
Yeah.
They need to have someone who they can fit into their as a target. I quite like
Johan Wissa has been mentioned.
Yeah, and I mean the thing with Newcastle is they've been through everyone on the market. Right? That's kind of the problem they've faced, and they've either been gazumped or something has come up. But with Wissa, I guess it's the same situation or similar situation.
I don't know. Is it what is the situation, Kai, with Johan Wissa of Brentford?
Yeah, well, it's similar in the sense that Brentford haven't wanted to sell Wissa, and Wissa wants to go.
Right.
Newcastle have put in an offer. I think the Athletic reported around 25 million.
Right.
For him. Brentford want a lot more than that.
Sure.
And
there's so many echoes.
Yeah, I know. Wissa originally didn't turn up for pre-season training, wasn't involved, hasn't played any of their pre-season friendlies, wasn't involved in their opening day loss at Nottingham Forest, but is training with Brentford, which is a crucial difference between the two. And you do get the feeling...
Did he put out a PFA statement last night?
He's not put out a PFA statement. He also wasn't at the PFA dinner, though.
He wasn't there either?
He wasn't there.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I wonder where he was. We won't know because he didn't put out a statement.
Scrolling through Instagram, Alexander Isak's Instagram,
He's
seeing
like,
what's going
I
on.
should have done this.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it'd be funny if he did, but I think
And then the Brentford counter statement, of course.
yeah.
That's what we were really denied.
Oh, I really
That's
wanted
what the
that
real heads
counter
want.
statement. That would have been great fun.
But the crucial difference is obviously Brentford. I know they've sold a lot of their players this summer, and we've had sort of conversations about whether they've been truly gutted or not. I think we've debated that. But obviously, Norgard's gone, Flecken's gone, Burma's gone, manager's gone.
Thomas Frank,
indeed. So if Vissel were to go too, that would be a lot of losses. And but Brentford are a club who sell their business model is to sell their big. They want to be Frankfurt, to go back to your analogy before, whereas Newcastle obviously don't, which is the big crucial difference between the two. Whereas you feel eventually Visser probably would get that move because Brentford can't really afford to just have a player who's sitting and doing nothing.
Sure.
Newcastle seem like a club who would be more willing to absorb that hit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'd be very curious to see what happens over the next couple of weeks. We'll talk about it more. It's also just worth mentioning there are other players not currently involved in their squads. We saw some of that over the weekend. Højlund and also Onana didn't play in the Manchester United team. Yves Bissouma at Spurs, Johan Wissa at Brentford, Nicholas Jackson at Chelsea, Savinho at Manchester City, Edison at Manchester City. So, there are players. Let's move on to discuss another player who did play despite some transfer interest. That, of course, is Eberechi Eze, who it's reported by The Athletic on Tuesday, so yesterday as I'm speaking, that Tottenham are now in a one-horse race to sign.
If there was one team that could lose a one-horse race,
they did come third in a two-horse race before, so you know.
We talk about football fans having short memories, Kyle. That's quite a deep one there. What a year, 2016. Everyone loved it. Now, they're in a one-horse race, which I assume is some kind of endurance race, to sign a 27-year-old from Crystal Palace after Arsenal have cooled their interest and their jets, presumably. The clubs haven't reached an agreement, but they're continuing to talk, and there is apparently a good chance of this happening. I mean, I don't know. Kai, it seems like a sort of obvious fit, doesn't it? I assume Eze would just walk in and be their best player.
Yeah, particularly now that James Maddison has done his ACL and is looking like he's going to miss most of the season.
What a shame for him.
Yeah, it is sad, particularly in the World Cup. Yeah, I mean, you never know with him, particularly with new management. Gareth Southgate didn't like him, but it seems like maybe Tuchel would have done. But
sure.
Yeah.
I feel like he won't play for a while, though. I thought when you said you never know, it's like you were implying somehow that maybe his ACL would miraculously recover over a week.
Roberto Baggio, I think, recovered from an ACL in something like 90 days. It does happen.
In the past, they were better in the past.
Exactly.
It was
Things
better
were
in the
so
past.
much better in
John,
the
wasn't
90s.
it better in the past?
I think things were better when we were younger, yeah. But I actually think that ACL recovery's time has probably got shorter in the present.
Right. They were liars in the past.
Yes.
Roberto Baggio wasn't actually.
No,
recovered.
I mean, obviously there's levels of severity. Let's get that very clear. I'm not
liars.
Yeah, I was going to say that I don't.
No, I like to think that the game of football just wasn't very athletically competitive in the past, and therefore you could play with an ACL injury. Yeah, I think that's it. I would have been able to play in that Roberto Baggio team.
Which one?
The best one.
You'd have got the penalty in as well, wouldn't you? You wouldn't have.
Yeah. 94. Yeah.
Don't need a knee to take a penalty, famously.
Yeah.
That one or the Diana Ross one?
The Diana Ross one. I would have scored that one as well. Yeah. I would have scored
against a mascot, wasn't it?
Who dived out the way.
I believe so. I wonder if there'll be any sort of homage to that in the coming summer.
Because the goal exploded as well, because they were expecting her to hit the back of the net,
Sure.
and obviously she didn't, which is fun.
It's very embarrassing.
Who would be the modern day equivalent to Diana Ross to
Who
blow
is
up the
today's
goal?
Diana Ross?
Yeah,
Taylor Swift.
I mean, I guess it was Diana Ross. Was Diana Ross ever that famous as Taylor Swift? I wonder if it was more of a sort of Billie Eilish.
I'm just thinking of who would they get to do it this time around?
Oh yeah, who could they get? I mean, Donald Trump. Him and Gianni Infantino would be on there together, exchanging tips on how to extend their term length. Yeah, that's fun, isn't it? That's fun.
Eze.
So Eze will be good. Okay, let's move on. Great. How about this? Kaya.
Yep. Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
You weren't here on Monday.
No.
You
called me though.
I did call
and
you.
then hung up on me straight away. Yes.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that was fun.
You do that every time you ring someone on the podcast, and you find it hilarious every time.
It's childish, but it will never fail to bring me joy.
It's a rite of passage in a way.
It is, isn't it?
I feel truly part of the family.
Oh, good. Yeah. I hang up on my mother as well. Now, let's say Arsenal. We talked about Arsenal on Monday. You weren't here. Now, the listeners will know you're a big Arsenal fan, aren't you? I mean, you're tall as well, so you are actually a big Arsenal fan.
In every sense of the word, yes.
Yeah. Steve tried his best to make Monday's show as biased towards Arsenal as possible.
I did listen back to the show, yes.
I'm glad you weren't here because I think it would have teetered over the edge into like sycophantic Arsenal commentary.
Sounds like the right level.
We thought because we are sycophantic, we should talk about them some more. Now. I'm mainly curious to hear what you thought of Victor Gyökeres because you
love this topic.
Just two things. One, you were so excited about it. You talked about it every day beforehand. You come in. You bought an Arsenal shirt that's got Gyökeres on the back, and
it's a nice kit.
Yeah, you've got that. And you were saying, I just can't wait to see him score a hat-trick on the first day. And then you came in this morning, and Alex Barker was able to mock you about a poor performance.
Yeah.
What did you actually make of him?
It's been a great morning for me. I've dropped one of my AirPods down a drain, and then came in to find a very sort of genuinely like he couldn't sit down. He was so excited, Alex Barker, to
getting
come
bullied
over.
by
He
Alex
was fully
Barker.
squatting next to me because he was too excited to sit down.
Oh, he's such a little troll.
Yes. But it was. I feel like there's been a lot of overreaction to one bad 60-minute period for Victor Gyökeres, and that's what I'm telling myself.
Sure.
But yeah, it wasn't a thrilling debut, of course, and you would have wanted to see more signs. I mean, like it did feel like his touch was kind of trampoliny at times, and that's not good. It felt like he lost physical battle to Matthijs de Ligt, which when you look at a striker of his like physical profile is kind of, you would think that's the kind of thing he would relish. But I thought de Ligt played really well, in fairness to de Ligt. That's something that's sort of been omitted from the conversation. But yeah, Gyökeres didn't seem like he was capable of winning that physical battle. And the interesting against Leeds, who have lots of big boys in the team generally, how Gyökeres will cope with that as well. But it's hard to say. I mean, I don't think he's match fit, and I think Kai Havertz picked up an injury during pre-season, and if Kai Havertz hadn't picked up that injury, I don't think Gyökeres would have started that first game because he doesn't look match fit. He's only played a couple of games for Arsenal, and you know, didn't have any training at all with Sporting before he joined the Arsenal camp, which I think was 2 weeks late. So he's a bit behind everyone, and you could really see that. And yeah, it's not the best start. I won't pretend anything else because you won't let me pretend anything else. But yeah, it was. I have to admit, it was a little disappointing because, you know, there's a lot of hype around him and there's a lot of excitement. But I didn't see too much different from him than I had seen in his pre-season games. Some of those, I mean, the worries about Gyökeres are very much there. It's sort of, will he be able to cope with the step up to the Premier League? Very big question mark still. But hopefully... I think
there always is for any player that comes from outside.
Yeah, and I think he's in an unfortunate position of having way more scrutiny than the average player because he's been brought in as Arsenal's sort of saviour, even though, in my opinion, the number 9 position isn't as important for Arsenal as the left wing position. Because I think Kai Havertz is actually quite a good player.
Sure.
And he was on track for 20 goals last season before he got injured, and people forget that. But yeah.
It'd be interesting to hear your thoughts on the fact that I think for seasons now, Arsenal fans have been talking about how they need a player who can help them in transition, and they got a number of transitional opportunities in that game, none of which really came off.
Yeah.
Numbers of reasons for that, and I know the fan base are very critical of Martin Odegaard in those situations anyway. But yeah, what did you make of? Because it's not even just the transitional stuff where they got in behind Man United's high press and then had space to attack. Also, like, I thought Arsenal were pretty happy going long to Gyökeres, and as you say, it wasn't just that he lost the battle with de Ligt in like foot races, and actually largely came out okay when he did those channel runs. Not always, and it didn't produce much when he did win them. But I felt like the really worrying thing was just how often Arsenal tried to just use Gyökeres as a hold-up player, and he just didn't get anywhere near the ball.
Yeah, and they have had 2 players in Kai Havertz and Gabriel Jesus up front who are actually quite good at that.
Yeah.
You know, Jesus is on the smaller side, but he's actually quite a good target man, which people I don't necessarily think realise. But yeah, that's a problem that he's going to have to solve. But he's not this sort of come short striker. He's a running behind kind of guy. And it was interesting that Arsenal tried to use that. And you noticed in pre-season that they were trying to be a lot more direct. In the Bilbao game where they won 3-0, they won the Emirates Cup, so the trophy drought was over. They played a lot more direct football, and there was a lot more balls in behind. And the goal that Kai Havertz ironically scored came from a kind of quick Ødegaard ball in behind to him. I think it was Ødegaard who played it. And there was one in that Bukayo Saka scored where they just lobbed the ball over the defence. And that's the kind of thing that I think Arsenal are going to try and do more of this season. And I think the Premier League in general is becoming a lot more transitional and a lot more sort of fast breaks and all that kind of stuff.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was right. That's what we're saying.
Yeah,
he should have stayed.
My Twitter mentions right here in the flesh. But I just thought it was interesting that, like, I think fans always think, oh, we just need this one player who's going to fix us. And I think it's particularly in those transitional moments quite interesting to be like, oh, it's not quite so simple as just get into these scenarios and have the players who can benefit from them.
Sure.
You need to know what you're doing in those scenarios as well.
James McNicholas has done quite a good article on The Athletic about the runs that the Arsenal players were making. A lot of them were running very centrally and into the same space, which is probably not what you want to do when you're in those transitional positions. You want to try and stretch the defence as much as possible. And Arsenal didn't really do that. And I think the most worrying thing about the Arsenal performance and why everyone's so down on it is the fact that if you told me it was from the first day of last season or midway through last season, without sort of any context, I probably would have believed you. It didn't feel like there was any sort of development, and they've signed 6 players to try and change the style and try and transition towards a more, I suppose, exciting style of football. And it was very classic Arsenal 24-25.
I think it's interesting you say that because it felt quite different to me. I don't know. It did feel quite different to me in a lot of respects, and it's so hard. It's such a hard game to read because if we were talking about Arsenal playing the way that they usually play, and then Gyökeres just sort of having the debut he had, then it would be a very bad look for him, I think, because he would have looked miles off where the Arsenal players were. But the Arsenal players in general all look quite far off the pace.
Yeah, it's worth saying John watched it 3 times.
I did hear that.
So it's possible he saw things you didn't.
Yeah, either that or I'm just an idiot, which is also possible.
So unfair. I guess, no, but for me, there's 2 possibilities here. One is that what's happened is that Arsenal have just mistimed their pre-season fitness regime so that they're not quite match fit at the right time.
So Declan Rice, for example, looked quite physically. I don't know if there was something else that played there if he was injured, but he's an example. For sure.
I think there was a number of players who were just way off the level of what you would expect. I thought Saliba was poor as well, and I usually expect just perfection from him usually. So it did feel like there was a team.
He was pretty good at pushing the goalkeeper out of the way for that goal. I thought he timed that really well.
I think you'll find he was just standing there, and that's allowed.
Can I say about that? I know I'm interrupting. I'm not. Listen.
Do you think it was a foul?
I'm not. I know I'm interrupting an interesting conversation, but I've got a dripping take here. Okay. I'm not saying it's a foul. I'm saying I don't understand why it isn't a foul. And here's what I have to say. I don't want to see that called as a foul.
You don't think it's a foul, but you don't understand why it wasn't given as a foul.
No.
It's a dripping take.
It's dripping. Listen.
Schrodinger's foul.
Listen to me, okay? I don't want to see that called as a foul. I believe it should be a goal, right? So that's at the starting point. I believe that the goalkeeper should grab the player and throw the player to the floor and then grab the ball, right? I wish that was what was allowed. All I'm saying is that when I look at what it is, Saliba uses his body, his only purpose is to wait for the goalkeeper to jump and then push him so he can't get the ball. And how is that? He doesn't make an attempt to play for the ball. He doesn't try to get to the ball at all. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's been instructed to do it by his coach, to wait for the keeper to jump and then push him so he's misaligned for where the ball is. And if you do that to any other player anywhere else on the pitch, it is usually considered a foul. So I don't want to see that as a foul because I think it would become impossible for anyone to score from corners.
Yeah.
I'm happy Arsenal scored that goal. I want to see that scored all the way through the season.
Me too.
I don't understand the technicality as to why that isn't considered just like an obstruction of a deliberate obstruction or a cynical obstruction of play.
Yeah.
Of justice.
Yes.
My slight counter to that would be goalkeepers.
Is it a counter statement?
It's a counter statement.
Oh,
it's a counter rebuttal.
Okay.
Goalkeepers Is that no? That's not.
No,
what that is.
that's
just
a double
rebuttal.
negative.
Rebuttal is 3.
You've gone all the way around there, haven't you?
Maybe I'm going to agree with you. I don't know.
It's just a bottle.
I could counter your rebuttal in a moment if you want. But
Yeah,
rebuttal
let's do
me
it.
first.
Okay, I'll rebut you.
Rebuttal me once. Shame on you.
Double rebuttal. Shame on who? I'm confused.
The obvious thing for me is goalkeepers can use their hands and they have a massive height advantage.
Yeah.
When it comes to those kind of things,
So they should be allowed to be fouled.
Not that they should be allowed to be fouled. They should. But they already have an advantage when it comes to those kind of corners and crosses into the box. So they are already taller than any other player.
Yeah.
So there's. I guess you're trying to find a way of cancelling out, rebutting that advantage.
Allowing them to be fouled. No, I understand what you're saying.
Exactly.
I completely understand.
Yeah.
I'd be curious. I at some point, let's remember this conversation. And when it happens against Arsenal at some point, which it probably won't because Arsenal are excellent at defending corners. Oh no, they were rubbish at defending corners last year, weren't they?
Set pieces, Arsenal weren't great actually.
That was bad
defensively.
Let's have it happen in a neutral game or against Arsenal, and then let's discuss it again.
Yeah, but the referees only call it against Arsenal, as you know.
Oh, that's true. It's impossible, isn't it? We circle around it. One other thing that unfortunately the referees didn't call against Arsenal in this situation, but it was called against Burnley's Martin Dubravka. He was the first Premier League goalkeeper to be penalised for the new 8-second law where goalkeepers will concede a corner if they hold onto the ball for too long. Now, I don't want to be cynical or suspicious, but it did look a little bit to me like Arsenal's forwards were trying to have the Man United goalkeeper hold on to the ball for quite a long time. Not that successfully, I would say. I think someone was booked for doing it. Gyökeres was booked for doing it. But sure, Arsenal could benefit from that, couldn't they? If they're to get more corners.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Another way of getting corners that isn't from open play.
Yeah.
Open play possession. It's
of course.
Perfect for them.
Yeah. I do love the idea that one of us, Mikel Arteta's sort of set piece or coaches, has gone to Victor Gyökeres. You know what you could do? Don't worry about the scoring goals or the hold-up play. Your job today is win us some corners.
Do you think they've ever considered, Arsenal, that the best way to get a corner is by having a corner? Because how many times is it when you take a corner and it goes out for another corner?
Yeah.
You're probably more likely to get a corner than from any other kind of play. Do you know what I mean?
But then if you don't score from the corner, you get surely the ultimate objective is the goal from the corner.
Of course, but Arsenal are always going to score from corners. So if
they can't, if they always score from corners.
But if they keep getting another corner, there's always the opportunity that they'll score a goal. Do you know what I'm saying?
But if it's a constant corner rather than corner goal.
I didn't say it was a foolproof system, Steve. I just said. But no, go on, Kaya. What? You've got an idea about this, haven't you?
Well, I've got an idea. Yes.
What's your idea?
My idea is that. I think we spoke a little bit about how Arsenal are being more transitional, and the Premier League generally is leaning towards becoming a more transitional league. It became more transitional than the Bundesliga in terms of there were more fast break shots, fast break goals last season, fast break XG as well. And that is interesting in terms of, I wonder if the 8-second rule is going to lead to more of that because goalkeepers want to release the ball more quickly, which obviously leads to more transitions and leads to more counterattacks. And last season, there were 112 fast break goals in the whole league. This weekend alone, there were 12, which if it continues on that trajectory, there's a lot of things
Do the maths off the top of your head.
12 times 38
game weeks. No one help him.
How many were there in the... There's 12 this week across the whole...
You guys talking about yourselves.
It's in the 400s. It's in the 400s.
360 is 12 times 30 times...
Do 360 times 10 and then
480 minus 24.
Come on, you've got it.
456.
156?
456.
456.
I think.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Times 30, yeah.
Someone live check
456.
Oh,
yeah.
Well
nice.
Well, I can't. I'm so excited to watch every single one of those 456 fast break goals.
Yes, it's going to be fun. But I mean, obviously, there's things to point out, and I spoke to Mark Carey about this, and there's things to point out that correlation is not necessarily causation, and there's lots of things.
It's a sample size of one.
It's the sample size of one weekend, and teams have obviously. There might be certain factors that lead to it, but it is interesting to think that I think Pep Guardiola has spoken about how his style of controlled football and his and Mikel Arteta's style of controlled football is maybe going out of fashion a bit more, and a lot of teams are playing a lot more transitional football. You're smiling at me in a way.
Today, modern football is the way that Bournemouth play.
Yes. Is this Alexander Isak?
That Newcastle play.
Okay.
This is Pep Guardiola.
This is Newcastle's rebuttal. That Brighton play, that Liverpool play. Liverpool have always been like
family
that.
and retain our family values.
Liverpool have always been like that, like we were. Guardiola said this, by the way, in an interview with TNT at the end of last season. He said, it is modern football. Modern football is not so positional. What a shame for you, John. The era of you is over.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that much of a problem for me, I don't think.
Let's go to an ad break then. Oh, welcome back from the advert break. Was it good? Let's talk about this now. It says possibly cut. Oh, it's not cut, Steve. Don't worry. Don't worry, Steve. We're going to talk about it anyway, even though we know that you want us to cut it.
Thank God I'm here.
Just going to bring the fourth wall down a little bit there for podcast listeners. During the ad break there, Steve tried to get us to cut this bit, but we didn't.
In the interest of professionalism rather than bias, he definitely winged it that way.
Interesting, isn't it? He was so keen on Monday's show for there to be balance at the halftime interviews in the Man United Arsenal game, and yet he tries to cut this graphic. Biggest spending managers since last winning a major trophy. Okay, this summer included. This the money that's been spent this summer has been included. Now, where did this
is Transfermarkt.
This is Transfermarkt. Who made the graphic though? Was it Transfermarkt?
Yeah, it's their own social media, I think.
It was their own. Okay, so we credit Transfermarkt with this.
That's nice.
Do you want to guess? Well, let's ask you, Kyle, even though you've actually probably seen the graphic already.
I'm looking at it as
you're looking at it. Oh, what a shame! I can't get anyone to guess. Listeners at home, guess who's first. Now, remember, Steve Hankey wanted to cut this section all the way out in front. Biggest spending manager since last winning a major trophy. It is, of course, Mikel Arteta. It's no surprise it's Mikel Arteta. Here's what is maybe a surprise. How much money?
Eye-watering.
In euros.
In euros.
Just for,
Which is really
currency.
a 1-to-1 ratio with the pound these days, Brexit and the world collapsing. It's 1 billion euros.
It's only euros, though. It's only 1 billion euros.
It's only euros.
Yeah.
I mean, the EU just give that money away for free, don't they? I think. Cool. Thank God we didn't join the euro back in the 80s, because then it would be 1 billion of our money. Mikel Arteta had spent. What a shame.
Oh, strong English pound. It would have been ruined by Mikel Arteta before.
It would have been.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the impact on currency? Now, Diego Simeone is second on this list, of course, with Atletico Madrid. The last time, I can't remember the last time he won a major trophy.
The league in the COVID season, I think, was the last mega trophy.
2021, was it? Or 21-22?
I suppose, yeah, it would be 2021. Yeah.
2021. And since then, they have spent quite a lot of money. I mean, I'm thinking of the big players that they've spent money on. Julian Alvarez, perhaps. I guess that was last summer, wasn't it? But 535 million euros, Diego Simeone. So just to be clear, the second placed person on that list is half of the money. Arteta.
It's not quite half.
And it is euros.
It is, yeah, it's euros.
It is in euros. Okay, fine. Also on the list, we have Emery in third at 472 million euros. Guardiola, 438 million, which is kind of shocking because that's just because they didn't win something for one season, right? Which is, I mean, absolutely
Well, I mean,
outrageous.
I guess technically it's including this summer, so he would argue I could win a trophy this summer, in which case
it's 2 summers and a January.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. We've got Niko Kovac, who I guess spent that at Bayern, did he?
Yeah.
Spent a decent bit at Dortmund this summer as well, I guess.
Yeah, great, fine. Ten Hag, Slot, Pioli, Marcelino, Moyes is on there as well. Moyes has spent £232 million. But then I guess Moyes must be stretching back for so long.
No, the Conference League they won not too long ago.
Oh, I thought this said major trophies.
Oh.
Unfortunately, he put all of that money into good use, as you saw on Monday night when they lost ignominiously to Leeds United.
Yeah.
Did you watch that game, Steve?
I did not, no. Sadly.
Steve has a soft Everton.
I do. I do. I'm the son of an Evertonian, so yeah, Goodison Park's my first game of football.
How did you end up supporting Arsenal?
Because Everton were really crap, like even for compared to that.
Loves teams that spend money. That's what it is.
Yes.
In euros. Euros, famously.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, that's it anyway. I just thought I would say that, include that in there.
Can I just point out that the Emirates Cup has not been factored into this?
No.
So it does say major trophy.
Yeah, okay. They won a trophy. They won the Singapore Cup.
What does the asterisk say? One-off games / Super Cups not included.
So that's why the English Super Cup, the Community Shield, isn't in there.
When did they win the FA Cup?
2020, the COVID season.
So they've spent €1 billion since 2020.
Do you know what's interesting about this list? Arteta and Simeone are both quite like defence-first managers. I wonder if that says anything about how you should play football in the modern era.
David Moyes is on here as well. You could make an argument that Emery is quite defence-coded, but I don't think you can make it about Guardiola.
Moyes as well.
I guess you kind of can make it about Guardiola.
I mean,
Guardiola,
so afraid I think with Guardiola,
possession.
the big thing there is that he's had to go through a massive rebuild, which they didn't. I think if he did it for the previous, I mean, obviously they won everything all the time, so it would have reset constantly. But
Sure.
I think that's probably, I mean, it is an inflated amount of money because they spent a lot because they ran their squad down. But
It's certainly a lot of money.
what do Arsenal fans think though about them? Because I was looking through Transfermarkt the other day, and Arsenal under Arteta have made like between 100 and 150 million loss in the market, as in they spent 150 million more than they've sold.
Plus, is it just carte blanche still, or is that like how many people in the fan base feel like if they don't win it this year, like how long can they be perennial, ever near?
Yeah, I think there'll be more people this year who will be teetering towards is he the guy who can actually get Arsenal over the line? But I don't think internally there's any suggestion that he's under any pressure. So it's kind of like, what would be the point in getting so angry about that if he's never actually going to get sacked? You know, it's
what
a bit
would you
like
prefer though? Like, would you prefer Arsenal to finish second every year for the next 5 years and almost win it, like within like 5 to 10 points every time, or for Arteta this year to finish fifth, lose his job, and then hire a manager that can win the league?
But who is that manager?
Giroud. Olivier Giroud. I don't know. I mean, obviously, like I'm saying that with like a little bit of egg in my mouth.
Hypothetical manager.
Not egg in my mouth. I didn't mean to say that. What did I mean to say?
Egg on your face?
Egg on my face. No, I meant to say
tongue in cheek.
With my tongue in my cheek, not an egg in my mouth.
Tongue in your cheek.
Presumably, there's a country somewhere that uses the phrase "an egg in my mouth."
Hey, he said it with an egg in his mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, that's what I was saying with an egg in my mouth. But I just mean like it. I don't know. It's like the competition is harder maybe than it's ever been before. You need,
that's why
in
he needs
some
to keep
cases,
spending.
Right?
I'm not even. That's not even. I mean,
no,
sort of
sure.
jokingly, but kind of true.
Guardiola's on the list as well. You know, like I'm sure like Slot's on the list at number 7. It's not like it's not. It is out of whack because it's $1 billion, and it has been a few years longer since he's won. I don't think the billion figure it stands out because it's a big round number.
Yeah, it's because Arsenal haven't won anything, and I think it's worth saying, as you mentioned, Arsenal came so close to winning things on a few occasions, which would reset this. So there's an element to which this is just a little bit.
Yeah, if the PGMOL wasn't against Arsenal, then this
there is maybe a point to be made about. So, for example, we're recording this the day after Trossard's been offered a new contract. Arsenal have an incredibly poor record of selling.
Yeah.
There's something like 16 teams in the Premier League that have a higher sale record.
That is something that is a big conversation among the fan base. And I think a lot of people are looking at Andrea Berta this summer to try and get some more money for players from sales. And
Trossard was like a great example of a player who was coming towards the end of his contract. It would make sense to try and sell him on, and they've offered him a new contract.
It's a very odd decision and also it means that he'll cost more, he'll be more difficult to sell. He's, I think, 30 this year, if he's not 30 already. So it was already a relatively difficult sale to get big money for. So yeah, it's a weird decision. I think Arsenal have been.
Could you just to linger on that for 1 second though?
Yeah.
Could you make the argument that for the last 2 years they've been making decisions to win now and keeping Trossard, keeping extra depth when injuries have cost them, you could argue, the Championship in previous seasons? That it's a win now decision, which probably does negatively impact them in a couple of years' time. But given that they haven't won yet, there's an argument to say that makes sense.
This whole summer is the win now summer supposedly for Arsenal. If you look at just the age profile alone of the players they've signed, Norgard is over 30. I think Kepa is 29, Joker is 27, Madueke is a bit younger, and Mosquera is a bit younger too. And there's another player who is Mendy's 26, soon to be 27. So
Jokeres is 27.
He's 27, which is famously the age you start learning and improving as a footballer.
I love how funny you find Jokeres.
But yeah, generally there is. I mean, you can make the win now argument, but I think Arsenal's sales thing has been an issue for a while. But there's lots of players in the squad who are on big wages who they can't shift right now. So Zinchenko is a really good example. Jakub Kiwior is not on the biggest wages, but he's certainly a player who wasn't even in the matchday squad at the weekend. He was great last season when they needed him, but he's probably not in the plans immediately right now. Fabio Vieira is another one who they can't get rid of. Albert Samuel Lokonga is still on the books, and there's Reece Nelson is still on the books as well. So there's lots of players there who clearly Mikel Arteta doesn't have in his first team plans and could move. And I think, especially when you look at Liverpool, who I think have sold Ben Doak either yesterday or today for another 20 million. Looks like Harvey Elliott could go for 40 million.
Yeah,
City do it all the time.
Well, they got Luis Diaz.
Exactly. They're very good at knowing when the right time to sell is, and Arsenal haven't been, which is a real issue for them. And it's I think.
I wonder how much.
Well, join us next week on the Arsenal podcast as well. I feel like saying. I think we should move on simply because. We've done a lot of Arsenal chat today. And I know the Arsenal listeners at home both love and hate that in equal measure. But I'm bored now. Before we finish, one last thing. There was a really fun piece on The Athletic, I think it was over the weekend. It was about shirt numbers and what they signify at every Premier League club this season. Steve Hankey's pulled out a couple for us. I'm going to play a little guessing game with you guys. I think it'll be easy. I mean, it's certainly going to be easy as a starting point. Let me ask you this. The number 14 at Arsenal. Who now plays in that shirt and why is that significant?
I know.
Okay, John, you go.
Thierry Henry.
Well, Thierry Henry doesn't now play in that shirt.
Actually, Theo Walcott.
Also, Theo Walcott doesn't play in that shirt now.
Oh, Eddie Nketiah.
Eddie Nketiah doesn't play.
Yeah, Emerick Aubameyang.
No. Who plays in that shirt now?
Is there any other earlier ones? Did Pires or Reyes wear the 14?
No. Who would have been 14 before Henry? I don't know.
There's definitely
there's a way of looking this up. Ethan Waneri could get 14 in the future.
Staffing availability and studio availability. I'm actually sat at the back of the studio that's being done up in a top that kind of matches this.
Friday night, I couldn't watch any on Saturday morning. Where I parked my car. Uncertainty. Equality Street might be. Do you know when you play for him? Matt Grimes being the standout for me since he joined Coventry, driving him away from Swansea, where he seemed very happy. And Frank Lampard's. I'm reluctant to use the phrase vibes, but his attacking style doesn't seem to get caught out as much in the Championship, does it?
Yeah, the best Frank Lampard teams I've seen are when there's absolutely no kind of formation to it, and it's just all chaos. And then his teams are actually quite good. I mean. When I went to Wembley to watch Villa Derby, that playoff final, and the best Derby had were 10 minutes where they just took off everyone midfield, and it was just attackers, and it was just pure chaos, and that was Lampard ball to a T. It's been a weird season for Coventry, 0-0 against Hull, 1-0 against Luton in the Cup, and then a 5-3 out of nowhere for Derby. But then on the flip side, Derby expected to go well. Look, it's only 2 weeks into the Championship season, so there's still a lot of time to sort it. But I don't think the thing we'd associate or expect from them is to concede 8 goals in those first 2 weeks. That is significant, and early doors, that's a worry, because 2 games in, you're looking at obviously the average per game, and it won't carry on like that. But if they are to do anything this season, it's got to be far more organised than that to allow that many goals.
Yeah, I've got the exact same down, and I've got a suspicion this is why Joe's shirked us this morning, because Derby are his dark horses for the season, and they've started terribly. And I did an ever so slight bit of digging, but I've got the exact same thing down as you. It's so unlike a Eustace team. I look back to when he took charge last season. His first game was a 4-0 defeat to QPR, I believe, and that's the only time prior to the season that they conceded more than 2 goals, so 3 goals or more, and they've conceded 3+ in both of their league games so far this season. And based on the stats, ignoring XG, of course, because we heard it, but Stoke scored twice deep into injury time to turn it around, but they had 4 big chances in that game. Don't worry about the definition of big chances. And I was looking at Coventry, they had 10 shots on target and they scored half of them. But again, Derby only had 4 shots on target on Saturday and they scored 3. So the most worrying thing, obviously conceding 8 is bad, losing your opening 2 games is bad, but it feels, based on the statistics, the extended highlights, very much deserved to concede the amount that they have, although those numbers will be skewed by the fact that they was leading both games, so take it with a pinch of salt. But to concede 3 goals in 7 minutes, that screams chaos, it screams a lack of control, and it is a slight cause for concern for Eustace's Derby. Of course, Eustace, the manager, notoriously good at grinding out results, setting a real solid base up and picking up points that way. So long term, I haven't got major concerns. He's such a good coach, isn't he? But yeah, it's definitely worth taking note of Derby's start to the campaign.
Derby in action Friday night. They take on Bristol City, and then Coventry Saturday. I think they've got QPR at home in that one. I think you don't want to do it, but we've got to talk about your beloved Blades, Sheffield United. One shot on target, I believe, across 2 games to open their season. Defeated Swansea after the hammering by Bristol City on opening weekend. You did a piece before the season on sportlife.com, which is still up if you want to go back and read it, where you said the Blades were 100-1 for relegation. You don't think it'll happen, but it's more tongue-in-cheek, a bit, but you're more inclined to look at that than their title odds. And in the early parts of the season, it's looking correct. What the hell has gone wrong at Sheffield United?
I know, it's unsettling how right I was. I had a tenner on the relegation. I wish I would have put some points behind it on site, but I just wanted to make the point before a ball was kicked that United are actually in a real pickle. We've done a complete U-turn in terms of recruitment, and managers sort of lurched from one extreme to the other in the dugout, and it's left us massively out of depth in terms of just squad availability. And then that alongside with the what Sellers brings in terms of on the pitch, I feel like I can't give you any insight based on what I've seen of United so far as what he's trying to do, and I think that's reflected in the in the shots on target figures. And if you watch the games, just in the confused manner the players are sort of carrying themselves. There's only Hamer and perhaps Cooper who's come out with any credibility from the first 2 games, but what's particularly worth noticing, that more based on the cup game against Birmingham in the midweek, is the frustration of Jack Robinson in defence and Gustavo Hamer in the middle of the park. These are 2 players that they're not passion merchants, they just really do care, and they're visibly frustrated. Hamer went nuts after he scored that worldie against Birmingham. He was devastated at full time at the weekend. And unsurprising, those 2 players, Hamer, best player in the league last season, that's a fact. He got the award. Them 2 could it's looking very possible that them 2 are off. Hamer's had interest from the Premier League all summer, interest from some of Europe's elite second fiddle divisions. Robinson's attracting interest from Wrexham. Those 2 could be going. Tyrese Campbell has got interest from Everton, which he's flattered by. He's happy to hear that. Allegedly happy to sound out any interest from David Moyes' Toffees. So there's a strong possibility those 3 players go. And with how light we're looking in terms of the squad, we had 8 players on loan last season. They've all gone. We've signed 2 Bulgarian First Division players, a couple of loanees, Barry and Tyler Binden, and no real championship experience. It's a big. How long's left of the transfer window? A couple of weeks, less than 2 weeks.
Yeah. Let me look at the calendar first. It is. That's when does it shut?
I don't know.
It's usually under a month, isn't it? But basically, it's running out of time regardless.
Yeah, we need a huge couple of weeks, and perhaps even more telling is Sellers is angry. He came out post-match and complained about the lack of Blades activity in terms of incomings in the transfer window. He needs some players. He's made that point. And if United lose a couple more, we need to make some serious moves in the transfer window if we're gonna improve. Currently the worst side in Sheffield, which is a damning indictment of the start Sheffield United's made, because everyone's all too familiar with the issues at Sheffield Wednesday. So in terms of transfers, we've the reports are we're interested in Bobby Thomas. There's a couple of other centre backs that we're reportedly in the market for, but again I think there's
Because I make more money for the tourists here, but we don't give a much if you're here next year. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care if you come down here, because I make more money for the tourists here, and I don't care if you come down here.
Go on, Len. Go on, Len. That's a brilliant video, isn't it?
Fucking unreal, mate. I was probably nodding along to it as well.
So was I. Ryan, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm very well, mate. Very well. Considering what happened on Saturday, I'm sort of over it now. It wasn't a great start to the season, was it? But you know what? even though it's shit at West Ham at the moment, I've still
Yep.
got a little smile on my face because, it's you got to find positives in life. There's more to life than West Ham.
You've got a long weekend coming up. There's a long weekend coming up.
Yeah,
Bank
I'm
holiday.
off Friday. As I was saying to you off air, I'm off work Friday, so a nice long weekend, bank holiday weekend. Busy one, but looking forward to it. How you been, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad. Been living in the West Ham bubble for the past week, which ain't been great. But I've been busy at work, which otherwise wouldn't be that nice. But it's actually been all right this year, this week. So I've sort of been I've had a distraction, which I've needed. Because we're going to get into it, but I just feel like I just feel like we're being bantered now, like they're taking the piss out of us a little bit, especially with some of the stuff that's broken today and yesterday as well. You just can't take it seriously anymore. But look, anyway, thank you everyone in the chat who's joined us. Good to see you all. As always, if you are new to this channel, please subscribe and don't forget, drop a like on the video. Now, look, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, I believe you'll see a QR code. That's a QR code for the petition. Now, we have got some good news. That's it up there. We have got some good news because we were stuck on 6,000 for ages, right? But thanks to good old Graham Potter, since it's all gone bandy, which I did kind of predict was going to happen, and it will get worse with Friday as well. Have a look at that. Gone up to 7,000. We've jumped basically 1,000 since that game. Also, other people have been pushing it as well. They have. Like I saw Dan pushed it on one of his videos. I think Gio gave it a shout out as well. It's been getting more traction. So I don't think it'll be long before we're at 10,000. And then once you're in double figures, mate, it looks a bit better, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely, mate. Definitely. It's as you said, obviously the results especially what happened on Saturday and what's been going on in the West Ham world the last few days.
Those numbers are only going to go one way.
It's a perfect opportunity now for people to sign it and get behind it. And because it is, I mean, look, I've watched so much West Ham content over the last few days. You probably would have seen the video on our channel with Dan and Nicky.
Yeah.
With me sitting there just taking it all in.
Trying not to laugh.
You know what I mean? Just taking it all in, trying not to laugh, letting them crack on with it, as they were saying. But look, it's what happens, you know. It's good to see. And I mean, I watched your show on Sunday night.
Yeah.
It's sad times at the moment, but it's been happening for a long time, and people now are really starting to get frustrated. People that used to sit on the fence, you know, are getting frustrated, and a lot more people now are realizing what is going on at that football club. And
you saw John's live yesterday, didn't you, as well? And he don't normally lose it.
Yeah. No, mate. It's it's one of them things, mate. It's like, look, if we would have won it on Saturday, we probably wouldn't have seen the reaction that we did. But it was a bad performance when I know we haven't had a real chat about the game, but it was a bad performance.
There's no positives to take from it, I don't think.
I mean, even the starting lineup, mate. You know, we said it last week. You know, you get excited and then you see a starting lineup and it can put you in a mood. And as soon as I see that midfield, straight away I was thinking to myself, yeah, we're going to struggle here today. And the first 20 minutes, I didn't think we were that bad. But I think what Sunderland did was they stood off a bit. Yeah, they stood off us and worked out what we was doing.
I just said, give us a ball and went, go on in. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, it was a bad performance, man. I mean, you got three centre backs that can't header a ball. I mean, their first goal, I mean, how Aguerd was beaten for that, I never know. And then, yeah, it was just all round bad day at the office. And then obviously there's rumours of what happened after. I don't know how true it is, but it wouldn't surprise me. But what I said the other day, if that is true,
wouldn't you expect that though? After that,
I love that because it shows that there are people that care in that dressing room.
Yeah.
Because if I was a player in that dressing room and I see some of them players walking off that pitch and I know they haven't given 100%, I'll be fucking fuming as well. I'll be frustrated.
Because look, he got it all wrong. Potter got everything wrong. The lineup, tactically, it was wrong, but also his in-game management. I mean, we lost all our shape when he started throwing on them subs. I don't know what he did. But, I mean, that third goal was a perfect example where that bloke just ran through and there was just fucking no one there. But the players definitely just fucking switched off as well, which, do you know what? it's not acceptable, really. It's not, even if the manager's shit and you don't like what he's done, you've still got to go out there and do your fucking job, haven't you?
Of course, mate. I mean, I was reading some a stat earlier about Potter. I mean, he's only won.
Hello and welcome to Talk a Good Game. It's match preview of West Ham United against Chelsea. Gonzo, may we kick it off with your thoughts on Chelsea, please?
Yeah, well, they're obviously the champions of the universe now, so they've done really, really well to do that. That is a tournament that was better than I thought it would be, by the way. Fair play to them, actually. I think they've ridden the storm with the manager, who was, I think, at points underwhelming last season, particularly, I think, as far as the Chelsea fan base were concerned. There were certain criticisms that maybe they'd not done the smartest thing by flogging Gallagher, but I understand, through the academy, 100% profit, etc., etc. He'd gone to Spain and performed really, really well. Maresca was maybe seen as a little bit boring, not against us. Obviously, they pulled our pants down, but maybe a little bit pragmatic. And even, I think, certainly getting into the last quarter of the season, they weren't even certain that they were going to qualify. Even for Europe, I think at one point it was sort of hanging in the balance. And then I very much remember him coming out in the press and justifying himself. But they got over the line. They finished relatively strongly. And I think by the end of it, nobody was too concerned. But I think the calls for him to be sacked, which obviously Chelsea do a lot of sacking of managers. I say sitting here as a West Ham fan, but let's see how this rolls out in the next month. But I do also, I think it quietened down a little bit. And I think the World Club Cup Championship, whatever it's called, has done them the world of good and has done Maresca the world of good. And I think there's probably a little spring in their step now, actually. And I think they're buying players and no Abramovich, no problem by the looks of it, as far as Chelsea are concerned.
Yeah, I think it was a season of moulding, really, under Maresca last season, trying to work out which players he wants, which players he doesn't want. And he was quite ruthless 12 months ago. Like Ben Chilwell and Raheem Sterling, he rocked up and said, I don't want him, get them gone. Like, I'm not going to use them, get them out of the club. And I think that's what they needed a little bit to cut down the numbers. And the squad was still a little bit on the bigger side. But throughout the season, there were some performances I was really impressed by. There were some performances that were a little bit lacking. But as you said, to finish the season really strongly, got into Champions League places, won the Conference League very comfortably, as you would expect them to, but they still had to do it, and they did it. And then the Club World Cup, and I agree with you, I thought it was better than I thought, and I appreciate a lot of fans didn't like it. I completely understand why people, there's some listening, I'd imagine a lot of people listening to this actually didn't even watch a game of the Club World Cup. I completely get it. Fan fatigue is a thing. You can have too much football, you can get tired of it. And if you're not a Chelsea fan, I completely understand why you wouldn't care about this tournament or you didn't tune in, but it doesn't mean that Chelsea fans didn't care about it. But what it certainly doesn't mean is that the teams involved didn't care, because no one will convince me they didn't. When you look at that tournament, you're seeing the teams that Manchester City and Bayern Munich are putting out, the heavyweights were there. They were taking it serious, and Chelsea came up against PSG in the final and just won very comfortably. That performance changed my opinion on Chelsea a lot, actually, because I thought, wow, this wasn't just a smash and grab. Maresca outdone Enrique. The players were fantastic on the night, and Chelsea ran out really deserved winners, actually. It was one of the best performances I've seen from a team in the previous 12 months, that Chelsea win against PSG at the Club World Cup. Huge win for them, a lot of money. They've been busy in the transfer window, as you'd expect as well. I think it's a club that's looking up rather than down, and looking forward rather than over their shoulders, which hasn't always been like that at Chelsea in recent seasons, but it feels like there's maybe a little bit of stability there at the moment. In terms of this season, though, Gonzo, do you see them as title contenders?
No, I think they'll finish third, but I do think that's progress for them. I still think there's a little bit of work to be done, but I do think their recruitment's really impressive. As you know, Xavi Simons is a player. I just love watching those type of players play football, and the sort of player that gets me switching on the telly. Put it that way. I just love all that low centre of gravity and just comfortable on the ball, and just the way they travel. They glide. Those players glide. If they get him, I think they've got so many good players. You wouldn't think an additional one would make a difference, but I think, it all helps. And I think they'll comfortably get Champions League again. I just got a feeling it'd be Man City, Liverpool, and then Chelsea for this season.
They win a trophy though. Can you see them picking up?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. They can win anything. They're that good, and you'd be silly to dismiss them. They've just, as I say, they've just become world champions. They won the Conference League, which is the toughest of all trophies to win, as we know. And why not? Why not? There's no reason they can't win an FA Cup or whatever. Win another European trophy. They could honestly win anything. I think aside from the Premier League, just think, the 38 games, that's a little bit tougher, funnily enough, to win maybe. So but that definitely would not surprise me if they win trophies this season.
I'm inclined to completely agree with everything you just said. Actually, I think it wouldn't surprise me if come May, I went into a coma and woke up in May and you said, "Oh, Chelsea won the FA Cup." I'm like, all right, yeah, won the Champions League. Wow, okay, that's impressive, but fair enough, yeah.
Yep.
The reason I'm going to say no to the Premier League title is because I think the Club World Cup is going to impact them eventually at some point. I think they've just played football non-stop. They obviously had a break post Club World Cup, but it wasn't that long. Came back, they had the one friendly before playing Crystal Palace last week. It's not ideal preparation. I do just worry that maybe there's just a lot of minutes in some of those players over the last 12 months or so. I think it might be okay for now. But even like the international break coming up in September, it's okay for teams like us where we'll lose a few players, but that's it. But actually, Chelsea lose pretty much the entire squad. They're off and they don't even get a rest at that period. And I just wonder, maybe come December where the fixtures are a little bit congested, you're playing a lot of football. Obviously, they've got Champions League football as well. I do wonder maybe that's where it's going to hit them a little bit. And I appreciate that they've got a big squad and there will be players they can rotate. But when you're playing Premier League and your ambitions is to win the title and you're playing Champions League and your ambitions are to win the Champions League, there's not that much rotation you can do. Sure, but the Carabao Cup rolls around, you might decide, all right, I'm gonna start rotating players here. I don't think they will rotate Cole Palmer and Caicedo. How much are they going to really be rested? Probably not that much, in all honesty. So I think it'll just hit them somewhere. Speaking... by the way, I agree with if they get Xavi Simons, I think it'll be good for Palmer. I still prefer Palmer on the right. I think he's a better player. I understand why he's in the middle, but I think you get Simons in there and move Palmer back to his original position. What are you laughing at?
It doesn't matter. So, but people will pick up on it. It doesn't matter. Go on, carry on.
What? No, say it.
Siemens. It's fine. Look, I shouldn't be laughing at such things. I'm 51 years of age. When
you
hear your girlfriend say men never grow up, there it is. There's your proof. Carry on. Sorry.
Anyway, speaking of Cole Palmer, not Seaman.
Good job too. That would take an interesting turn. This preview.
To be fair, if we win, we might have to discuss it a little bit more.
I'm very, very excited. Are you feeling fruity? You'll say, well, it's gone beyond that. I'll say, Gio.
I'm easily aroused.
Definitely.
In regards to Cole Palmer, though, I mean, this is going to sound like a crap stat now after the last minute, but he hasn't scored a goal in the Premier League from open play since January.
Sorry, West Ham or Cole Palmer?
Both. But you know what's going to happen on Friday night. Cole Palmer, 7 months since he scored in open play for Chelsea, the Premier League. Right, last question on Chelsea is the one you're expecting, Gonzo. Players you admire, please.
All of them, pretty much. I think.
What, you admire Raheem Sterling?
No, all right, fair enough. Not all of them. João Pedro is I think, is a really shrewd signing, and I think that's really good. I thought against Palace, Esteval, I think that's his name is. I don't know, bloody hell he was. He looked pretty decent when he. I was going to say came on the pitch, but we should just leave all that stuff alone. Quite frankly, I like the signing of Gittins. Reece James, really good player, but he's got to keep. He's captain now, so he probably is going to keep. What's his name? Gusto. Is that his name? Yeah. I think that probably. So that's an interesting one. So many though. Caicedo, you mentioned it. Honestly, I could just reel off name after name after name. Loads and loads of really good players.
Caicedo, I think, is one of the best players in the Premier League. That PFA team of the season for last season came out last night. How he wasn't in it is just ridiculous, to be honest with you. Enzo Fernandez is a player I'm a big fan of. I don't know if we see the best of him enough in a Chelsea shirt, to be honest with you. Some games you'll see him and he'll sort of be at his best and he'll be one of the best players on the pitch easily. And the next game you watch, and he just doesn't feel like he's quite impacting it as much as he should be. I agree with you in terms of their acquisitions this summer. I think they're absolutely brilliant. You know, to have a front three as your options of Delap, Pedro and Jackson, it's not too shabby, is it? When you've got that, your third worst striker in Maresca's eyes is Nicholas Jackson. They're doing all right. He's got plenty of players to play for, but I agree, they've got quality. I'm still a little bit suspect over Robert Sanchez as goalkeeper, but I will admit and appreciate he had a fantastic tournament in America. I thought he's man of match against PSG, but I'm still a little bit unsure of him as the long-term number one at Stamford Bridge. But apart from that, a lot of talent in a lot of positions. Right then, shall we talk about our team?
Fortunately so, yes.
Would you like some team news?
Yes, please.
Well, as expected, there's no Somerville. He's still on track to be back after the international break, but he's not available for this one. George Earthy's now back running in training, but this game comes too soon for him. And we discovered that Luis Guilherme has actually broken his collarbone, so he's out for this fixture as well. But one player who is back, if we want him in our teams, is Callum Marshall. He served his suspension against Sunderland after getting sent off for Huddersfield at the end of last season, but he is available for selection if, I say, Graham Potter wishes. For the next 5-10 minutes is what we wish, not what Potter wishes. Right then, into the team. As I said, this is what we want to see. Well, I'm going to let you go first because I'm going to change up a little bit.
So am I.
Well,
so am I.
I think you're maybe going to say what I'm going to say, which is last week I think we were quite kind when we did this 11-1 this season. We said, well, we'll do it within Graham Potter's parameters. Well, scrap that. I don't want to do it in Graham Potter's parameters because I think they're wrong. I think his formation's wrong. I think his strategy is wrong. And I think that's the first thing that needs to be changed for Friday night, actually. And I think if he continues with his 3-5-2, I think we're in big trouble before the ball's even being kicked, personally. So I think something needs to change. And I think it needs to start. The personnel need to be changed as well. But I think, to steal one of Gonza's phrases, if we were to just change the personnel only, it's like rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. Well, none of that. We're getting a new boat here. What formation would you like to see?
No new chairs. No, the chairs are the same. We're getting a new boat. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
We well, you know, at the risk of agreeing with each other throughout the entirety of the video. Yeah, absolutely. I changed the shape, so I'll be going to 4 at the back for this one, and probably for all other ones, but for now certainly I'm going to keep Hermansson in goal. I think the damage it would possibly cause him by getting him in for one game and saying, "Oh no, you're crap, get out," I don't think it'd be the best thing in the world to do. So I'm going to put him in there. I don't think he's as bad as we saw, which is, you know, sort of contradiction in terms. Really, you're thinking, "Hold on, mate, I saw it. He is that bad." Yeah, we need to give him a chance to settle, I think. On the back four, my back four, I'm going to play Wan-Bissaka at right back. I'm going to play this. I've mulled over this for, well, I was going to say for a long time, probably for about 60 seconds, actually. I'm thinking I'm going to play Todibo, and I'm going to play Mavropanos next to him, which I know is no left footer in there. But anyway, that's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to play Carl Walker-Peters at left back, although I wouldn't be unhappy if we went the other way round, if you know what I mean. If you could swap those two fullbacks round. But that's my back four.
Well, we've got a match.
Oh!
Actually. Yeah, we've got a match. I agree with Hermansson. It's a big call for Potter here, and this is a bad situation he's found himself in. So he started Hermansson over Areola for Sunderland, which I understand, and it's what I wanted to see.
Yep.
But in doing so, you've sort of possibly pissed off Areola in the process. So now, if he wants to go say, "Oh, Alphonse, you're going back in goal," he might find himself that he's got a bit of a keeper with a bit of a problem, and also a dent in confidence as well. So actually, I think both keepers possibly got a dent to their confidence last weekend. Areola because he's hoofed out the team, and Hermansson because he's wrists turned into Weetabix when Isidore took a shot. So he's got a bit of an issue here. Which goalkeeper do you pick? For me, it's Hermansen. I think sometimes you've got to play yourself through bad form sometimes, and not always. You can take out and put in and so on and so forth. But I think goalkeepers is the one position where I think you maybe get off it a little bit. If you make a mistake, I think you get the next game and maybe the one after that as well to redeem yourself. It's not quite as cutthroat as pretty much every outfield position is a little bit more ruthless. So if you make a big mistake or have a bad game, you're out for the next one, depending on who you are. Obviously, if Bowen has a bad game, it doesn't matter. But say the centre-backs, for example, have a bad game, right, you're out for the next one. I appreciate people be screaming Kilman and Ward-Prowse at me. I'm in agreement. It shouldn't be like that, but perhaps that's what we've got at the moment. But I agree with Gonzo's back four. Wan-Bissaka, Todibo, Mav Panos and Kyle Walker-Peters. I'm okay if you put Wan-Bissaka over there. The only reason I'd start with him at right back is because he was one of our best players last season in that position. And also he's got a good understanding with Jared Bowen already. We've got an established relationship with those two. Walker-Peters and Bowen doesn't have that yet, so I'd stick with what we know. Moving into the midfield three.
Yeah.
Middle of the pitch, what you got?
Alvarez. I'm not doing it to be, sensationalistic. Alvarez and Potts.
Bold to play a Fenerbahce player in midfield.
That's true. He hasn't signed yet, has he?
No, he's in training today. He is training with the first team today.
You had me worried, Dave. I would do. I would do. I think he's the best man for that job that we've got. I think Potts next to him, and I'd play Paqueta as your number 10 or whatever. Maybe I'm going with a double pivot there, Gio. Depends if you want Paqueta to do any pivoting. Might be a triple pivot. But yeah, that's my midfield three.
I've gone Potts, Souček and Paqueta. A bit harsh on Rodriguez. He doesn't deserve to be dropped. He was, we both gave him a good mark last week. And for those that aren't patrons, the patrons every week fill in give us a player rating for everyone involved. And Rodriguez was the Hammers Chat patrons man of the match, going by the average rating. Everyone, there was over 100 people that got involved, so there's 100 West Ham fans have submitted the numbers, and he came out as the man of the match, which I've got no complaints with. So he deserves to start on merit. Unfortunately, I don't want to see it because he will directly be up against Cole Palmer, and I think he will get absolutely annihilated by him. I think he'll just get rinsed. I think, Sunderland in the first half, he was good. Second half, there was a couple of occasions where Diarra in particular broke, and he had to huff and puff to get back, and he was done for pace, but he did recover well. I just think with Palmer, I don't think you get that opportunity to get back and recover. I think he's a bit more ruthless. I think he's better. And I think he can cause far more trouble for us than what Diarra could. So I don't want to see Rodriguez in there. Potts comes in. Speaking about dent and confidence, I'm a bit worried about what maybe last Saturday's done to him. I hope he does come across as quite confident and quite assured in himself, which is good. Souček, I want to see goal threat in there. I want to see someone that can get us goals, and Souček's one of those players. And Paqueta, and what I want to add is lucky to be in our starting 11s. He was stinky at the Stadium of Light, and he's in there because there's not much other options, and it's almost like, I know you can do it. Can you please bloody turn up? That leaves Bowen on the right, and who would you like on the left?
Magic Diouf. Yeah. Take that defensive responsibility away from him. I actually think, Gio, it's not change for change's sake. I don't think we're particularly creative through the middle anyway, and I think you've just sort of tapped into one of the reasons why you have to play Paqueta, because he really is our only cutting-edge creative passer, and even he hasn't, got an assist in, I don't know, in the last however long it might be.
43 games, I think, in the league.
There you go. But I do think double trouble down each flank of Walker-Peters and Diouf down one, and then obviously Wan-Bissaka and Bowen down the other. I think it gives them something to think about. And here's, I've been saying this for years, give the opposition coach, when the team sheet goes in, something to think about. Because if he just goes and puts the 3-5-2 or whatever we've been playing, Potter, and it gives Maresca, nothing to think about at all. So, okay, well, this is predictable, and we can deal with this quite comfortably. This is comfortable stuff. We know what they're going to do. We know how they're going to play. If he gets this 4-3-3 or whatever you want to call it that we're talking about here, I'm presuming you've got Jiff there as well, and I think we have.
I do, yes.
Yeah, then I think he's going to think, right, hold on a second. How's that going to play out? I think he might even look, hold on, who's left back and who's in front? In fact, who's left back and who's right back?
Or they're playing Wan-Bissaka in the back three and Walker-Peters right wing back.
Brilliant. I didn't even thought of that. Brilliant. Yeah. Adjusting it creates uncertainty, which means when he's talking to Gittins or Palmer or whoever it may be, right, okay, I'm not exactly sure who you're going to have to press at this point, or who the man marker is, who you're going to follow, any of this stuff. It just creates uncertainty. And I think it's a really important thing to do. Unless you've got a really balanced team and a settled team that's winning all the time, that's fine. You don't have to make changes then. But when you're shit like us, make some changes. Do something different. Keep the opposition guessing. Magic Jiff, Fulkrug up front, obviously Bowen on the right.
Yeah, I completely agree with that front three as well. It's very sad, an element of just being direct and put Bowen in his best position, please. Just get Bowen on the right, up against Cucurella, who will venture forward quite often. He's like an auxiliary number 8 for Chelsea at times. Reece James cuts in field as well a lot, so there is space out wide where Chelsea's fullback should be because of the way Maresca plays. Now, the problem is when they've got the ball, Chelsea, they overload the middle of the pitch and it's very hard to defend against. But when you can win it and you can break on the transition quickly, the space is out wide, really. So it'll be a bit frustrating if our widest players are actually playing fullback in defensive positions and they're next to Gittins and Neto or whoever Chelsea select. I think they might pick Estevao this game because I don't think Gittins was that great against Crystal Palace. But regardless, it just gives us an out as well. Fast attacks go. And I can imagine a scenario where Juve is loading up cross on that left-hand side, but has support from Walker-Peters. Too often, I thought he was on his own against Sunderland. We got the ball to him, and we struggled to get the ball to him. But when we did, he's up against 2 players at times, and he's not going to be able to create anything from that. So give him a bit of backup with Walker-Peters, who can underlap and overlap. He's a very experienced fullback in the Premier League. And just keep loading that left-hand side. And in the middle, you've got Fulkrug, Bowen, and for myself, not you, but for me, I've got Thomas Souček in the box as well, and I'm okay with that. Just get the crosses in and try and get something against this Chelsea team. Right then, before we discuss the importance of the game, and if we're feeling optimistic, just one point in direction of... Nope, not Boyle Sports, not Surfshark, not even our Patreon, where we have our prediction competition. You fancy winning a signed Julian Dix shirt? Not even that. Our online store. Now, we've been waiting on certain mugs to arrive because we're giving them to patrons, but they've arrived now. So now we know when the online store is coming offline. And it is on Transfer Deadline Day. Transfer Deadline Day. So Monday, the 1st of September, will be the final day you can purchase something from HammerschatStore.com. We've got a closing down sale on there at the minute. Go have a look. A lot of the stuff that is on sale has sold, which is brilliant. But there's still a couple of Christmas jumpers I'm looking forward to get rid of. But also, got these sexy pants. Gonzo said at the start of the video, Chelsea pulled our pants down last time. If they looked like these, you wouldn't really mind them being exposed, to be honest with you. These are our pants. We collaborated with Oddballs, one of the best makers of boxers in the UK, for our Bubbles version. They're £13 a pair. So go to HammerschatStore.com, get yourself some pants, and hopefully, when you wear them, maybe you pick and choose what games to wear them on. They could be your lucky pants. Wear them.
I would show you, but I'm not wearing pants at the moment.
Brilliant. Anyway, right. Match day 2 in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Shouldn't feel important.
No.
But sort of does.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's on. And you're right, it shouldn't feel important, and it shouldn't be that the pressure is on. But unfortunately, we're in a situation where this was always going to happen, where even the well-meaning who said you've got to give Potter time, you've got to give him the start of next season, even that puts pressure on him for this season. And I've numerous people, not just West Ham fans, I remember Simon Jordan doing it on TalkSport, saying you've got to give Potter next season. But he already has, I was going to say his credit in the bank's got debt. It's not credit. He's built up debt. whatever it is, 5 wins in 20 games. It's not
West Ham then.
It's true.
Sullivan knows we can go for a day loan if you want to sort that out.
That's made in heaven, really, aren't they?
Next week, Potter has overdraft facility with Barclays Bank.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he's in trouble. He needs to. I think his formation is. I just think the Premier League's moved on. Despite Karen Brady saying he's a forward manager, he's playing a formation from 1990. But anyway, there is pressure on him. I don't think he's been helped by the board, just to give it the quick caveat, because I don't feel he's been supported. There's no way anybody will convince me that they are his midfielders that he's got. And I don't think anybody would make that case. But I also don't think he's saying to the board, oh, do you know what? I'm happy with this lot. I know people say, oh, he's a yes man. I don't think he is. I think he's probably saying, can I have some midfielders, please? Right. And so I would lay the blame for that at their door, not his. That being said, I don't think he's been doing particularly well at being pragmatic with the players that he has got. So I think he doesn't have the players that he wants, but he's still going to try and play his style of football. And I've seen numerous managers over the years who might say, well, actually, these aren't quite the type of players I want, but I'm going to be a little bit more pragmatic with it. Funny enough, we talk one manager I'd like us to go for should the worst, or as some would say, inevitable happen. I'd like us to go for Marco Silva. He is someone that's done that in reverse. He is someone that has sort of added pragmatism. He's sort of tried to do something. Actually, do you know what? I'm still going to play my style, but I'm going to try and add a little bit more pace. Football's changed. I'm going to try and be a little bit more dirty as well. And I think that for that reason, pressure's on. I also think he's not helped by the composition of the squad. I think we lack players with the mentality to battle sometimes. I really enjoy looking at the videos of them joking around and the quizzes and that. And I think that's really, really great. But I think there comes a point where you cross that line and you're not playing FIFA with your mate anymore. And actually you've got to turn into a bit grisly. I think you've got to be attritional. I think you've got to go and battle. And I don't feel, ironically, the one player, I know perhaps he does it too much, that does go into battle is Edson Alvarez. And I do worry that we don't have enough of that. I don't see a lot of leaders in the team. And I know people will chuck Fulkrug back at me. Yes, and that would be true. But I think even people like Soufal and Cresswell are probably losses in terms of cajoling the squad. So I think this is a problem for us. I think there's a lot. Yes, sorry, I went off on a tangent there. It is a really, really important game for West Ham and for Graham Potter.
Yeah, no need to apologise for going off on a tangent. It's our preview. You can talk about what you like. I think it's important for everyone. I think it's important for the players. Happy camp. Well, it's not going to be a happy camp when we lose on Friday, that's for sure. It's important for Graham Potter. We'll talk about it in a second. There's obvious reasons, but I've just got a point I want to make. And then I think it's important for David Sullivan, really, that we don't lose on Friday night. I think if we get a draw, it kicks the can down the road. We win, brings in a bit of good feeling for now, but still we need to get players in. But if we lose, I was going to say that'll be a horrible stadium. I think bits of the stadium will be horrible. I think bits of the stadium will be delighted. All those Chelsea fans scattered around the London Stadium in the home end, they'll be absolutely buzzing with what they've just witnessed. But it's an important game for us as a football club as a whole. And it's not because we lose, we get relegated. It's not that. We lose, it's a sign of things to come. It's a result of what's happened so far this summer, which is not enough. And what I feel sad about, actually, is that this is a type of game West Ham would usually win. Do you know when we were crap, we'd still be capable of winning a game like this, right? We'd finish 16, but actually, along the way, we'd beat Arsenal and stop them winning the league. We'd beat Tottenham, ruin their title chances. Do you know what I mean? We'd always upset a couple of the big boys. So we were crap. And we'd be crap for 36 games of a season. But for 2 games, actually, we turned up against one of the big boys and we beat them. You know, West Ham used to be a team that the big boys didn't want to face. But actually, I think that's not the case anymore with the London Stadium. And also, I don't have that sense of... And it's not just the London Stadium, by the way, because under David Moyes at home, I used to feel capable that we'd beat not Man City, but the rest of them. We'd go to play Arsenal or Tottenham or Chelsea. I think we've got a chance here. We might do this. And that was at the London Stadium. So it's not just the ground thing. But actually, looking ahead to Friday night, I don't have that about me. I'm missing it. I'm missing that bit of, we're going to upset Chelsea. We're going to get on a bloody nose kind of thing. We might beat crap, but I'll tell you what, we're not going to get bullied. We're going to turn up. We're going to give them a game. We're going to beat them. And then next week, we're going to go to the Molineux in the Carabao Cup, rotate the team, get slapped 3-0. Then we're going to go to the City Ground against Nottingham Forest at the weekend and get beat 2-0. That's West Ham for you. But it doesn't even feel like that at the minute. It just feels like we're going to get beat on Friday, beat on Tuesday, beat on Sunday again. So even that little bit of will still upset a couple of you along the way. Even that's missing from me at the minute. And I feel quite sad about that, actually, because I used to really look forward to these games, but I don't really have that excitement. I think it's important for Potter for obvious reasons, but also the one thing I will say, and I'm going off on a bit of a tangent here now, Graham Potter's a data man. Graham Potter likes his numbers, his statistics. He's referred to it on a couple of occasions and stuff as well. And when he was at Brighton and things weren't going well, so when they went 3 months without scoring a goal at home, then they went 3 months without a home win, 2 different periods, by the way, not the same period. Even though that stat in particular wasn't great, either of them, the underlying data suggested he was doing all right. They were XG champions. Oh, you haven't scored yet, but look, we're creating loads of chances. Just that numpty up front ain't scoring, whether it be Neil Maupay or Glenn Murray, whoever it is up front. He's on a goal drought. We're creating plenty of chances. The numbers say we should have scored 6 goals. We've actually scored none. It's just unlucky. Well, actually, that's not really existing at West Ham at the minute. The graphic flashed up last season that we were, 2 shots on target per game, right? The underlying numbers at the minute ain't making Potter look too good. And I think there might be a bit of an embarrassment on his part that when something he relies on or he values so greatly, which is the numbers behind the game, even they're not suggesting you're doing a good job. But I think that's where he might find himself getting a little bit embarrassed, because at Brighton, he had that card to pull out and say, yeah, but look at the numbers. Well, actually now it's like Uno reverse against him, which is, well, actually, Graham, look at the numbers. XG's crap as well as everything else. So he needs a good performance. I think he needs a win. I think a good performance and a draw will be enough, I think. But it's got to be one of the two.
Yeah.
Win and performance doesn't really matter. Or play well, get a draw and give us a little bit of hope so we can come away going, actually, I quite enjoyed that. I quite enjoyed this. I can see what you're trying to do. And I want to feel after the game that if Potter had new midfielders, we would have won that. And I'm okay with that feeling.
For sure.
But at present, I don't feel like that. Gonzo, are you feeling optimistic?
No, not at all. And it's funny, actually, because I never look at XG and all the rest of it. I just don't look at it. But I did yesterday against Sunderland. I say I looked at it, I've forgotten what it is. But it was like 0.46 or 0.52. It was basically, as I understood it, like half a goal. Right.
But Sunderland's was like 0.63, which suggests it shouldn't have even scored one.
Okay, fair enough.
But when you think about it, right, that third goal, the XG would have been minimal because the keeper's expected to collect that very easily. The first header, it's a very difficult chance. It just bobbles in for some reason.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Just shows about stats, doesn't it? Anyway, there you go. Sorry, what was your
Are you optimistic?
No, I'm not optimistic at all. How can you be? I just can't. I can't find anything. We really needed to get the midfielders over the line before this game. I think it is borderline negligence to go into the season with a midfield as dysfunctional as ours is. Should never have been allowed. I think it may have been the worst thing that's happened this summer, is that they've had so long to work at it, so long. And I am continually. It's not a new thing for West Ham. How we seem, and it doesn't matter who the manager is. Which point of what the problem is, we seem happy to not factor in games, lose points like this one. It's almost like, well, we'll get the deals done, but that's all right. We'll lose 6 points. That's fine, but it's not fine at all. I think it's actually, and you look at the bigger picture. I think it's the sort of stuff. Even going back to like when we brought Jesse Lingard in and didn't bring a striker and stuff like that, I think it's the sort of stuff sometimes, even when we've been doing well, that has been the difference between Europos League or Champions League.
Yeah.
It's stuff like we're really bad at this stuff. We'll get it done now. Get it done at the start of January, and you may well find. I always, honestly, always astounded that think, well, we'll do it in a couple of days' time. Whatever, it could be 9 points. I know Wolves is a cup game, of course, but this is what we're dealing with here. But so no, I'm not confident at all.
Yeah, it's hard to be optimistic, and like I said, it's a shame because usually I've got a bit of fire in me for games like this, and maybe because we're recording this early afternoon on Wednesday, maybe that's having an impact because it's all about the transfer window currently. Transfer window. Maybe come Friday, I'll think, right, come on then, boys, let's get stuck into this lot and give them a game and get something off them. Maybe once it comes to match day, and I think transfer window at the minute is just occupying everyone, especially currently right now. There's all these rumours around midfielders and bids going in, lots of rumours suggesting that the bids have been accepted, and Andre Santos of Chelsea, apparently we've been told, don't even bother coming back kind of thing. Right, okay, brilliant. Just what I hear.
I've heard that a few times outside of football.
So it's not, the mood's not great, but also what we're trying to do to change the mood is also not great as well. So it's not even like Fernandes is away for his medical at Rush Green today. So it's like, right, okay, he's not here for Chelsea. That's not good, but he's here for the Wolves game. Brilliant. The solution's in place. The solution ain't in place. We're no closer. Wednesday now, we got pumped at the Stadium of Lightwork. Sunderland fans called it that. Brilliant. That was good. Stadium of Lightwork when they played us. So come 5 p.m. Saturday, we got beat. Full-time whistle went. It's now Wednesday. We're no closer to signing a midfielder. We're no closer at all. All we've done in between is get a couple of tame bids rejected and gone after players that we've already been told don't bother. We're going after them again. And Andre Santos, Chelsea have been cleared all summer. Unless it's big money, don't even bother. We've gone, bet you're bluffing. Here's our bid. And they've gone, go away. Unless you're bringing something stupid to the table, don't even bother. It's almost like we didn't believe one of the richest club in football when they say we don't need to sell him, go away. I bet you do, though. No, we're against a team that know how to play the PSR rules. They're a team that know how to plough millions into the football club. A team that just scooped over 90 million of prize money in the summer tournament, and we're treating them as if they've just been relegated. Oh, little Chelsea, we'll buy one of your players. Go away. What are you doing here? Anyway, optimism, no. Delusion and whatever. Yeah, why not? A bit of that at the moment. Gonzo, can I get any final words, please? And your all-important score prediction. And while you're doing your final words, I'll try and guess. I'll predict your prediction.
Yeah, look, I think we would have been scarred. I don't mean us as fans. We definitely were. But I think Potter would have been scarred and wounded by what he saw. I don't know what else he can expect, actually, because of the lack of players, because he doesn't have the players. And I think a lot of work seems to have gone in over the summer to this new dawn, if you want, this new feeling of positivity, this new camaraderie, this renaissance that's meant to have been going on around the squad. And I think you can do that. And I think you can get players going go-karting together. And I think you can do all of this stuff. But whilst you're doing that, you've got to remember that actually the first game of the season and stuff like that is incredibly important. All that stuff could just be undone. So I feel like a lot of prep was done on this sort of touchy-feely stuff. But actually the big thing that was really going to really get everyone's pecker up, as you alluded to earlier, is a win. And I feel that almost you can undo all that work. So now we've got this person who was speaking so positively just a week ago is now having to really scramble and deal with the fact that actually his tactics within the parameters of the squad that he's got are probably not fit for purpose for this game. And I just think he's put himself on the back foot. So he's going to know this and he's got to change it, and he'll have been wounded. So I suspect, do I think he's going to throw the baby out of the bathwater and change the shape entirely? No, I don't. But I think we'll sit even further back. I think he'll probably do that as well because, well, Chelsea are fast. I mean, I talk about pants. Old Neto there plays like his underpants are on fire, quite frankly. He's so fast. Gittins is no slouch either. They're a really, really tough team. And I think he might sit back. I think he might see what happened to West Ham last season as well, where the Alvarez derby. So I'm not sure we'll be totally porous, but I do think ultimately they'll win. And I think Chelsea will win 2-0.
I was going to 3-0 with a Palmer open play goal.
I wouldn't be so presumptuous or specific.
I feel a bit nervous for Friday, actually. I think it's a bit bleak around West Ham at the minute. And it's not as bad as it could get. It may feel like it is, but actually I think it could get worse. And I think Friday night and what happens between now and then, i.e. signing a midfielder or getting closer to signing a midfielder. Come Friday night, we're no closer to signing a midfielder and we get beat up by Chelsea on that pitch and the players look like they don't care because we capitulated after we conceded. Now, in the first half against Sunderland, I thought there was some good bits of play. At half-time, I was feeling good. I thought, yeah, we're going to go on and win it. We're going to go on and nick this. 1-0. Come on. Predicted 1-0. I was sitting here all cocky. Well, I think my prediction's going to come in already. First game of the season, 1-0 West Ham. Get in, move down to London Stadium, sign a couple of midfielders, and we'll beat Chelsea. Happy. I was feeling good at half-time at the Stadium of Light Work. But the second half performance was a disgrace. The way we conceded... And I think we conceded because of Potter's tactics. But the attitude of the players post-conceding was horrendous. They just gave up. There was no fight. I understand if, 35 games into the season and you're 10th in the league and you can't get European football and you can't get relegated and you concede a goal. I can understand why the players go, yeah, they've already checked out. I get it, right? But we're not there. This is match day 1. They look like it's match day 36. Yeah. I wasn't pleased and I was worried, actually. I am hoping that defeat may bring some good things. 1, action in the transfer market, and 2, a reaction from the players from Friday night. There's talk that there was a bust up in the change room and stuff. I bloody hope there was. I hope certain players in there were ripping strips off of each other, not quite grabbing by the neck and pinning them up against the wall, but it might take something like that. Potter's had a week now to work out I say that, he's had 7 months to work out who he can trust and who he can't. He needs to get this right on Friday. Unfortunately, I think he's going to keep his 3-5-2. I think we're still going to give up lots of space to opposition's fullbacks. And it was okay when we were coming against Ronaldo and Hume, but we're not coming up against them now. We're coming up against Reece James and Cucurella. And I think if you give them as much space as we've been given fullbacks in pre-season, I think they'll punish us for it. I'm going to say West Ham 1, Chelsea 3, unfortunately. Anyway, time for you guys to get involved in the comments below. Give us a team you want to see, how you see Friday going. If you fancy grabbing a bargain, go to hammerschatstore.com. Have a little look. Christmas is only 4 months away. That's scary, isn't it? It's only 4 months away until Christmas Day. So if you're buying for a West Ham fan, go have a little look. There might be something you like. Grab it, put it somewhere, and then come Christmas time, you go, good job, I took advantage of the Hammers Chat sale. Anyway, myself and Gonzo are off. We'll be live an hour and 5 minutes for a kick-off on Friday with our build-up show. Please come and join us. If you're not going to the game, do drop a like on the video by clicking thumbs up. It's going to Hammers Chat, myself and Gonzo. Catch you in a bit.
Care about how Eberechi Eze is going to be an Arsenal player and not a Tottenham Hotspur player. Eberechi Eze will be joining Arsenal in what has been a crazy last 6.5 hours since we had to try and get our head around the fact that he isn't coming to Tottenham, he's going to Arsenal. And obviously we're having Darmish on for a good half an hour, 40 minutes to understand how this move has come about and what has accelerated to end up Spurs losing this player that I know for many out there was seen as potentially going to be a very special player for this football club, to our bitter rivals Arsenal. Back alongside me is Jamie Brown over at Daily Hotspur. Jay, quiet one to begin with, Quiet show to begin with here.
Really tricky one, this one to do. I mean, look, all Spurs fans know what kind of player Eze was. There was a lot of talk about him being an incredibly exciting signing. There was obviously a real feel that he was a Tottenham player. I mean, we've seen some incredibly exciting players down the years at Spurs. We've been very fortunate. We thought that Eze was going to be the next one, but we've got to just accept that. Look, he wanted to join Arsenal. I guess that is the only blessing in disguise, the fact that look, if you don't want to come to Tottenham and you'd rather be at Arsenal, then that's so be it. But look, that doesn't stop it hurting at all. That doesn't stop that the board have severely let us down here. But yes, so it's going to be a tricky one. But look, we're obviously here to kind of come and report the news as well. Yeah, it's difficult for us to come and do this show. Obviously, spoken off air quite a bit about how difficult it's going to be. But look, we're going to do it anyway.
We are indeed. And as I say, helping us do this is one of the most, I think, iconic people you see of a transfer window in Dartmouth, Chef. And it's fair to say the conversation that we had this morning till now have rapidly changed over the last 8 to 10 hours. And like I say, Dartmouth will be with us for the first half an hour, 40 minutes to give us a breakdown of this move. And then we'll be moving into a panel show to try and decipher what comes next for Tottenham. Darms, it's lovely to have you here. I do wish you under better circumstances. We know you're one of the busiest people in the world right now, so thank you so much for making it work. And I can imagine when you woke up this morning as well, this show is very different to what we did have planned, right? Let's be honest about it.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks for having me on again, guys.
Pleasure.
Listen, it's extraordinary day. I've seen, some crazy days during the transfer window, deadline days. This is up there with. It was just so fast moving and fast developing that, less than 24 hours ago, I think Tottenham Hotspur probably had the impression that the deal had been agreed. He was going to be playing Eberechi Eze tomorrow night for Crystal Palace in that Europa Conference League playoff. And then, things changed rapidly. We were told that, because just to let you in on what was happening with another deal that I was working on, was a Yoane Wissa deal. And the people I was speaking to on that one, because this is kind of connected here with regard to Tottenham, the people I was speaking with there have been consistently telling me that he wants to go to Newcastle. And that was his preference. Now, we do know throughout this transfer window, and for obvious reasons, the link with Tottenham Hotspur. And Tottenham Hotspur were really interested in Yoane Wissa. Thomas Frank managed him, of course, at Brentford. He played some fantastic football there as well. So you could see where the link was coming from. But it's quickly emerged, as the weeks went on, that his preference was to go to Newcastle. Then what I heard today, and you guys would have been shocked about it as well, with regard to how they were trying to do this Eze deal. And it soon emerged that Tottenham Hotspur were looking to include Richarlison going to Crystal Palace, with Eze coming to Tottenham Hotspur, and then Yoane Wissa coming from Brentford to Tottenham Hotspur. Now, it's a moving part. There's so many moving parts in this, because the understanding we had on that situation was that Tottenham Hotspur wanted to bring in Eberechi Eze and Yoane Wissa. But to do both deals, I think they needed to create squad space in the forward areas. So the one that they were looking at maybe involving in the deal was Richarlison. I guess the timing of that is really bad as well, considering what happened on Saturday when he started the season on absolute flames. His second goal is already contender for goal of the season. I don't think we're going to see many better goals than that one. And so that was a bit of a shock as well, that name had come out. But it soon emerged that was actually the case, and that's what was being proposed. However, when you have a deal such as that one, which involves 3 players and 3 different clubs, it only needs one part of that domino, if you like, not to fall in the right place for the whole deal not to happen. So Eberechi Eze, I'm told he was open to the move to Tottenham. I'll explain what happened with the Arsenal situation in a moment, but with regard to Tottenham, he was open to the move. And I think personal terms weren't going to be an issue, and I think Tottenham were close, or if not, agreeing in principle this deal. But I don't think, from all the information we've got, Richarlison wanted to go to Crystal Palace, or at least he wanted to remain at Tottenham Hotspur. Furthermore, like I've been saying with the Yoane Wissa situation, the information we had there was that he definitely did want to go to Newcastle United. So that part of the deal, it looked like it wasn't going to happen in that form. Having said that, we still believe that Spurs and Crystal Palace were in talks over Eze doing an independent deal, and hence all of these reports were coming out suggesting that that deal had been agreed in principle. Then in the last 24 hours, what has happened is the first news of Kai Havertz maybe having a more serious than feared injury from the Manchester United game, I think. And he only came off the bench for that. So the prognosis didn't look too hopeful for Arsenal and Havertz. However, they were still waiting for an exact time frame, what kind of injury it was, and how long he'd be out for. And then very quickly, the whole story changed with regard to Eberechi Eze and Arsenal. Now, people will immediately think, right, Arsenal have just come in, and it's in the last 6 or 7 hours, they've come in for Eberechi Eze. Yes, at this stage, yes, but you've also got to remember that from the start of this transfer window, Arsenal were interested in Eberechi Eze. Now, the information that I was getting from the start of this window was, yes, he is one of their top targets. However, it was likely to go a little bit quiet in the middle phase of the transfer window, simply because of two reasons. Arsenal wanted to prioritise other areas of the pitch and to bring in players that they knew at that time they had to act and bring in, because you can't always control. Just say, for example, Tottenham are interested in a centre-back and a central midfielder, and say the centre-back is the absolute priority for Tottenham Hotspur. If a central midfielder that they want becomes available before the centre-back, they're not going to not sign the central midfielder because they think they need to sign the centre-back. In the same way, with Arsenal, all of these players that they wanted to sign, they were becoming available at different times, and they spent big. They brought in 6 players for £200 million, and then the focus was completely on sales. Now, that has been the narrative in the last 2 or 3 weeks since Gyökeres joined. It's all been about sales, a number of players that they're listening to offers for. Now, what might have changed with regard to the Eze deal is the Havertz injury, number one, but also they must have in the background assurances that some of these sales are going to happen before the end of the transfer window. Because as much as they will say they need to make sales, as long as they happen before 7 p.m. on September the 1st, they're going to be all right if they can still do a deal elsewhere. So hence why this interest, and it's been more than an interest because they've had a long-standing admiration, as have Spurs, in Eberechi Eze. It's not just come up along in the last couple of days. That's when it kind of reignited again. So, yes, I know it's going to be really, really tough to take for Tottenham Hotspur. I can tell by the looks on your faces just now. But sometimes, you know, if you take a step back and you don't want to hear it, but from what I can see here is initially Eze's preference was probably going to be Arsenal from the outset, but there was a possibility, and a strong possibility, that that deal wasn't going to happen. And so we were reporting that he was open to the Tottenham move, which he was, because it wouldn't have got this far down the line had it not. And if you think about why it's hurting so much now with regard to the two teams that are involved, it is Arsenal and it is Tottenham Hotspur. So that is a big problem, because neither club is necessarily going to want to show their hand, because the risk is if you miss out, then you're going to get a situation like this, which makes me think, because it started emerging that Tottenham Hotspur were in talks and we weren't getting guided away from that, there must have been a degree of optimism and confidence that that deal was going to happen. So I think it's probably come as a shock to Tottenham Hotspur as well as it has to their fans. So I can only tell you, you might not want to hear like what I'm saying. This is the information that I've been receiving during the day, and I can only relay that to you.
Yeah, Darnis, just on Spurs, I mean, as you said about the club must be kind of can't believe what's happened, but what kind of is the sense among Daniel Levy? Because as you see on social media, there is going to be a lot of anger now, and I think he'll know that. So do we know what kind of how Spurs are feeling about this deal? They must be dumbfounded that they haven't managed to get this deal.
So a colleague of mine has been speaking to Spurs. Their feeling is now that they've accepted that he's going to go to Arsenal and that they're going to move on to alternative targets. who those alternative targets are, that will have to emerge in the next 12 days or so. But you would think that, they would have done due diligence on a number of other players as well as Eberechi Eze, and they'll hope, and Tottenham fans will hope, that they'll be in a position to accelerate on some other deals now, because there's quite a lot of time has been spent trying to get this Eze deal over the line. And as I mentioned before, I think they felt confident that it was going to happen. Now they're in a situation where it looks like almost certainly it's not going to happen, and there's only 12 days left. So then they need to start acting and acting quite quickly, I think.
It is, I know for a lot of fans out there that will feel the same, utter negligence that has been displayed by the hierarchy in the board on certain negotiations over this summer, which I know when you go through the Gibbs-White saga, which was hard enough to suffer, and then a player that, again, we look at as an alternative 10, in Eberechi Eze, to not get either of those deals over the line. I mean, what would I think worry a lot of fans, Darmish, I don't know how you can comment on this, is that how quickly Arsenal appeared to have got those terms, got those fees agreed with Palace, where it feels like for Tottenham, this has been 9 to 10, 11, 12 days of negotiating for a player, where Arsenal have come in and very quickly not only concluded the deal for the player, but also concluded the fee ever so quickly. Can you explain how...
No, but you got to remember as well, Ricky, the terms and whether Eberechi Eze wanted to come to Arsenal is not just in the last 24 hours.
No,
right?
I think we're all well aware that Eze, it felt from a lot of fans out there, I think his preference had been to join Arsenal over the course of the summer, which is why Tottenham didn't show maybe that initial interest and why we backed off. But obviously that feeling of us going back in now, in genuine belief we're going to get this player, and for it not to happen, and for how quickly Arsenal have acted in terms of getting a fee arranged with Palace ever so quickly, in regards to how you look at the comparison, Tottenham have been negotiating with Palace now for nearly a week in terms of getting a fee together. Arsenal in the space of 6 hours, and I've got to tell you how Tottenham fans feel. Tottenham fans have come into today feeling, surely we must be getting closer to a deal here. And in the space of 6 hours, or less than 6 hours, not only have Arsenal come back in for the player, they've gone and got a fee agreed with Palace. And that, I think, is... for a lot of fans out there, this feels like it's typical Daniel Levy, where every negotiation is a war. I know you can't really comment on that because, again, you are here.
No, but also you've got to remember, Ricky, that when these deals get done and when they're getting discussed, probably the last thing that happens will be the direct club-to-club contact and the actual agreement of the fee, because what clubs normally do, they will be exploring the conditions of the deal. They'll be speaking via intermediaries whether the player actually would want to come. And so with that in mind, Tottenham will have had encouragement to carry on with this deal, because they would have had encouragement that the player was open to the move. That's why they pursued this deal. Arsenal knew that Eberechi Eze was very, very open to that move at the start of the window, but because a lot of other factors came into play, like other targets that they had, trying to tie Ranieri down to a new contract, and then sales, it became a little bit slow on that part, and a little bit almost, is this deal going to happen or not? And so I think Eze, from his perspective, clearly at his age as well, I think he's 27 years old now, wants to play Champions League, right? He's at Crystal Palace, they're going to be in the Europa Conference League. He wants to play Champions League football, because how many more opportunities is he going to get at his age to be able to go to a club who's got Champions League football? So hence why you've got two clubs who have come in for him, who can both offer him Champions League football. So the idea of both, he's going to be open to. But the fact of the matter is, Arsenal will have done a lot of work earlier on in the window to try and get this deal done. And maybe at the start, Tottenham Hotspur might have taken a back seat and thought, right, he's probably going there. It just feels a lot harder to take this time around with 12 days to go, because the turnaround has seemed to have happened so quickly. from it being an agreement almost in principle with Tottenham to now being almost a done deal with Arsenal?
I mean, we know football moves very, very fast, Amish, and we know, as you said there, Tottenham will probably be looking now at alternative targets. What do you think the damage does for... You said Daniel Levy there will be obviously considering now other options. How quickly can Tottenham pivot from this? You know, we know the club have got obviously interest in Savinho. It's a different area of the pitch at the moment. Do you feel the club will be looking to accelerate fast to alternative targets in this next week or so? Because clearly the number 10 area is a position that Tottenham have been trying to fill now for a lot of this summer. And it goes beyond James Maddison's injury. It goes beyond Dejan Kulusevski's injury, I think. You know, again, it's an area that Tottenham are really lacking genuine creativity in. I think, look, we can all safely say Kudus on the wing is a great option for Tottenham. You know, again, if they can bring Savinho in to go on the other wing, you know, that does offer an element of real genuine pace. But at the same time, it feels that number 10 area is a massive, massive issue for the football club. And they've now got, 11 and a bit days to try and resolve this. And now it's about going back into the market and finding players. How quickly can Tottenham react, in your opinion, to this?
Well, they've got no choice but to act quickly. We haven't got like 6 weeks left in the window. There's less than 12 days left. Shuts at 7 p.m. on Monday week. So you would hope, if you're a Tottenham fan, that they've done enough work on other targets to be able to pivot too quickly. But clearly this is a blow. I mean, there's no hiding from it. I don't think Tottenham Hotspur are going to hide from it either. The information that my colleague Michael Bridge, who knows a friend of the show as well, has got is that, you know, they're not saying, oh, you know, we've called our interest. There's none of that narrative coming out of Tottenham Hotspur as far as I can see. Their narrative is that Tottenham believe that Eberechi Eze has chosen Arsenal, basically. And
Can I ask you-
yeah.
Can I ask
Go
you
on.
one question before Jamie comes back in? There maybe is a bit of a feeling that from what we've seen in the last few hours with regards to the club offering Richarlison as part of that deal to bring Eze to the club, was that maybe an element of panic that they maybe got wind that Arsenal were coming in, and therefore to try and maybe, in a way, get Palace to still maybe sell to Tottenham rather than Arsenal? They offered Richarlison. Do you see that as part of the optics, or?
I mean,
no.
That could be. That could be. But remember, Tottenham Hotspur wanted to bring in Johan Wissa as well. I suppose, in a way, you could look at it like that. Can they sweeten the deal to Crystal Palace by offering Richarlison? But then you've also got to remember, if Arsenal came in and the player then has made his mind up to go to Arsenal, then is there much a club can do? Because if the club is then saying to the player, oh, we've agreed a deal with Tottenham, you're going to have to go there, he might say, oh, I don't want to go there now because Arsenal are the club I want to go to, because they can do a deal on the terms that maybe we had agreed to doing. But remember, I mean, Palace would have every right to have rejected Arsenal and then accepted the Tottenham deal again if it had been more attractive to them. But then, you know, we're reading stuff into, you know, whys, ifs and maybes with regard to Richarlison. Like, we're saying it from his point of view, the information we have, that he didn't want to go and he wants to stay at Tottenham. Who's to say that actual Crystal Palace wanted Richarlison? Who was it that suggested it? Was it Tottenham looking to sweeten the deal with Richarlison, or were Crystal Palace saying, well, look, if you involve Richarlison in the deal, then maybe we can do business? That's something we might not know, because it looks like the deal's not happening now. So, yeah, you make a good point. I think, you know, when did that part of the deal start, really? I mean, I first heard of it this afternoon, because that was only because I was speaking to some of the people involved in the deal to take Johan Wissa to Newcastle. And they were telling me, I mean, when he was telling me, I was like, this is outlandish. How can this actually be true? I couldn't actually believe it when he was saying, yeah, so Tottenham want Eze, and Tottenham are willing to give them Richarlison as part of the deal so that they can get Johan Wissa from Newcastle. That's how he knew about it, because he's clearly doing the deal to try and get Wissa from Brentford to Newcastle rather than Tottenham. So, look, you could be right, but it's overall, it doesn't look great on that part of it either, because you've got to start wondering what Richarlison is thinking.
What's Richarlison thinking?
Yeah.
What's Richarlison
exactly
thinking?
that? Exactly. Especially after the weekends he's had.
So your understanding quickly, just before I hand over to Jamie Darmish, your understanding on Visser as things stands, he wants that move to Newcastle. Is that your understanding at the moment? He wants that move to Newcastle?
As far as I know, yes. Okay. That's the information we're getting at the moment. But listen, these things can change. We know. Today is a case in point. But if everything else we've been told is to be believed, then for Tottenham to get someone like Wissa, I don't know whether they want to maybe release one of their forward players, like a Richarlison or somebody else. Because, I mean, you'll have to remind me. You'll know better than me. I'm had a long day. How many? Who are the forwards? Who are the players who could realistically play in the number 9 role for Tottenham?
What about Richarlison and Solanke?
Solanke. Yeah. Tell, you could argue, could play there, could he?
He could, but I'll be honest with you, I think we all agree Tell, I can see Jamie wanting to come in there. I don't think Tell is a capable enough forward. I think we're at a point with Tell where we're not quite sure what he is at this stage. And I think Thomas Frank is still figuring that out, which is why Tottenham are looking for a winger. Jamie, come in there for us. I know you're keen to come in.
Yeah, just on Eze, I mean, my slight fear is that clubs will know that we're desperate. Obviously, we've been all in on Eze. So I'm just worrying that maybe clubs that where we go for these alternatives, they're going to start thinking, they know that we're desperate and they can up the price. Do you think that might be a concern for Spurs?
Jamie, that's a natural thing that happens in transfer windows, particularly late on. And you know what? Tottenham Hotspur will have taken advantage of that very thing when they sometimes try and buy players as well, because they will maybe smell what they believe to be perceived desperation on the sign of a selling club. So that can happen. I mean, if effectively Tottenham Hotspur in a package were willing to pay around £60 million initial payment, if you take both deals into account, if it was including Richarlison or indeed if it was just a straight cash deal for Eze. So clubs who now know that Tottenham Hotspur are after a player in that position are naturally going to try and raise the price. Of course, that is going to happen, but then that will happen for every single club. And Tottenham Hotspur, for on this occasion where they'll be on the receiving end potentially of that, they have been the ones who have taken advantage of it in the past as well. So can work both ways. That.
Why do you think, Darmish, it's been for Tottenham such a complicated? Why was it such a complicated negotiation between them and Palace for Eze? That might be an easy question to answer because, again, it's a player that Palace, for them, it's probably one of their best ever players. It's a player that they've not wanted to let go. But as I said earlier, it just feels, I know for a lot of fans out there that have followed Tottenham for many, many years and have seen so many failed transfers, so many high-profile failed transfers throughout the Enoch tenure, throughout the Levy tenure. It feels it's always, when it goes into a negotiation with Daniel Levy, it always feels like it's a war. And there never, ever seems to be a straightforward deal. And I appreciate the level of player that you go for and the higher profile player you go for, the harder the deal is to negotiate. But you're a clever man and you have seen the transfer window and been there for so many years seeing deals be done. The optics of this just look so, so bad. To not only go in for a player of this quality, but to lose him to your most bitter rivals. And like I said earlier, the fact that Arsenal have agreed the fee, it appears, with Palace in such quick succession, and Tottenham have been at that negotiation table for, it feels, well over a week. Why does it feel like that for us fans? I don't know if you can comment on this. Why these negotiations are so difficult, or is it? Or is this answer to your question? Or are we over-analysing this? Are we over-analysing this?
On this particular one, I don't think the negotiation was complicated. So you had a situation.
A week?
No, but a week. I mean, transfers take longer than a week.
No, but I mean, in terms of what it's no disrespect to you personally.
Yeah.
What we've heard from the grapevine, and can I just say something? Sky At no point in this last 24, 48 hours, Sky Sports have not claimed this deal to be done
Yeah,
and have
'cause
not
it
claimed the
wasn't-
deal.
It wasn't.
Yeah, so this is obviously not a dig at Sky at all whatsoever. And I'm just commenting on the fact that we've heard a lot of the same reports over the last 24, 48 hours being regurgitated that the move is close, they're advancing, they're edging, they're getting closer and closer. And I understand deals like this magnitude don't just happen in a week. There's foundations that are laid months before for these deals. But the feeling is when you see so many reports of how quickly Arsenal have come together in the last 5-6 hours, which again might be completely inaccurate, I don't know. And in fact, Spurs have sat here for what appears to be maybe well over a week trying to get a deal done. Arsenal have come in, agreed to pay the terms, allegedly faster payment terms, allegedly easier on the add-ons, what you ever want to believe. That is where you can understand there's a lot of frustration from Tottenham fans, right?
Yes, but in answer to the question about whether it was like a complex and complicated deal to do, I'm not sure it was on this particular one, because if you look at the start of the window, there's a release clause in place, right? For Eberechi Eze, it was £60 million plus £8 million in performance-related add-ons. So he took control of that. That's where the control was in Eberechi Eze's hands and in the control of any interested clubs. So anyone before the season started, because we think the release clause expired on the Friday, on the day before the season started. So anybody could have come in with this deal. Now, what should be said is we're not privy to what the actual structure of the deal was. So sometimes clubs will look at 60 plus 8 and think that's a reasonable deal for Eberechi Eze, but we don't know what kind of structure and how many payments it would have required. So that's probably why some of the clubs who were interested didn't trigger that release clause, because if they had done, Palace could have done nothing about it and it would have just been, you can talk to the player. Once that release clause is done, Crystal Palace can ask for what they want. Now, it's emerging now from a few reports that the agreement in principle with Arsenal is not far away from the release clause, 60 million initial plus add-ons. Now, if you think about if the deal, if we're to believe what we're hearing, that the deal was as good as agreed with Tottenham Hotspur yesterday or whenever it was, then you're asking the question, how have Arsenal acted so quickly to get that deal agreed as well? Well, in a way, Tottenham have negotiated with Crystal Palace and come up with a figure. So if anyone else comes in and Eze wants to go to that club, they know what it's going to take to get the player. There's not a case of Arsenal needing to negotiate or outbid Tottenham Hotspur or do a different deal to Tottenham Hotspur. If they can match what Tottenham Hotspur have got, Crystal Palace, unless they've got a real preference, no, we don't want you to go to Arsenal or we don't want you to go to Tottenham Hotspur, they will just say, we've got these two deals now. Then the power then once again lies with the player. That's when Eze gets the power again. Because before, any club can meet his release clause and he can talk to them if he wants to. Now, Crystal Palace have to agree with the club before he's allowed to speak to them. So once the deal is agreed between the two clubs, they can say to Eberechi Eze, right, we can now give you permission officially to talk to these two clubs we have agreed the deal with. Then it's up to you who you want to sign for. So it's come down to Eze at the end of the day because both clubs have got an agreement with Crystal Palace.
It's sick. I have to just say I'm sorry. It is utterly sickening. It's just, I mean, it's not your fault, listen, Dubs, you know we love you on this show. It's sickening. Go on, Jay. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Damas, we've obviously made it clear that we're frustrated with the amount of time that's taken, but as you said, it's not, a week for a deal isn't probably the longest amount of time. I guess the other concern was that there an issue from Palace's side in terms of holding the deal up? Because obviously he's going to play on Thursday in their Europa League conference game.
I mean, or is he now? I mean, or is he now? I mean, Dom, what do you think of that?
Well, I mean, as of today, he's due to play in this game tomorrow, and if the Tottenham Hotspur deal was agreed as well, And Oliver Glasner has since said that he will be playing tomorrow, knowing that this deal with Tottenham Hotspur had been agreed, then I still wouldn't be surprised.
Few topics dominate English football's airwaves quite like the so-called Big Six, who loom large over almost every aspect of Premier League discourse. They are English football's richest clubs, most successful clubs, and, in the eyes of some of their rivals at least, most corrosive clubs. 4 years ago, they all agreed to up sticks and join the European Super League, a semi-close league format which would have protected their revenue and standing even more than the status quo, undermining sporting merit in the process. One of the leading criticisms of the so-called Big Six or Rich Six is not just that they command great power and resources, but that it has been made impossible to catch them. Newcastle United are the richest club in the world in terms of the wealth of their ownership, namely the Saudi State Sovereign Wealth Fund. Aston Villa's co-owners are both highly ambitious multi-billionaires, and Nottingham Forest chief Evangelos Marinakis will seemingly stop at nothing when it comes to furthering the interests of his club, or clubs, but all three of them, more so than almost anyone else, have felt hamstrung by profit and sustainability regulations, which they claim to have halted them at the crucial juncture in which they were finally rivaling the Premier League's established elites. Brentford, Bournemouth and Brighton, meanwhile, the three Bs, could hardly have done a much better job in terms of player trading and building highly effective and competent management structures, yet not one of them feels close to usurping any of the Big Six, or even to coming close to them on a consistent basis. There is arguably no club that is better positioned, theoretically, to rival or join the so-called Big Six, thus making them a so-called Big Seven, than West Ham United. The Hammers are based in London, which affords them several inbuilt advantages over most other clubs. They have a massive stadium, a massive fan base, an iconic history and tradition, one of England's most historically productive and revered academies, and already existing huge revenue. It's a set of fundamentals which would be the envy of every single club outside of the Big Six. The 2023 UEFA Conference League win felt like a momentous achievement for West Ham, which, under different circumstances, and perhaps different ownership, could have been the catalyst for long-term growth and success. Instead, West Ham finished 14th last season, the club's supporters are in open revolt against their own owners, and the Hammers currently appear to be much closer to dropping into the Championship next season than breaking into or rivaling the Big Six. So where did it all go wrong, and why does it keep going wrong for West Ham? Well, it's a good question, and today we're going to attempt to answer it. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to what has been described as the most hated stadium in English football, as we take a look at West Ham's enormous, and indeed almost unique untapped potential, how and why their owners keep squandering it, and whether there is a real risk that the Hammers could have the biggest stadium in the Sky Bet Championship next season. I should begin this video by fleshing out what I mean when I say that West Ham are probably the best placed team, in terms of their fundamentals, to break into the top six. Because there will be some people watching this who just flatly disagree with the premise and that assessment, and that's never a great place to start. The doubters would point, presumably, to West Ham's historic lack of success and average league standing. West Ham have never won a top-flight league title. Everton, Aston Villa and Newcastle, by contrast, who are perhaps the three leading clubs that most people would think of currently when it comes to penetrating the Big Six, have been crowned as the champions of England on 9, 7 and 4 occasions respectively. Even the likes of Sheffield Wednesday, Huddersfield Town and Blackburn Rovers have won 10 top-flight league titles between them. Meanwhile, Leicester City have won a Premier League title as recently as 2015-16, exactly 10 seasons ago. West Ham's average league position since joining the Football League in 1919, partly as a result of spending a combined 32 out of their 99 seasons in the Football League outside of the top flight, so approximately a third of them, is about 19th. That's above the likes of Leeds United and Wolves, but below both Sunderland and West Brom. In an all-time English football top-flight league table, combining both First Division and Premier League results, West Ham ranks 16th, just above Derby and Sheffield United, but just below Sheffield Wednesday and Bolton. Even restricted solely to the Premier League years, only 4 of which West Ham have spent outside of the top flight, the Hammers still only rank 10th, one place above Southampton. From almost any of those historic perspectives then, one could argue that West Ham's current status as a bottom half Premier League team who the bookies expect to finish 6th from bottom this season, and who have finished 6th, 7th, 14th, 9th and 14th again over the last 5 seasons, is just about par for the course and exactly what one would expect. Move along now, there's really nothing to see here. In fact, throw in a European trophy, West Ham's first of note for 60 years, and you could even argue that the Hammers are punching somewhat above their weight recently, and this is a comparative golden age for the club. So why do I say that West Ham, theoretically, ought to be better placed to rival the Big Six than several other teams who have historically been much more successful than them? Well, I alluded to it in the introduction, but it's worth getting into the details. Even with very limited owner funding, and what most West Ham supporters would describe as a chronic lack of competence and ambition at bordering level, West Ham still have the 8th highest revenue in the Premier League, trailing only the Big Six and Newcastle United, the latter of whom have received intense owner funding in recent years, and the 17th highest revenue of any club in the world, just behind 36-time Italian champions Juventus, and ahead of the likes of Marseille, Napoli and Benfica. West Ham had the 2nd highest average attendances in the Premier League last season, trailing only Manchester United, but above their London rivals Arsenal, Chelsea and Spurs, and the 10th highest in the entirety of world football, above Ajax, Atletico Madrid and Juventus. It is worth emphasising, this is with an ownership that has injected just £153 million into the club since 2012, and £102 million of that, so exactly 2/3 of it, came during the 2 COVID-impacted seasons of 2020-21 and 2021-22, out of necessity, as the club looked to cope with cash flow problems. Everton, by contrast, whose revenue is just 2/3 of the size of West Ham's, received £750 million, that is £750 million, in owner funding during the 8 years that Farhad Moshiri owned the club. Not that it did them much good, mind you, but it's a similar tale at several clubs. Tony Bloom has put almost £400 million into Brighton, even following more than £100 million in repayments over the last 2 seasons. The Saudi state has pumped over £350 million into Newcastle since acquiring the club less than 4 years ago. Nassaf Severas and Wes Edens have injected in excess of £700 million into Aston Villa in only 7 years, and over £360 million over the last 3 seasons alone, and Shahid Khan, through Cougar Holdco London Limited, has provided Fulham with a pretty astonishing £863 million of additional funds since he acquired the club, and in excess of £500 million, so again, £500 million, over the last 5 years alone. These numbers put West Ham's owners to shame. Those figures also exclude the £23.3 million that West Ham's owners have extracted from the club in the form of interest payments, contrasted with a lot of other clubs whose owners make interest-free loans which convert from debt to equity over time, thus making them pure cash injections. And yet, West Ham's revenue remains the 8th highest in England and the 17th highest in the world. It stands to reason, therefore, that with Newcastle or Villa levels of owner funding, at least if shrewdly deployed, unlike at Everton, West Ham's revenue would be considerably higher than it already is. Newcastle's revenue has risen by over 80% since the last season before COVID, in 2018-19, and over 75% in the last 3 years. Meanwhile, Aston Villa's revenue has risen by over 400% since the last season before COVID, in which they were in the Championship, and over 50% over the last few years. West Ham's revenue, by contrast, has only risen by 41% since the last season before COVID, and a meagre 6.7% over the last 3 years. What's more, those are figures as of the 2023-24 season, for which we have the last set of fully published accounts. West Ham were in the Europa League and finished 9th in the 2023-24 season, whereas they weren't in any UEFA competitions and finished 14th last season. Meanwhile, Aston Villa were only in the Conference League in 23-24, but the Champions League last season, and Newcastle, though out of Europe, finished higher in the league, won the EFL Cup, and had significant revenue from player sales last season, meaning that the updated figures when last season's accounts are published will paint an even starker picture of stagnation for West Ham in relation to their peers. I also pointed out in the introduction that West Ham are based in London. I appreciate this may come as a shocking revelation. It might appear initially inconsequential, but the advantages bestowed by being located in not just England's capital, but a de facto worldwide global capital, which typically trades places with New York for top spot in global city indices most years, ought to be well established by this point. It's not just that London is a major population centre, and the largest city in England by a factor of almost 8, it's that it is a global hub when it comes to finance and expertise. Being located in London makes it easier to attract top talent, whether that be from players to backroom staff and executives, either because they want to live there or are already there, in addition to attracting investment and tourists, who are the most lucrative of all football fans due to their propensity to buy hospitality packages, arrive earlier on match days, and spend more on food, drink and merchandise. London also has a higher concentration of wealthy people than anywhere else in England. West Ham may, historically, be a club with a very working-class fan base, located in the traditionally more deprived East End of London, but it's also very apparent that these days, the Hammers are attempting to attract rather a different type of clientele. West Ham's most expensive standard season tickets are the 4th most expensive in the Premier League, at almost twice the price of the most expensive ticket at last season's title winners Liverpool, and trailing only fellow London clubs Fulham, Tottenham and Arsenal.
That's the fucking difference. Hey, we're in London, aren't we?
Though the Hammers sell the cheapest adult season ticket in the Premier League at £345, that is only for Band 6 season tickets, of which there are only a small number available, and a hugely oversubscribed waiting list. The green on this stadium map of the London Stadium seating plan for reference includes both Band 5 and Band 6 seats at West Ham, the 2 cheapest categories. And if you have ever been to the London Stadium, then you probably know that the view from up there is only slightly worse than the view from the massive steel slide outside of the ground. Last year, the Hammers also announced plans to remove concessionary pricing for bands 1 to 4, that is everything except for the green, meaning that, for the vast majority of season ticket holders, children and pensioners would be forced to pay the same as adults, after already increasing prices for seniors, before being forced to U-turn the policy due to the backlash from supporters. Hospitality packages, meanwhile, can cost up to £1,500 for individual matches, and tens of thousands of pounds for the most expensive memberships, some of which require making a multi-year commitment. One could argue that London is a saturated market for super clubs. Half of the Big 6 and 7 out of the 20 current Premier League teams are already in London, but West Ham are the only Premier League club in East London, which is the most populous of London's 4 quadrants, north, south, east and west, home to almost 3 million people. That's about 3 times as many as North London, which is home to not 1 but 2 super clubs, and whilst breaking down London's population and potential catchment areas like that isn't an exact science, West Ham's location has historically made them not just the most popular club in East London, well, maybe alongside Man United, but also in the neighbouring county of Essex, which is home to a further 2 million people, but doesn't have a football club that plays at a higher level than League 2 Colchester United. So I'm not convinced that London is saturated, at least not from a West Ham perspective, as is evidenced by their near constant sellouts and massively oversubscribed season ticket waiting list, in spite of near perpetual disappointment and increased disillusionment. It is worth noting that, despite having the second highest average attendances in the Premier League, West Ham have nowhere near the second highest matchday revenue. At £45 million in the club's last set of accounts, West Ham's matchday revenue has risen significantly since their last season at Upton Park, in which it stood at about £27 million, but that is still barely half of what Chelsea generate, despite averaging 20,000 fewer fans at their home games, and it is almost a third of what Arsenal rake in, with lower officially stated attendances than the Hammers. What's more, yet again, those are based on 2023-24 figures, in which West Ham played 5 additional home games in the Europa League, compared to none in 2024-25, which will likely result in lower matchday and overall revenue in the club's next set of accounts. In short then, there is enormous untapped potential at West Ham. If the Hammers had increased their revenue over the last 5 years just in line with Brighton, it would be £297 million now. Had they increased it in line with Newcastle, it would be £347 million. And had they increased it in line with Aston Villa during that time, in percentage terms, it would be over £970 million. That last figure is a little bit disingenuous, as Aston Villa were in the Championship 5 years ago, and £970 million would give West Ham the highest revenue in all of world football, just above Real Madrid, but you get the general idea. Even an increase in line with Newcastle's, which has been brought about through a combination of intense owner funding and a renewed sense of ambition, would see West Ham leapfrog AC Milan, Inter Milan and Newcastle themselves, as the club with the 13th highest revenue in world football, putting them much closer to the Big Six, and that has been achieved by Newcastle without any of the inbuilt advantages enjoyed by West Ham that we've already discussed. It's also worth noting that Newcastle haven't won a top-flight league title in almost 100 years, they hadn't won a major trophy of any description for 70 years until last season, and they have been relegated to the Championship more recently than West Ham. I just don't think that West Ham's historic lack of success is as relevant to their potential Superclub credentials or growth opportunities therefore, as all of the factors like their fan base, attendances, geography, and marketing potential. West Ham's history also may not be trophy-laden, but it is still iconic, distinct, and among the most marketable, both domestically and internationally, in the English game. Alright, hopefully we are now all on the same page, at which point the question becomes, why aren't West Ham breathing down the necks of the Big Six, and why do they appear to have entered into a state of stagnation off the pitch and deterioration on it? The most obvious starting point is the club's owners. There are typically two types of successful owners in English football, those who are extremely competent and those who are extremely rich and willing to spend. Liverpool's owners, John W. Henry and FSG for example, have ploughed very little money into the club, but have run Liverpool so well that they've achieved great things on and off the pitch regardless, whereas Roman Abramovich's decision-making could be a little bit reckless and ill-judged on occasion, but he injected £1.5 billion into the club, virtually guaranteeing success. The most successful club in English football over the last 10 years, meanwhile, has managed to combine both vast spending and a high degree of competence, with a little bit of alleged rule-breaking thrown in for good measure. I said alleged, just in case any of the UAE's band of lawyers might be watching. If Manchester City have the dream combination then, it could be argued that West Ham have the nightmare. Since the late David Gold and the currently still very much alive David Sullivan bought the Hammers in January 2010, they've not only injected very little money into the club, compared to most of their peers, while extracting over £20 million in interest payments, and reportedly paying Vice Chairman Karen Brady in excess of £15 million, they've also made a series of dubious decisions, exhibiting questionable judgment on multiple occasions. Their first appointment, for example, was Avram Grant. I mean, I could just stop there, but I will add that they were relegated in Grant's, and by extension, Golden Sullivan's first full season in charge of the club, before bringing in Sam Allardyce to try and turn the club around. Allardyce succeeded in terms of fulfilling his remit and winning promotion, albeit he could only do it via the playoffs, beating Blackpool 2-1 at the death in the playoff final, with by far the biggest budget in the division, but Big Sam successfully stabilised West Ham in the Premier League. In many ways, however, Avram Grant, Sam Allardyce and Slaven Bilic, who were the first three managers appointed by Sullivan and Gold, sum up the cycle that West Ham have found themselves in throughout their ownership. It's a big mistake, usually as a result of trying to cut corners and cut costs. It is someone who goes back to basics and grinds out results cleaning up the mess, before hitting a wall or ceiling in terms of how far they can take the club, and then it's a more ambitious appointment, with little to no long-term planning, and as soon as the first cracks start to appear, West Ham hit the panic button and revert to the mean, appointing another safe pair of hands who'll keep them in the Premier League. It's not exactly outright disastrous. There are certainly worse-run clubs, and clubs in far greater immediate peril or turmoil. It's just all very uninspiring, ill-thought-out, and absent of any kind of meaningful vision. It is why clubs who are well-run, who possess expertise, ambition, and a clear sense of direction, like Brighton, Brentford, or Bournemouth, have all leapfrogged them in recent years, despite having much less pedigree, much less revenue, and far weaker fundamentals. The other problem is that West Ham's owners and senior management have illustrated a consistent inability to learn from their mistakes. Following Slavan Bilic's sacking almost 8 years ago, with West Ham mired in a relegation scrap, David Moyes was brought in to keep the club in the Premier League. Moyes, like Allardyce, did what was asked of him, securing a comfortable 13th place finish, 9 points clear of the drop, but that was a firefighting mission, with Moyes only ever appointed on a 6-month contract, and when it expired he moved on. Manuel Pellegrini, a Premier League title winner no less, was supposed to be the statement of intent that took the Hammers to the next level, but 18 months later, he too was gone, with West Ham back in a relegation scrap, and Moyes once again tasked with keeping the club up. Yet again, Moyes did what was asked of him, with a late season rally seeing West Ham survive by 5 points. This time, Moyes was rewarded with an 18-month contract, and he ended up sticking around for 4.5 years, until, sure enough, following the high of winning the Conference League, the perceived quality, or lack thereof, of Moyes' football became a salient issue once again. At the same time as West Ham's form deteriorated, the team fell from the European places earlier in the season to finishing 9th, and accusations of stagnation and a sense of malcontent among supporters intensified. So Moyes departed at the end of the season before last, and he was replaced by Julian Lopetegui. This was a very West Ham appointment. Not just in the sense that it wasn't very good, though that too of course, but insofar as Lopetegui was out of work at the time, he had a decent CV, and it felt as though he was the most credentialed manager available for a reasonable price at the moment that West Ham needed one. It's not that Lopetegui is necessarily a terrible manager, though some people will say that he is. It's that he never appeared to be part of any kind of coherent plan at West Ham. It has been reported that Brighton, regardless of who is in charge at any given time and how long is left on their current contracts, keep a list of managerial candidates which is constantly scrutinised and updated, depending on suitability and availability, so that if their current manager has to be sacked or, as has been far more common in recent years, is poached by someone else, they're never caught off guard, and they're always clear about who the leading candidates are to replace them, who they need to interview, and how they will segue into the club's larger management operation. It's not an exact science, you never fully know how someone will perform in a certain role or how they'll work alongside other people, but Brighton do as much as they can. That is why they acted fast to appoint Graham Potter from Championship Swansea, despite the fact that Chris Hughton had just kept them up. It's why they appointed Roberto De Zerbi within 10 days of Potter joining Chelsea for the highest managerial compensation fee in the history of the sport, and it is why when De Zerbi joined the evil empire at Marseille, Brighton didn't hesitate in making 31-year-old German Fabian Hürzeler the youngest permanent Premier League head coach of all time. Both Manuel Pellegrini and Julian Lopetegui were more credentialed and bigger names than Fabian Hürzeler, but it seems doubtful, and maybe I am being harsh here, that either David Sullivan or Karen Brady had been charting his career progress closely for years, analysing both his strengths and weaknesses, and determining how well suited it would be to the top job at the London Stadium, as Brighton do with all of their appointments. It was reported at the time that West Ham sporting director Tim Staten favoured a younger candidate, believed to be Sporting head coach Ruben Amorim. Amorim held talks with the Hammers, but again, it was reported that David Sullivan favoured Lopetegui's experience and was put off by the reported €10 million release clause that West Ham would have to pay Sporting to release Amorim from his contract. It seems absurd that the 17th richest club in the world would balk at the prospect of spending 3% of their annual revenue on a head coach, but was happy to pay Aston Villa a potential £15 million for a 31-year-old Danny Ings, plus a reported £16 million in wages over the next 2.5 years, but this is, if you like, peak David Sullivan. He's managed Spain and Real Madrid, he's available for nothing, so why would I spend €10 million on some young Portuguese upstart that I've never heard of? Hey, maybe he was still just upset about Sporting's president calling him and David Gold, and I quote, the Dildo Brothers back in 2017, and didn't want to give them the satisfaction. Well, he sure showed them. It was also reported at the time of Lopetegui's appointment that, along with Ruben Amorim, Paulo Fonseca, Sebastian Hoeneß, Hansi Flick and Marco Silva were all considered for the job, but not, and I repeat, not, Graham Potter. Sure enough then, 6 months later, when Lopetegui was inevitably sacked with West Ham languishing in 14th, Who did they appoint? That's right, Graham Potter. I mean, why the bloody hell not? He's available on a free, he's managed in the Premier League before, and there must be a reason why Chelsea forked out 21 million quid for him. There's a lot of discourse among West Ham fans around David Moyes, and for obvious reasons. Moyes divided opinion among Hammers supporters, some of whom felt that he had done the best job that anyone could do under the circumstances handed to him, as well as winning a Conference League crown and as good as guaranteeing Premier League survival at a bare minimum each season. Meanwhile, others felt that, regardless of how they would assess the job that he had done up to that point, he had taken the club as far as he possibly could, there were clear signs of regression, and change was required. Ultimately, though, it is a bit of a moot point. Many of the criticisms and compliments that Moyes was paid during his time at West Ham are equally valid. It is true, for example, that finishing 7th in the 2020-21 season with the players at his disposal, and winning the Conference League the following season, was a highly creditable achievement, to put it mildly. It's also true that West Ham had regressed, at least somewhat since then, and that Moyes was at the very least complicit in failing to adequately refresh and update an ageing squad. West Ham had the second oldest average age of any team in the Premier League last season, only a month behind the league's oldest club Fulham, and over 3 years older than either of Graham Potter's two former clubs, Chelsea and Brighton. Again, this is something that other teams monitor and look to address in real time, allowing them to gradually integrate young players and maintain a healthy squad composition, but it felt as though it just sort of snuck up on West Ham and dawned on them this summer, prompting them to promote a bunch of youth players and sign a few younger ones. Maybe that is being harsh, maybe West Ham were perfectly aware of all of these issues. It's not as though the club doesn't employ a whole team of analysts and scouts, but that begs the equally, if not even more worrying question of why, if they knew about it, didn't they do anything about it? Squad planning and recruitment being a problem at West Ham is a tale as old as some of their players. Despite a relative lack of owner funding, it isn't even the case that West Ham have been totally ham-fisted in the transfer market. Both since Gold and Sullivan arrived over 15 years ago and over the last 5 seasons, including this one, West Ham have the 8th highest net spend in the Premier League, trailing, on both fronts, only the Big Six and Newcastle United, with over £1 billion of expenditure at a £563 million net spend since 2010, and £555 million of expenditure at a £288 million net spend over the last 5 seasons alone. For context, West Ham's net spend over the last 5 years is within £40 million of both Liverpool and Manchester City's. That's partly because those two are very good sellers, and West Ham are comparatively poor sellers, with Declan Rice accounting for over a third of all of their profit from player sales over the last 5 seasons. But the bigger story is that West Ham's recruitment has just been abysmal. Sebastian Haller, West Ham's club record signing at £45 million, who scored 10 goals in 48 Premier League games before being sold to Ajax for less than half of what the Hammers had paid for him after just 18 months, cost more than Liverpool paid for forwards Sadio Mane, Mohamed Salah, Diogo Jota, Luis Diaz or Cody Gakpo, each, not combined of course, and more than Man City paid for any of Leroy Sané, Savinho or Ryan Cherki. Heck, even Erling Haaland, in terms solely of his transfer fee, only cost £6 million more than Haller, but he had already exceeded the Ivorian's Premier League goals tally after 8 games. Maximilian Kilman, likewise, set West Ham back an eye-watering £40 million from Wolves, which is more than double Joel Matip and Manuel Akanji's transfer fees combined. In fairness, Matip was signed on a free, but again, you get the idea. West Ham's recruitment has been consistently inconsistent, disjointed, and lacking in any kind of broader framework or long-term strategy, like everything else at the club. Head coaches have at times functioned more like old-school managers, allowed to bring in former players or exercise significant sway over recruitment decisions. Short-lived sporting directors have been allowed to pick out a couple of targets of their own, and then David Sullivan and Karen Brady have reportedly done deals or made executive decisions to sign players, calling upon their wealth of knowledge and expertise within the game, selling adult movies, and appearing on The Apprentice. The result is a jumbled mess, whereby some players are signed for West Ham's back-to-basics managers like Moyes, who often struggle to adapt to supposedly more ambitious and expansive managers and tactics under the likes of Pellegrini or Potter. Some players are signed for West Ham's more ambitious and expansive managers, like Pellegrini or Potter, who often struggle when the back-to-basics managers like Moyes are inevitably brought in to save the day and grind out results. And then there are a whole load of mishmash arrivals who are signed for no one and everyone, no one and everything, and who typically do very little. In November 2021, Czech billionaire Daniel Kretinsky and his colleague Pavel Orski acquired a 27% minority stake in West Ham for between 180 and 200 million pounds, becoming the second largest shareholders at the club and both becoming directors. Kretinsky, who is also the co-owner and president of Sparta Prague, is known for taking a hands-off approach with most of the companies that he owns, which includes Britain's formerly state-owned postal service and couriers, the Royal Mail, the majority of which was privatised in 2013. Let's not get into it. Presumably, Kretinsky must have felt the need to intervene at West Ham though, as he is reported to have been the driving force behind the appointment of Tim Staten as a technical director in 2023. Staten had previously served as a sporting director and director of football at Werder Bremen, and as both a head of scouting and a sports coordinator at Bayer Leverkusen, and the intent, seemingly, was to bring in someone with genuine expertise within the game to provide West Ham with a consistent strategy between managers, especially in terms of recruitment. It is highly unusual, it should be said, for clubs not to have someone who occupies that role, implementing some degree of stability and coherent strategy and identity across multiple coaches. Otherwise you end up like West Ham. It was telling, however, that Staten was appointed as a technical director and not as a more authoritative director of football, which is a role that remains conspicuously absent at West Ham, and it wasn't just in terms of Moyes' replacement and paying Ruben Amorim's compensation fee that he was undermined or overruled. All directors of football have to report to a board.
First of all, big up to everyone in the chat, big up to you two. With anything I'm about to say now, I don't give a flying fuck who takes offence to it. I don't care what people think, because with Thomas Frank coming in, with change at board level, with the coaches, with the springboard for success, with the coaching staff coming in, I've tried to look on the positive side of things. I've actually tried, because obviously I'm negative, I'm toxic, so are other people that have felt this way for a very, very long time. The people that have done things for a very, very long time. And look where we are. Look where we are. All I will say is boycott the club shop, boycott food and drink, boycott the stadium, stop feeding him with money and them. I don't know. I mean, I tried, and I'm still going to be positive when it comes to Frank, because I love that man. But how many more times does this man need to screw us over? How many more times do you have to be felled or sold a dream and then realise it's a nightmare? How many more times do protest groups who try and do something, who have spoken about this, whether it be me for 17 years, people for longer, people for shorter, whether it be Change for Spurs, whether it be whoever it may be, the abuse, the crap that gets thrown our way, the nonsense about fucking spreadsheets, the nonsense that we have to be PSR and FFP, everything that this man says, every single time this man's lips move, he is lying. However many you've got in the chat, I'm going to be in London in September. I'm going to be there for about half of September and half of October. I will be at the training ground. On days when I'm live in my surgery or I'm in the studio with you guys, I will be at the training ground. I've done it before, started with 3 or 4 people, and I'll do it again. Because this cannot happen anymore. Tim, I was just on a stream with you earlier, and what did we say? We said if we lose out to anyone, it's a shit show. We lose out to that lot, It's Armour fucking Geddon. We go into Manchester City, it will be, what, 20 days that we've known we've got no creativity. And we need a left winger and a cam. And again, and again. And do you know what? I've got my part to play in this because I actually dared to believe. I actually tried to be positive, and I will be positive, like I said, when it comes to Thomas Frank. I will be positive with his coaching staff. But, Nathan, I didn't promise this wouldn't happen at all. I never promised anything. I just said I'm going to try and be confident and focused, rather than spending all my time coming on shows and bitching and moaning about this man and this ownership. But you know what? Let me just enjoy the football for a bit. Got the manager I want. Things were looking that way. And the very first time I do it, this happens. What can you say? What can you say? Just boycott everything. Until people act rather than mock, this bullshit will carry on.
How many more do we have to fucking suffer? How many more? How many more players do we have to bungle? How many more times do we have to believe as well? And we get sucked in every single time. 2 top players in this window alone. Never mind the rest of them under Daniel Levy. How many times do we have to get sucked in?
But you look at it, it's not even this day. I mean, obviously, Art and Filth are going to go and take goddamn Eze. The man who was the master businessman, the man that was the master negotiator, now gets played by teams like Nottingham Forest and Crystal Palace. Nottingham Forest, who, when they beat us and got Gibbs White, and they got him to commit, they've gone and bought 5 players in that time. Unveiling 2 on the first game of the season. Yet here we are, twiddling our thumbs. And mate, how embarrassing was that blooming Richarlison linked to Palace? How must Richarlison be feeling right now? Well, this club is an absolute fucking shit show. Is an absolute shit show. And until the fans do something about this, because the owners won't, there's Joe, any chance of me trying to think there's investment coming in, gone. So,
Brian, is there any signings that we can bring in that will, make you start to believe we can have a good season again?
No, because any big ones that we go for now, they're all bullshit. Savinho, forget it.
Yeah.
Savinho, forget it. We'll have the same thing where these big names get called out and they won't come. They won't come. Because when I did my big speech about it a few weeks ago, the art of transfer negotiations is to build relationships. So you can do business and things. He ruins them. He doesn't build relationships. He burns bridges. No one wants to deal with him. No one wants to act with him. Steve Parish has played him like an absolute fool. Marinakis has played him like an absolute fool. What was I to say?
Brian, I want your reaction to this. Matt Laws just tweeted saying, Tottenham fully agreed terms with Palace and Eze today. Palace would not finalise the transfer because they want Eze to play tomorrow night. Arsenal then made their move late this afternoon, also matching Palace's terms. Eze has an emotional affinity to Arsenal and favours them. Bitterly disappointing for Tottenham, but they feel they have done everything possible to sign Eze.
Well, we didn't do everything possible, did we? Because if you just paid the money and not bothered with trying to stipulate with these... But if Parish moved the goalposts for a player like this, and we're this short, you do it. You pay it. What were we talking about, Simeon, earlier on today about Savinho?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to play that badly, we have no creativity. We have no number 10. We have no recognised, established, proper left winger. that you can say, right, that's the first teamer, sorted, locked in. Like Ben was saying earlier, big clubs move and get deals done. Once again, we've been used as the bitch. We are the bitch of the Premier League. Oh, you want a deal, Eze? Well, okay, Arsenal and Palace. What we'll do, we'll get the bitch in. We'll get that, or we'll let you know what it is, and then you just come in and go, there you go. We are a bitch. We are a bitch. That's what we are.
Where do we go from here, man? Where the fuck do we go from here?
Sky Sports reporting that Tottenham have now chosen to move on to other targets.
Levy and Enoch.
Other target is for sure Akilush.
Akilush.
What? Eze's not going to play tomorrow now in the Conference League, even though when we're in negotiations.
No, they're going to pay up front, Tim. They'll go and pay up front. I mean, you won't hear, you never hear on any other football team verbal agreement. It will be agreement, bang. No pushing, no inching.
We're the kings of verbal agreement.
Mate, we are, like I said, Tottenham Hotspur to dare is to be a bitch. Should be, that's what we are.
And it's all bollocks. We could have this wrapped up last week. We could have absolutely had this wrapped up last week. He was set to miss that Chelsea game. There was an agreement he was going to miss that Chelsea game. And then something happened and ended up playing. What happened? Why did we bungle it on that day? And it's all changed from there because we just couldn't get the deal over the line. Why is there only Tottenham always in this position? Only Tottenham is always, we did everything we could. Doing everything we can, FC. That's what we are. Why is there only Tottenham? Why is there only Tottenham that allow a deal to be delayed so the player you're trying to sign can play a game for the team you're signing him from? When has that ever happened? I can't remember a situation like that.
This isn't. This is. People swallow the ball, springboard for success. We're going to use this as a springboard for success. The PR has come out. Why did I dare to dream? Why did I get myself suckered in? It was obviously Frank, but I mean, why did I do this?
And as well, Brian, it's like, we know this club better than anyone. Like, the fans, I'm not saying me and you, I'm saying the fans know this club better than everyone. And we get fucking sucked in every single time. Morgan Gibbs-White, Savinho, Eze, all the fucking different deals that could have happened over the years, yeah. Ali Gold losing his shit on social media right now as well. He's saying, what a mess. Understand Spurs agreed terms with Palace today, agreed terms with Eze. The player was ready to come to Tottenham, and Palace hadn't finalised the deal. They wanted him to be available, blah, blah, blah. Arsenal came in, everything that you just said. And he's saying that another public embarrassment for Tottenham in the market, and Spurs need to react strongly for the sake of Thomas Frank as much as the fans. But I mean, what does reacting strongly even look like? What is a strong reaction to this?
I don't think. Look, you're talking players now, like you said, these players from the French league. Let's face, we haven't had the best results with them, and we're going for the normal potential. These guys could do something. Well, what do you expect? The longer he can get away with this, the more he does this.
How many times are we going to get embarrassed like this? It's like never ending, man.
Like I said,
Groundhog Day. Every time we get linked to a player, every time we get heavily linked to a player, it's like Groundhog Day all over again.
Yep. Like I said, I'll be at the training ground in September and October. Don't care if I have the mickey taken out of me. Don't care if I'm by myself. Don't care. I will stand up for what I believe in the whole time. I've never wavered from that. It's why fans need to do it. Match day going fans that feel this way and may feel this way now that this has happened. You need to act. Whether you still want to go do something, boycott the shop, boycott the beers and the food in there, and just go in and watch the game. And you want to go support your team, but if you are, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. we're an embarrassment. We are, and it's been an embarrassing window again, hasn't it?
It really has. It's been more than an embarrassing window, because we were told about investment and all this, and we were looking at the calibre of player that we were.
Jay here for Stretford Paddock. That's Aaron Willis. This is Transfers Live. Yeah, Joe's not here today, so Aaron's joined us.
I look a bit like Joe.
I know. I just tried to carry on like
address
it. Just carry on as normal, but let's address it. It's good to see you.
Yeah,
see you. You usually come on the brew, don't you?
Now and again. I thought we were going to come on this one now.
So we was chatting, and Joe's away, so we said, who can get on? I said, let's get Aaron on. First one, the puns. I need a Donna.
Hello and welcome to that Peter Crouch podcast. Me, Peter Crouch. Got no Taurus this ID, and of course Chris Stark with me. I'm away, lads. I apologise. Hope you're all right to jump one bar without me.
So I get a lot of stick for being away, right? This man is a world traveller.
He is,
right?
But he's open about it. Yours are a bit more on the sly.
But yeah, it is from Oasis.
And actually, sometimes it's worth just being honest, saying, look.
Try and do,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Saturday or the Sunday. But
let's make it happen, Sids.
Okay. Talking of shooting off from the game, Pete, Villa, Newcastle, what do you think opening game of the season?
A little bit disappointed, really, with it. I thought, Villa didn't come out of the traps at all. Newcastle looked the better side. I thought, obviously, they are missing a centre forward, Newcastle. But having said that, I think the three that they've signed, the three that they played up front, certainly with Langer's added the pace with Harvey Barnes and Anthony Gordon played through the middle. I mean, on the counter-attack, they were unbelievable, Newcastle, and that's what they'll get. But with the pace, Villa weren't quite at the races, and then obviously they had a sending off, and then they had to kind of, it was all hands to the pump. Kamara had to kind of fill it at centre half. A bit disappointing first game. You want to go to a game where there's loads of goals on the opening day, and I was at the game with none, so it was slight disappointment really. But two teams will be up there definitely. There's no worry about them. I think Villa, slightly more concerned for them than Newcastle, but I still think they'll both have good seasons.
It killed us, didn't it? That was in our predictions. We all fired blanks on that one.
Yeah. Well, it was quite a low-scoring weekend, actually, apart from you, Crouchy.
Hey.
And this is it. The league is up and running. I don't feel we've given it the respect or treating it as seriously as we need to, considering how tight it was at the end of last season. But 3 points ahead right at the start. You must be thrilled with that.
I'm over the moon with that, mate. Quite often we don't get 3-pointers, do we? It's a bit of a dogfight of a league. So for me to get off to a flyer like that it really does mean a lot. And that was obviously the Brighton-Fulham game, 1-1. Very pleasing for me.
Last minute equaliser as well. Fine margins. I think this is going to be a close one. I think on this league, I think the first one, I can go back to a few of your predictions. I think there was a few 5-0s and 6-0s that you threw out.
Well, that was, I
outrageous.
remember the first time we did this, it was, I basically used my heart over my head.
Yeah.
Often we were pissed in the Chumbawamba bar and I was making these decisions. And ultimately it doesn't pay out for you. And that's when you end up dancing with cheerleaders at the darts. That's when that sort of stuff happens. You get sloppy, don't you?
Just touching on that, firstly, we made up that rule where it was over 4 goals, we just getting extra points to flirt. It was an absolute shambles of a league.
Yeah, got sucked into that.
For all the people that have said that, I've been bottling my forfeit and stuff I've made conscious efforts now to get this forfeit over the line just because I don't want to take any more stick. So it's looking likely that this is going to happen in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah,
okay?
but can I just be clear on this? You're not designing your own forfeit. What we've had to do is we've designed your forfeit. We've had to get you involved in slightly facilitating it, basically giving it the big I am, because ultimately a text from Peter Crouch gets listened to, a text from Chris Stark doesn't. So so we've had to get you step in. I just want to assure everyone listening that this is a fantastic forfeit. Crouchy knows limited details about it for logistical reasons, but it's going to be special and provisionally, I believe, locked in for the next couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks. All right, so the forfeit is coming. There's quite a few fun plans, and just whilst we're talking about sort of what we've been up to of late and all that, I really enjoyed the episode with Luke Littler. I thought it was a great podcast, and I saw a load of the clips going everywhere. I see we've got the darts in the Chumbawamba bar now.
Yep.
And what I really like, Pete, is I was showing a mate around the Chumbawamba bar, and it's becoming a bit of a museum to this podcast. There's some turmeric shots up there. There's some of Henry Lansbury's lawn stuff. You know, it's it's really building up quite nicely now. Luke Littler's darts, you know.
It's a shame we can't get the little, I'll say little, I believe it might be a big windmill kind of water feature picture from the Samrat.
Oh, we need to get that. We need to get that. And then I was thinking, like, my only regret really is that I didn't ask for my testicle to be put in it. We could have got that sort of pickled and put
in a little jar.
In a little jar.
Do you know what? We could have had it hanging from the roof, you know, like a little dice in a cab.
That would have been ace, wouldn't
Just
it?
hanging out.
Wow. But let's just all agree if any of us get.
I thought, I wonder why he's
So, sort of very quickly gone, like, done it, or like
without the clap, you get a bonus. As well, led Sunderland to a 3-0 win. Obviously, I'm not sure how much he knew of his new teammates. We raised that in the last episode, but yeah, obviously gone and done a business there with a 3-0 win over West Ham. I have to say, I did back Sunderland as potentially a team that could stay up. I think they bought really well, and they've started fantastic. I do worry for West Ham though.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, just on Sunderland, well, I mean, the home form is massive for any team that comes up, and we see that from Sunderland and Leeds against Everton, who are poor. And Joe, what, you're right. I think you've got to worry for a Brentford, a West Ham. I mean, Wolves, they got done for by Man City, who were unbelievable.
Yeah, but Wolves as well, I think, are in that 3. And if you look at Leeds and Sunderland, certainly at home, I think they're going to pick up points.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you think that is more likely in the start of the season, where you see a team like Leeds, for example, and that new energy at the start of the season? Do you think that's harder to maintain in the second half, and therefore it's vital to get well ahead in sort of this period of the season?
I think you're spot on, Chris. Yeah, I think like the energy, the sprints, the closing down, like the atmosphere. I mean, if they keep that up for the whole season, they're going to be fine. I was really, really impressed with them, Leeds.
Yeah, we mentioned, didn't we, about first game of the season when teams go to a newly promoted team. When we see that, we see it on the weekend. Leeds at home beat Everton. Sunderland beat West Ham 3-0 at home. Burnley go away, tough place, Spurs.
Yeah,
get it done.
Yeah.
Home form we key, especially that first bit of the season, because the fans are flying. They're buzzing their back. Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere at every stadium, I think, the weekend, just because football was back everywhere, up and down the country, it just seemed like the weather was great. It just seemed like it was a real buzz for the weekend.
Yeah, totally. And shall we briefly mention the Everton penalty as well? I think consensus here is that it felt harsh.
Feels harsh, yeah. I mean, I think it might just hit him just below the t-shirt line, but he's got his arm really down. He's not meant it, and it took a deflection. How difficult is that to get out of it? I think if he doesn't give a penalty, I think they don't overturn it. The fact they did.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But are we in the realm now of even if you can't physically move your arm, it's a penalty if you're sort of in any way leaning towards the ball? Is that how it is now, or like you've got to just stand perfectly erect at all times with your arms by your side?
Why are you laughing? Why, Charles?
I don't know. Like that's what I mean. Like, are we? Because then the game's going to go mental. If everyone is stood like a pencil, like if everyone has to stand like that to avoid penalties, it's going to go mad.
I think in any walk of life, if you lean into something erect, you're going to get punished.
Right. Okay. We're trying to have a sensible chat here about the football. It's been dragged into the gutter.
Right, let's get into some games. This next part of the podcast is supported by Paddy Power. It's the big weekend fixture. This is Manchester City versus Spurs. City are 2-5. Spurs are 6-1 to go to the Etihad and get a result. So good odds on Spurs if you fancy it. Listen, they've proved that they're definitely better than last season, I think. Kudus looked sharp, but City looked back to it, I thought. It's one of those where you're like, we're only ignoring City for the league title because they weren't themselves last year, but getting Rodri back, Reinders looks unbelievable player. Cherky looks like unreal. Haaland looks back to his best.
They look great.
John Stones, he struggled for fitness last year. Are we not ignoring the fact that these are going to be right up there?
Yeah. I think you are absolutely spot on. I think this could be a Pep masterclass.
Yeah.
I think he, at some point during last season, knew he wasn't going to win the league, right? And he's just done like a little secret folder for this season, right? Honestly, and he's going to unfold. Honestly, I think there's a chance that City could blow this one away because his team talk over the summer would be, listen, everyone's talking Liverpool, everyone's talking Arsenal, no one's even mentioned us. We've won the title 6 years out of the last 8. Like, he's near enough won a title every time he's managed in his career.
Yeah.
Disrespect. And then they've just gone and blown walls to pieces, right? I think this could be this season, Pep could be
he looked
one of the
great
best.
as well, like just on a kind of like just checking with Pep, like he looked well this weekend and vibrant and, dare I say it, healthy, but like it was interesting the questions that got asked of him, how he answered them in relation to the chances this season. I think he's well aware of how people are talking about City. He's not having to pretend to front it because of last season. And I think you're both bang on. I think we should be really considering them as coming back this season, literally back stronger. They looked awesome.
Do you think, obviously they've got Pep Linders in as well, from Liverpool, Jurgen Klopp's assistant, and it looked like they were having a little bromance. Like it's almost like he's brought something new as well, and he's kind of I don't know, opened him up to a little bit of how Liverpool played when they won the league. And if you get that blend of Man City's kind of possession football and then the heavy metal football as well, blended together, that is some mix.
See, Pep masterclass. Yeah, I think this file, the Pep file.
Having said that, Spurs, I was happy with them as well. I think they look good.
Spurs, Pep was saying that Richarlison, that was his best game ever in a Spurs shirt. He was electric.
Back stronger, I would say. He looked like all he needs is a manager that believes in him. Thomas Frank has played him a lot in pre-season. He obviously likes him. I think he's going to love his shithousery. And what a finish. The old Bicey.
Yeah. Crouch special.
Oh, beautiful. We should recap on the league, actually. The current standings are 3 to me. I got Brighton Fulham 1-1, correct score, and that was the only real scoring of the weekend. Chris 0, Sid 0, so I've got off to an absolute fly here.
I went with Tucker's 19s predictions last weekend, which was a mistake with hindsight. Lovely guy, I'm sure, and we need to give him a call at some point, I think, and get him on the pod. But I'm afraid I can't go with Tucker's anymore. I've whacked a picture up on Instagram, as I always do, to get everyone's predictions. Some of the comments are already good. It's only been up 5 minutes. Al Brown says, tell Steve Nitzwell that's a lovely polo. Honestly, everyone loves you today, Sid. Like James Norse. Great names. Tell Fanta Pubes he's looking very suave. I see your predictions, James. Lewis says never bat the early kickoff. That's an interesting theory, isn't it? Is it harder to predict?
I've heard that. I've heard that quite a bit. Quite a few people say that.
And Dan Bishon says, I predict, so out the games we're doing, we haven't said what they are yet, but I'll just give you a little tease. His predictions are ball draw, followed by a Desmond, followed by a Wolverhammering.
Oh.
Wolverhampton.
New word unlocked.
All right, okay.
Okay, so City Spurs should be a good game this, I reckon.
Can I just say Spurs to repeat their 4-0 win? Do you remember that happened last year? Any takers on that? 200 to 1. 10 against you 2010.
I can't see it happening.
No.
Right, go on, Pete, kick us off.
I know. So you boys go because I'm obviously leading. You know, you never look down in a dogfight, do you?
Oh, did you hear that?
I did hear
He's
that.
gone
I'm choosing
early
to
doors.
ignore
Look at you. Look.
It's 2-1 or 3-1 according to the people.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure on that. Give me 1 second. Let me have a quick check in. Michael Dillon thinks 3-1. Should we find someone with a funky name? Darren Murphy.
Does I?
No, it's not him, but a different Darren Murphy. 3-1. I'm gonna. Do you know what? I might have to back this. Joe Treasure. That's a great name. Should I just go with whatever? Treasure.
Yeah.
That is what you are. It's a Bruno Mars song, isn't it?
Go on.
Joe Treasure's gone 3-1. I'm going to back him.
Okay, 3-1. 3-1.
I'll be honest with you. That's what I was going to go for at the start. I won't now though.
All right, you're going 3-1 to Spurs, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
What? No. That's poor from you.
What?
That's sneaky.
Switch on.
That's
Switch
sneaky.
on.
Switch on.
Zoned out.
You're talking to me like your coaching badges just came into play there.
I'm going to go 2-0 City, which I hate doing a clean sheet, but 2-0. Pep Files,
Well,
let's go.
I'm going to go 3-2. I think Tottenham will give a really good account of themselves. Loads of goals. Do I get an extra point?
Yes, Pete. What we're going to do, I think we're going to roll that over from last season. So if you do a prediction where it's, I guess you call it 4.5 goals, so minimum 5 goals in the game plus as your prediction, you get an extra point if it comes off. So potential there for 4 points. So if you do go 3-2, then that is massive, yes.
That could be huge. Okay, lads, we've got Paddy's Boost here. We each pick a leg of the Crouch Pod Bet Builder. The odds are boosted on the website by 20%. I'm going for a player to score first. That's Haaland. I'm going for Haaland to score first. He's going to have a great season this year.
All right, Sid?
A player to be carded, I'll go with Palina.
And I'm going to go for a player to have 2+ shots on target. I'm going to go Marmouche.
Nice.
Okay, the odds are correct as I'm recording. Please gamble responsibly. Moving on now to an intriguing game here in West London. Brentford versus Villa. How do we see it?
A disappointing opening weekend for Brentford. Was at the races at all. 3-0 down against Forest. Villa, obviously you see the game, Pete. You said it wasn't. Well, I mean, I watched a bit of it as well.
Slightly concerned as well, mate, to be honest, about Villa. I think Brentford, having lost Mbuemo, Flecker, Norgard, I think they're strengthened with Kelleher in goal. Jordan Henderson's in there. But I don't know. Obviously losing their manager as well, Thomas Frank. I do worry for them. And home form's going to be vital for them, isn't it?
Yeah, especially home form. I don't see anything past the Villa win here.
Yeah, I think so. And you've got to look at that first game in the context that it was. First game of the season. And a red card as well in that game, wasn't there? So
yeah, Consa.
You know, did all right to maybe keep it at 0-0.
Yeah.
Good noises.
Do you know what? I've done that before. Who's clipped that before and sent it to me? You did, didn't you?
We got to clip all of Sid's little noises beforehand. Get them all together. All
Right.
the compilation.
I'm going to go...
You sound like a false widow nibbling on your knuckle. Or a snake.
I think Villa win this. Ollie Watkins could go back and score at Brentford. I'm going to go for a Villa. 3-1.
Interesting.
Villa 3-1 away win. It's a big shout,
I think Villa win as well. I don't know if there's as many goals. Consensus for me is Villa win. That's what the people are saying. I'm gonna go 2-0 Villa.
Oh, you killed him. He was gonna go 2-0.
I was going 2-0. Okay, I'll go Villa 2-1.
No one back in Brentford as well. It's all a bit one-sided, these predictions so far. Boring. The crowd are not booing yet, but there's a sort of that horrible murmur that's happening. One or two people getting up and just lobbing abuse towards us.
A few early walkouts.
Yeah, just starting.
Okay. Yeah, but you've got to be single-minded in this game, I've realised. Do you know what I mean? I'm not here to entertain. I'm here to not to do the forfeit.
Yeah, it's a dogfight.
Moving on to Bournemouth Wolves.
Again, this is another tough one. I mean, I thought Bournemouth were absolutely superb up at Anfield. Got to say, I thought they were great. Love the manager, considering I think they lost three defenders and the keeper.
Yeah.
In the off season, and still attacked Liverpool. They went for it. Semenyo was great.
Semenyo's obviously was massive for them, right?
Yeah.
He's a player, isn't he?
Yeah, and to do what he done after receiving that abuse was not on at all. But fair play to him. Wolves really struggled against City. Really struggled. Didn't really see any sort of bright spark from them. I think Pete, you can go first on this one.
Well, I've seen enough of Bournemouth. I thought defensively, they might concede, but I still think Bournemouth can score goals. I'm going to go for Bournemouth 3-1.
Oh, I like that. I think Wolves can nick this.
Go on then. I warn you, I'm going for Bournemouth. But these are the points of difference. Like, why don't you back Wolves?
I don't see Wolves having enough to beat Bournemouth at home. What did you go for, Pete? 2-1?
3-1.
Okay, I'm going to go Bournemouth win. And I'm going to say 2-0 for Bournemouth.
Yep, that's what I was going to do. So you've got 3-1, Pete.
Yeah.
2-0. So then I guess it's whether Wolves get a goal for me. 2-1 or 3-1. I really wanted 2-0. So I'm going to go Bournemouth 3-0.
That's a convincing win,
That is a convincing win. That relies on no goals.
That would mean Wolves have conceded 7 goals in 2 games.
Yeah.
Right, there's the league wrapped up for this week. Good luck, gentlemen. Let's get back to when I was in the Chumbawamba Bar. We were talking about pre-season and a return to the Premier League.
Yes, guys, you all have just heard me. I was on holiday. I don't really know where I am anymore. I feel like I'm fucking in the Matrix.
I feel like Doctor Who. You were only just on holiday and now you're back in the Chumbawamba.
But I'm there, but I've not recorded it yet.
We're just going to have to explain to everyone what's gone on here.
Yeah, the explanation is we're in a Christopher Nolan film. I don't know who's where, what time zone, what world.
Yeah, but I have done some predictions before this, but I haven't done them yet.
Yeah.
Work that out.
Do you want to give an explanation then?
Well, you work that out. I feel like Keanu
even
Reeves.
I'm confused and I'm here. God knows
but are you?
I'm really on holiday. No, what's happened here is we weren't 100% convinced that we could rely on connecting to Peter Crouch on holiday. The bit that you've just heard, we weren't sure that was going to happen. So in an emergency...
Welcome to Blue Tinted Glasses, the home of Leicester City talk on YouTube. Fan debates, live watch-alongs, post-match reactions, and all the Foxes banter you could ask for. Subscribe now and see the game through Blue Tinted Glasses.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Blue Tinted Glasses, and welcome back to Michael. It's been a while, my friend. He's been enjoying the summer and doing a lot of work as well, but nice to have you back, mate. How is everything?
All good on my end. I feel like I'm just like now. Yeah, long time no speak. Did a lovely little 2-week road trip with the boys. Got another trip coming up soon. Just enjoying the summer. And I've sort of like ignored football for a period of time. And if I'm honest with you, coming back to it, I just feel like the world's falling apart again. But we can get into that in this podcast.
Yeah, I bet for you it just feels like a continuation of last season, to be fair. Like, we had all that negativity, and then it just feels like it's continued, which it has in a way. We had a little bit of a break from the football, but yeah, not a good game last time out against Preston. Hopefully the next one against Charlton's much better. By the way, mate, don't worry about your lag. It's fine. It's cutting out every now and then, but it's not a problem. It's not a problem.
My apologies to the viewers.
It's all right. Somebody asked, is that an 06-07 shirt? I think it is, isn't it?
If I'm honest with you, I'm really not sure. The badge is very old. It was bought for me this Christmas just gone. It's a little retro shirt from my brother. I could not tell you the year. Topps Tiles, though, so yeah, we're going back a bit for sure.
Yeah, it's a nice one. Somebody says we turned down 20 million for Daka. Where have you seen that? Where on earth have you seen that? If Bilal goes and we replace, I'm all for it, but no replacement. Yeah, we're going to talk about it now. Now, Michael, I don't know how much you've seen. Like you said, you've kind of been plugged out a little bit. Bilal El Khanous has been subject to rumours all summer, really. Initially, he was linked to Sunderland and Leeds United and I think Leipzig at one point. But now it looks like we are just waiting. It's all but confirmed. He is going to Crystal Palace, mate. He had a release clause for a while that expired last Friday, which was meant to be £30 million. But now it looks like he's going to go for that price tag anyway, if rumours to be believed, mate. What's your initial thoughts on this, mate? Because we saw him last season for Leicester in his only season for Leicester. How do you feel about him leaving the club?
I don't imagine there's any Palace fans watching this, but if there is, you're signing a really, really good player and a top prospect. I'm sad at the thought of him going, but I don't really begrudge him leaving at all. The Palace project is a really strong one. I saw them in the opening match against Chelsea, and I just looked at their starting 11 actually, and thought Wharton, Gahey, Eze, Sarr, Mateta, Henderson. It's a really, really strong team, and I really rate Glasner as a manager as well. I think he could be sort of like in the top 6 managers in the Premier League. So I don't begrudge him wanting to feed balls through to Mateta and not to Ayew, and I feel like it's a good move for his career, if nothing else. The fee is where I have an issue. I think that's really low, and that, he hasn't achieved anything in the game, so maybe doesn't warrant having a very high price tag. But I guess this just goes to show where the club is financially right now and how much of a tricky situation we're in. Just to talk a little bit on finances, though, there's some really weird transfer prices. Madueke going for 55 million, but Eze's only worth 60. I think Eze's like 5 times the player that Madueke is. We signed Skip for 25 million and we're selling Bilal El Khanous for 32 or whatever it is. So something's definitely not right with that. And
Foss Hub is reminding us all here that Genk have a 15% sell-on clause. So we're not getting 30 million. I don't want to do the maths here because I'll butcher it, but I don't know, 27, 26, I don't know. Someone do the maths for me.
Take off like 6 million?
More than, yeah. So really we're going to end up with what? Maybe a few million profit by the end of it, which is concerning. But then again, Michael, we saw it with Mads Hermansen. He left the club for 18 million. It feels like it's a combination of a relegated club whose transfer values do normally drop when you're relegated, a mixture of trying to get players out the doors quickly so you can actually reinvest, and also PSR. We need money to cover the PSR, debt, if you want to call it debt, that we're in. So, the deficit. So, it feels, Michael, like we're just going through one of those times when we just need to accept cut price deals for players just to get it done, which is It's frustrating for fans because we see the potential of a Bilal, we see the potential of a Hermansen, and we know that it wouldn't surprise any of us if in 2 years Bilal gets sold to Man City for 65, 70 million, right? Which is why it's frustrating to only get 30 for him now.
Well, I think maybe there's something in that for us. Do what Genk did, where we put a clause in to say we get a 10% of his next fee. The worrying part for me is, and spoiler alert for later on in this podcast, I don't think we're going to spend the money even when we get it. The money that comes in will not be reinvested. It's just paying off some debt in the future, and I worry where the creativity in this Leicester team really lies, because the midfield, I think Samare, from what I saw, woeful. Skip is worse than I ever thought he could actually be, and Harry Winks just clearly doesn't want to be there, and that's a shame because he was probably our best actual centre mid. We haven't got a player who can fit there, because Will Alves, is he actually that good? And Casey McAteer maybe could squeeze in there, but that's not his position. So I'll have a conversation topic a little bit later on of the podcast with you. But yeah, really alarming period of time to be selling on these players at such cut prices.
Well, there's a question here from Richard. He says, are we being asset stripped? And the players know it, hence the players' attitude. I mean, there's been rumours for a couple of months now that the club is up for sale. That is the rumour that's been doing the rounds. I don't think it would surprise too many if the club was up for sale, but that is the rumour. Obviously, there's no confirmation of that from anybody reliable. But yeah, I don't know. It's just another. We know about King Power's problems over in Thailand financially. They're in a bit of trouble. I think King Power Racing is their profits are down as well, if I'm not mistaken. And the third business, Leicester City Football Club, that seems to be failing as well, Michael. I mean, it's not a great time for Top, is it?
No, not at all. And as a bit of a horse racing fan, I can definitely vouch that the King Power Racing team, at a point in time, maybe about 4 years ago, they had some very promising horses, and now it's just not the silks you see on TV very often, particularly in the big races. It's just a very bad time. Is a quick one then? Is Crystal Palace the destination? Is that near enough confirmed? Because I see on the animations you've got Leeds and RB Leipzig there.
Yeah. The Leeds and Leipzig stuff is the Leeds and Leipzig stuff is there's interest, but yeah, it looks like Palace. It looks all but done, to be honest with you, mate. All the journalists are saying they're in talks, and some journalists are saying that a deal's agreed, but Palace are weighing up their options and other. And it sounds like, from what we've heard this week, he's asked to leave. And when you ask to leave, mate, it's I just feel like it's curtains. He's probably played his last game for us, where he got dragged off at half-time against Preston.
Wow. Are we assuming that we're going to sign someone here, or do you believe there's a player in the squad that can take that position?
I don't think there's a player in the squad that can take the position well, personally. I know there's fans of Will Alves. There's people who, like Manny, who suggest that we should play Monga in the 10. I think if we ended this window with Bilal El Khanous leaving and not signing a number 10, I think it would be a disaster. I think it'd be an absolute disaster, because then you're relying on Jeremy Monga, Lewis Page and Will Alves. And although two of them, Page and Monga, are definitely exciting players that I think we're all excited to see, none of them have proven in the number 10 that's where they can play. Like, what I'm trying to say is Monga we've seen off the left and the right, recently on the left, and he looks incredible. There's no guarantee it works for him in the number 10, especially in a physical league like the Championship. I think he's better out wide. I think he might be a little bit wasted there, and in the number 10, I think he's better out wide. And Will Alves has, he's not looked great so far, Michael. So, yeah, I just fear that we are going to end the window with signing nobody, and we're going to be in the shit because that Josh Brownhill link that went on for a while, that's gone dead now. That's gone quiet. So I don't know. I don't know how you feel, Michael, but I think if we don't sign number 10, I think I don't know. It spells trouble in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm just spitballing here, and I'm going to come in for some pouters, no doubt. Could someone like Ayew drop into the 10, and then you maybe play Daka? But that is a really, really weak forward line for Leicester City if that has to be the case. But he does drop in as a striker, so it's not too far apart. And it appears that Marty quite likes Ayew as well. So
that's what we saw in the second half against Preston. Bilal El Khanous got dragged, and we saw Jordan Ayew in the number 10 with Patson Daka ahead of him. And I mean, it didn't work. We didn't. Yeah. And I just feel like, and then even if we did that then leaves us with no striker on the bench, right? So we don't like Daka, but it's a player on the bench. It's another number. So yeah, well, we're going to get on to one of the possible replacements shortly, Michael. We are going to, the one that's been linked or leaked, not leaked, but yeah, linked. But before we do so, mate, I want to move on to this man, Abdul Fatawu, because worryingly there has been interest, as there always will be with such a great player, but we've seen Sunderland and Everton both sniffing around him, Michael. And a lot of people keep saying, well, don't worry, there's no chance that the club let him go as well as Bilal. But I don't know, mate. I feel like if somebody did put up the money, I feel like they would sell him. And I'm not saying, I don't think Abdul's the type of character to go on strike and demand a move and things like that. But with the situation the club are in at the moment financially, I could see it. I could see somebody paying up, and I was going, yeah, all right, off you go. It would. I think it would kill the season already. Kill it.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe he said he's happy to stay. Am I right in thinking it? Or is that just sort of like Twitter hearsay?
That's a source from Africa, so I don't know how reliable it is.
Okay. Well, that apart, this one cannot happen. To either Sunderland or Everton, like this, the thought of this makes me want to be sick. To be honest with you. I saw bids chucked around online for like £28 million, and I'm like, that is an outrage. When there's players like Amari Hutchinson going on the market and being sold at, was it £37 million? Fatawu is 5 times the player that Hutchinson is at this point in his career. Hutchinson might end up being good. I haven't seen it so much. We spoke about it a little bit at the end of last season. I think you might have spoken about it a bit in pre-season as well. That ACL injury, as much as it was horrible to our campaign in the Premier League, has done us a massive, massive favour because all it really took was a pre-season compilation against Fiorentina for clubs to start sniffing around about this kid again. And if he'd had a whole season in the Premier League, there's no doubt in my mind he would be so high up the pecking order for a lot of teams. A lot of teams are looking for players like Fatawu, quick, pacey, tricky. We can't lose both Bilal and Fatawu in the same window, as well as Ndidi, who, say what you like about him, I loved Ndidi, and as well as Hermansen, who, although he had an absolute generational stinker for West Ham on the weekend, he is a top goalkeeper and will be. We can't sell all of our good players, but I'll be honest with you, if a bid comes in for 45 million, I feel like Leicester City will take it.
Yeah, it worries me. I mean, the £28 million fee that you mentioned is ridiculous, disrespectful, I think. I don't know, it's a weird one. You want to hope that the board aren't that stupid, that they would sell him. But it just, nothing surprises me anymore with this club. I mean, it honestly wouldn't surprise me. I think a lot of us would just, I don't know, mate, like if Bilal went, if Abdul went with 10 days of the window left, you haven't even got time to get a suitable replacement in, I don't think. And this guy, I think he is our best player now. It went Bill Ali. I think he's our best player. I know some will mention a couple others, but he's better. He's come back from that ACL, and as you say, the ACL means that we didn't have the big clubs sniffing around or bidding, but he's come back and he's looked as explosive, even probably more explosive than he was before, and he looks like a better player than he was 12 months ago, which is crazy, seeing as though he was out for 9 months, 8 months. And that Fiorentina game, like you said, that was his first start. That was his first start since the ACL. And what he was doing in that game, the goal aside, it was ridiculous. And in the Sheffield Wednesday game as well, he looks great. He struggled last weekend against Preston. He did struggle there. And then let me get your thoughts on this, mate. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about this as well, because Abdul came in front of some criticism on the weekend, because on Sunday after the game, on Saturday, he put a post out on Instagram basically saying that the fans shouldn't leave early, and if you can't only support us when we win, you have to support us when we lose as well, and basically addressing the boos that there were in the crowd. Obviously, no one was booing Abdul, right? But they were booing the team, and Abdul, had a few words to say about that, and a lot of fans are upset about that, mate. I've seen some turn on him. I've seen some fans turn on Abdul because of it. What do you make to it?
I think he's well within his rights to say what he thinks, and the fans are well within their rights to also say that. Proper fencing, my ass has got splinters all over it. But I think like a lot of Leicester fans, I thought that we were going to be too good for the Championship, even with sales, even without making any signings. I thought that we'd be too good. But either we've completely underestimated how good the Championship actually is, which I don't know if that is correct, or these players are just chucking it in, and you have to accept that you're going to come in for some criticism when you lose like that in the way that they did. And also there's no harmony at the moment between the club and the fans at all. There doesn't appear to be any harmony between the players and the hierarchy either inside of the club. I think this has been boiling for a while, and I think the Fatawi one is one thing, but I would also say the Harry Winks not celebrating is a real fucking issue. That upset me, because I looked at him and I was like, he is our best centre mid. We need to play him, but he doesn't want to be there. And what pissed me off even more than that was the old that, which I don't even want to say his name. So when there's that much, when there's that many issues bubbling underneath the surface, you're going to get these issues, and the only way they're going to stop is by dealing out some good performances. Firstly, because the performances haven't been that good, and also getting some wins.
Yeah,
and then we can forget about it. But there is something wrong. That there's something wrong with a lot of the players who were good in the Championship the first time we played with Enzo. Thought Justin was good that year. Thought Vestergaard was good that year. Faze, I can reel them off. They're all fantastic. Something's happened. The passion's gone. They've yo-yoed between the Premier League and the Championship too many times, and they want to go, but no one wants them because they've seen the standard they are and they're not good enough.
And not only does nobody want them, mate, the problem here is that they all want to leave, but if there's an offer on the table that's less money than what they're on at Leicester, they won't go anyway because they don't want to take a hit financially, right? It's not like Harry Winks. Harry Winks is on 90 grand a week at Leicester. I don't think he'd drop down to 50 grand a week for another team. I think he'd want 90 grand, and if that club doesn't pay, then he'll probably stay at Leicester for another. He's got 1 year left on his deal. Just to mention another thing about Harry Winks, this is what happened at full time at Preston. The Leicester players were applauding the fans at full time, and Harry Winks was all the way down the other side of the pitch, down the tunnel, straight down the tunnel. Didn't go over to the Leicester fans whilst all the other players did. There's the shot of him going right down the tunnel. So, there's been a problem with Winks. I want to say, mate, since Enzo left, Enzo was his little. He was a fanboy of Enzo, and when Enzo left, you saw the thing in Copenhagen where he had the "I miss you Enzo" sign. He then fell out of Ruud van Nistelrooy and didn't play again for the rest of the season, and now he just seems to have the hump. He seems miserable, which is probably why Marty didn't start him at the beginning of the season straight away, because his head isn't in the right place. But Marty had to use him because he's, like you say, the best midfielder, the best centre midfielder, the best number 8, right? So, yeah, I don't know, mate. I don't know. It's frustrating. Let me ask you this, Michael. Go on, Mike. Go on, mate.
Yeah, go on. Well, no, all I was going to say is that whether they're going to take the wage cut or not, I'm not seeing bids either, because the bids are coming. Obviously, the bids are coming for the players we want to keep. Yeah, no shit. But like, we want to get rid of Christiansen. We want to get rid of Samare. Most probably want to get rid of like Thomas. You know, but no one seems to be interested in him at all. And I would have thought someone in like Syria or even the Dutch league would most probably get something out of those players. It just baffles me. But go on, what have you got for me? You're muted. I don't know if that's just for me.
Sorry, that was me. Yeah. One of the midfielders lined up to potentially replace Bilal El Khanous is João Rego, who is a 20-year-old attacking midfielder / wide player who plays for Benfica. He has been linked to Leicester City over the last week or so, with a potential move to Leicester City on loan. So, I mean, we don't know much about him. I'm not expecting you to know much about him, Michael. As you can see, 7 games and 0 goals and 0 assists last season. He's a young talent who I think was mostly used as a squad player for now. But yeah, mate, I mean, why not? Because who was the last player we signed on loan from Portugal? Can you tell me who that was, Michael?
Fatawu, if I'm not mistaken. I had a look online. I saw a compilation. How good is he? I don't know. The last person I made a decision on how good they were off the back of a compilation was Woyo Koulibaly, and he turned out to be mythical, if nothing else. But we need a player in that number 10 who is an actual number 10.
Yeah.
I don't think we can get through a championship season with the likes of an Alves there or a McAteer there. So it needs to be done. Whether he's actually going to be, it's a loan deal is what you put on. I saw some reports saying it might be a buy deal. I also then saw similar deals or similar reports that Benfica want to stick about a £70 million price tag on him. So, you know, well out of our remit, that one. But go on, for someone who most probably has put a bit more time into this, what are your thoughts on him?
Well, I think it's, you know, if it's a loan, it depends, doesn't it? Like, yes, you might be able to get him on a loan with option to buy or a mandatory buy. I don't like the idea of a mandatory buy with this, because you've got no idea how this guy's going to turn out, right? Because I remember we had a situation with Yunus Akgun 2 years ago, who, by the way, has actually developed into a very nice player. So I kind of wish we did keep him. But that deal, I believe, was if he played so many games, same with Abdul, if he played so many games, he had to sign. It was mandatory that you bought him. So I think I would like to avoid that, because you never know what player's going to rock up at Leicester. He could be a bag of shit. But an option to buy, I don't see why not. You know, I don't see why not. It's not really a risk when you sign a loan. He looks exciting. He looks like, you know, close control and stuff like that. Attacking wise, very good. I think it would be a good signing. He's not as good as Bilal El Khanous, but we know, Michael, that no player we sign this summer in the Championship will be as good as Bilal, right? We're going to talk about replacements, but no one will be as good as him.
Not at all. I haven't got long left on this crawl. Unfortunately, I've got to scoot off to five-a-side football. But I want to just quickly brainstorm one thing with you that wasn't on the roll call. And with Bilal going, what do you believe our best starting 11 will be? Or let's say he doesn't play this weekend. How would you like to see us line up?
What if everybody's fit?
Yeah. Let's go with everyone's fit, because I'm assuming we haven't heard any news on Justin yet, but he's most probably not going to be fit.
Yeah, I mean, I would obviously. I mean, it's going to be Jakub. I would go Ricardo, Okoli. I still want to say Nelson, just because I think you need to move past the Vestergaard fast thing. And I'd say Justin on the left over Luke Thomas. I think Luke Thomas is absolute garbage. And Victor Christensen is too. So I would go James Justin on the left if he stayed. In midfield, as it stands, mate, it's difficult, but I'm sorry, guys. You'd have to still say Winks and Samare, I think. Some people will say Skip, but again, Skip is crap. Samare is also crap 60% of the time, I think, 70% of the time. But there's, every now and then he'll show glimpses. And then it's going to be, with no Bilal, I would agree with what Manny says, right? You'd say Mavididi, Fatawu and Monga as the three behind the striker. But I would prefer to sign a number 10 and keep Monga sharing the minutes out wide. And then I'd go, it has to be Ayew up top over Daka. But any other names you would throw into that I've missed out?
For development purposes, I agree that Monga should be sort of moving minutes around with Mavididi. So you'd think Monga would be the best number 10 out of those three. You don't reckon Mavididi or Fatawu could do that, right?
I think Mavididi could do it, potentially. Yeah, in the number 10. I think Abdul you keep up wide. I think you keep him out wide. Don't bring him inside. But you could see Mavididi playing there for sure, yeah. Maybe Monga on the left, Mavididi in the middle.
The only sort of omission that I made is I did start Vestergaard because I think he's good for the Championship. But Nelson, I have an Oxford friend, a friend who supports Oxford, and he's like, Nelson starts you in the Premier League, mate. He really raved about him, but he had like one terrible game, didn't he, over the pre-season or the first game of the season, or something along those lines. It just didn't really work out for him. But he should get minutes again. He should get his chance again.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I don't hate Vestergaard. I personally prefer Vestergaard to Fass, but of course Nelson and Okoli, I think is a lot of people's number one pick there. So, right, Michael, I'll let you go, mate. Thank you so much for jumping on. It was good to welcome you back.
My apologies
for sure.
I'll get it fixed.
Yes, mate. I look forward to seeing you on a Sunday morning sometime soon as well. You've not been on one of them for a while, so that'll be nice.
I haven't been on one of those for a long old time. Enjoy the rest of the show, guys, and I'll see you soon.
Cheers, Michael, mate. All the best. See you very soon. Cheers, pal. Bye-bye. Thanks to Michael. And don't worry, guys, we're not ending yet because we have a substitute. What sound effect can I play for this guy? I'm going to go with... Well, 25 million and you can't spend 5? Come on.
No, because we've got to raise 50 first before we can spend 1.
Okay, so Bilal will take us to 56, so we'll have 6.
We'll hopefully have 6 exactly. We'll hopefully have see, glass half full already.
And you're positive about that.
Hey, 6. Look, you and I know we're one of the few people that actually believe that with £6 million you can find yourself a really good, talented player. We believe that. We believe that completely. So I am positive because I'm sure that with £6 million, you're not going to find someone as good as Bilal for £6 million. Of course you're not. But you could find somebody with potential, raw, all the usual stuff, and just a new bit of energy, a new face around there. We need something. We need the squad themselves. They need a new personality, a new character around the place, something to liven it up a bit. Everyone needs livening up at the moment.
Go on then, mate. Talk to me because we've discussed this player a lot. It sounds like it's going to be somewhere in the region of 30, 31, 32 million pounds. What do you think, mate? Good price in the end? Okay price? Poor price? What are you thinking?
No, that's a decent price. That's it's not the biggest price, but it's not the lowest price. You know, we were criticising the number in the mid to low 20s, saying it should be 30 plus. This is 30 plus. 30 plus in the current environment, in our situation, everybody knows that we like to get our pants pulled down. So it's nice to squeeze out that
Don't we all?
Yeah. But, you know, this could be as high as £10 million more than we thought that, you know, we were going to get for the player. And it seems a bit crazy from Palace that they didn't get this done while the release clause was there just a week ago, right? Eze was always going to go somewhere. He was never going to stay. So I'm amazed that Palace were a bit sloppy in their work and they left it, and their sloppiness means that we get somewhere between 5 and 10 million extra, which that is the extra money that we might actually have for a player replacement.
Yeah, I mean, Fossub says here, oh wow, I've just seen it, David Ornstein. Arsenal have made a move for Eze.
They should do as well. I mean, with all due respect,
he's going to choose them. He's going to choose them.
Eze's better than Spurs. Eze is absolutely brilliant. Anybody should be going for Eze. Anyone in the world, and I mean any club in the world. Barcelona, he's good enough for Barcelona. Any club in the world, Eze is good enough for him. He's superb.
And there's a video doing the rounds this week of him talking about 5-6 years ago. He is a massive Arsenal fan, so he's going to go to Arsenal now. So
that makes sense. That would make a lot of sense.
But that doesn't change anything for us at all. That Palace is still going to need a new midfielder, and it's interesting you say about why didn't they get him a week ago on the release clause, but I mean, why rush if they knew that Leicester were going to let him go for 30 anyway, you know?
Yeah, but the rumours were 22 to 25, weren't
well, Owen and John Percy have said since it's 30. The release clause was closer to 30, yeah.
Then maybe it didn't make much difference in the end. But 30 that's a reasonable number. You know, we thought the Mads one, despite his first match, was undervalued. This seems... It doesn't seem we pull our pants pulled down. We haven't squeezed every last drop either, but that might partly because, you know, Bilal showed his intentions at the weekend, isn't he? That he's not particularly motivated at the moment, or his head scrambled, got dragged at half time. Then, you know, if teams are watching, if they know that the player's distracted or not 100% committed or whatever, then they're going to use that leverage and knock the price down. So to end up getting 30 plus, no issue with that whatsoever. In fact, I'm quite content with that number.
I don't like this rewriting of history, by the way. I'm seeing people keep calling Bilal average. I think it's bollocks. People always say, oh, he only got 5 goals and assists last season. Well, yeah, but if you actually watch the games last season, you'll see he's not a goal scorer. He's not... You know, I called
Jack Grealish gets 5 goals a year at best, and he went for 100.
Well,
so...
I called Bilal... I think I said he's more of like a pre-assister, if that makes sense. He links up the play a lot. He gets involved in the moves, but he doesn't necessarily create the goal or score the goal. I don't get the averaging. And the great comments in the Championship, I think he would be a great player in the Championship.
Put him in a better team with better teammates. Teammates that distract defenders, that they can drag the defender away, that they're more worried about your teammate than they are about you, and your numbers will go up. The problem is, who's he supposed to place a slide rolling pass to? We had 38-year-old Vardy and Ayew on the bench, or Daka. Who's he supposed to assist to? You know, what do you want him to do? Score 25-yarders every single week? It's not really his game. But one thing he does do, apart from link the play, which is obvious, he's a hard worker, Bilal is. He works hard in defence. He's trying to win the ball. He works hard in the first minute and the 90th minute. So, and also he's 20. He's 20. People forget, you know, they just think, oh, he plays like he's sort of not veteran as such, but, you know, he's been around a few years. He's part of the furniture. He was a foreign player that he just moved to England pretty much 12 months ago, and look how well he's settled in. Look at his attitude. You know, how many games last season did we say Bilal standing out, Bilal standing out, Bilal standing out? Pre-season, Bilal was working hard and standing out. His attitude's been perfect, apart from right at the last minute when naturally you're going to, when your head is turned. I mean, any fan I know you're a bit annoyed with him, but you can't begrudge someone the chance to play in Europe when they're facing a championship season with the state that we're currently in. So, you know, it was always, he's going to go, he was always going to go. Just can we focus? We've got 10 days left. We need to get a replacement in the room. So that is really what we should be looking at, and that's what we should be discussing, not about Bilal anymore. Bilal is not going to be our player anymore. It's done, pretty much. If it's not Palace, or if someone else will grab him, I'm sure, before the end of the deadline. Let's focus on what's next, not what's just happened.
Yeah, because I've just seen I've just seen somebody say about, you know, oh, maybe then if Eze goes to Arsenal. No, the Bilal is not off because that wouldn't affect it because Palace is still losing a midfielder, so the Bilal thing wouldn't be affected. What I was going to say, Manny, was someone said, oh, maybe Spurs now will come in for Bilal, right? But I don't want that. I want the deal done now. Just get it done.
Yes, everyone, good morning. Welcome back to Forever United TV. All your Manchester United news from on and off the pitch jammed into one morning show, getting you ready for your day, getting you kick-started so you're in the know with everything that's going on and what's coming up also today. We're going to be talking Rasmus Højlund at the top of the show, and an interesting development last night brought to you by Fabrizio Romano. We'll bring you that piece as well on what Romano said. A twist in the Jadon Sancho saga, which wasn't expected, and it came from the news last night of Eberechi Eze and that massive U-turn, which you all seen, I'm sure, unless you were living under a rock, that happened last night. All of that alongside all of the Manchester United updates and everything else going on with the club. Can the Glazers now sell from underneath Ineos? Yes, they can, but will they? That's a different story altogether. All of the business news creeping into the show a little bit today as well. But we want the transfer news. We want what's happening at Manchester United. And we want to know exactly how much we can get for our players. We're going to get into that first of all this morning, starting with Rasmus Højlund. Of course, yesterday we seen the news that AC Milan dropped out of the race for Rasmus Højlund because Manchester United and the player were demanding a permanent part of the deal to kick in at the end of the season. So loan with obligation, not loan with option for Rasmus Højlund. AC Milan have already moved on and brought in Victor Boniface, confirmed by Fabrizio Romano. So AC Milan out. No chance of the signing of Rasmus Højlund when that looked like the only option for him. And then all of a sudden, bang, we got the update from Fabrizio Romano regarding Manchester United's Rasmus Højlund and a potential move away from the football club. This is what Romano said last night on his channel about what happened yesterday with Rasmus Højlund.
We also wait this summer, in these final days, for Rasmus Højlund today after Milan. But Milan spoke to the agent of Højlund again this morning, but then they reached an agreement with Bayer Leverkusen for Victor Boniface, club to club, waiting on player side. Well, while Milan work on Boniface, Napoli called Manchester United again for Rasmus Højlund. They already did a few days ago after Romelu Lukaku injury, as I told you. Napoli asked again for Rasmus Højlund. They also spoke to the agents of the player, but I can tell you, the Rasmus Højlund is telling Leipzig, Napoli, Milan, all the clubs interested, that his favourite opportunity would be to go on loan with obligation to buy. He didn't want to leave Man United, we know that, I told you. But if he has to leave, he doesn't want them to return in 1 year and to be in the same situation of players like Sancho or others. He wants to go and cut this thing if it's the only way. He really wanted to stay at United, he really wanted to stay. But if it's not possible, he prefers a loan with obligation and not a loan with option. This was the message to Napoli, this was the message to Milan and all the other clubs, because Højlund wants to feel confidence, doesn't want to feel like a player who will go back then to Man United.
As always, making it clear, Rasmus wants the permanent move. He doesn't want to go back to Manchester United and be exiled like the likes of Sancho, Garnacho, Rashford and players like this. He has been there, let's not forget, firsthand to see the complete capitulation of Manchester United behind the scenes, Rasmus Højlund. So Romano making it clear there. And you know what? It's sensible, and we've said this all along, haven't we? Well done, Rasmus Højlund, for wanting to make this the way it is. He doesn't feel like he warrants the treatment that the other players have got. And I agree with him. And I think every single Manchester United fan would agree that Rasmus Højlund has not been a problem at this football club like the other so-called named bomb squad players anyway. But also in that piece there, you heard what Romano was saying regarding the deal with Napoli at the moment. There are other sources now going into this, into the detail of what was said and what's happening with Napoli and Rasmus Højlund. And that is that at the moment, as it stands, Napoli are advancing with talks in a 5 million loan fee up front with a 45 million option to buy Rasmus Højlund at the end of the season. The worry and the concern is, and Romano made this point there as well, that Manchester United want to make this a permanent deal. So any loan deal has to have the obligation to buy at the end. Whether or not that option becomes permanent and the price has to come down because it's permanent to make this sweeter, this is what Manchester United are now pushing forward. And Rasmus Højlund has told United and Napoli, he's made it very clear that he wants a permanent fixture away from Manchester United. He's not coming back. He wants out of the football club completely and wants them guarantees put into this deal. So 45 plus the 5 loan fee adds up to €50 million, approximately £43 million for Rasmus Højlund is near enough the book value of the player this season. That book value could rise next season also. So Manchester United are aware of the option to obviously sell Rasmus Højlund rather than the permanent, because they know that Rasmus Højlund has got clout in Italy and has performed the best that he has in his career in Italy pretty much, which brought him onto the scene. That's why Manchester United brought him in the first place. So Manchester United looking into this deal and are probably more open to a loan option. Like the whole push from the permanent side of things is Rasmus Højlund because of reasons that Romano's just described, which are that he doesn't want to become one of these exile players coming back and can't train with the first team squad. I don't necessarily think that would happen under Ruben Amorim. I don't think Ruben's got an issue with Rasmus Højlund unless there is something that we may find out about if a deal happens that happened behind the scenes. I don't think we'll find out about anything that happened until Rasmus moves, but I just don't see Ruben Amorim exiling Rasmus Højlund like he would the other players. He's not being an issue. He trains, he turns up on time, which is a big thing apparently, and he has always been available and wanted to work hard and be part of the squad. And Ruben always said, and we've known what Ruben has said from the get-go since he walked through the door at Old Trafford, which is, if these players train and work hard and give me absolutely everything, he will defend them to the end. And Rasmus Højlund falls into that category, unless something has happened. And I'm not scaremongering, I'm not trying to stir the pot here or anything like that. I hope it hasn't, because the last thing we could afford right now is another player that is having issues behind the scenes or has had a fallout with Ruben Amorim, because like this deal says, it's not done. And if we get to the end of the window, 11 days to go, and Rasmus doesn't go, then we've got another problem inside Manchester United, an upset player that could be affecting, in fact, will be affecting everybody else, because we know one bad egg turns the whole pot. It turns the whole pot around, doesn't it? It only takes that tiny little bit of negativity, and for that to be mixed in amongst everything that's going on at Manchester United right now, and like everybody's reported the same thing, the camaraderie, the atmosphere, the environment, and everything around, the vibe around Manchester United is the best it's been for years. Bomb squad, Rasmus not being sold changes everything, because like Ruben said, he cannot really, he could exile players forever and a day, but even at the height of the Marcus Rashford nightmare, he still had to integrate Marcus Rashford back into training sessions and sometimes even into a matchday squad as an unused substitute. A miserable face sat on the bench talking to teammates or in amongst it at training is going to be a nightmare for Manchester United. So I think the player has seen this, the player has made this difficult for Manchester United, because obviously, you've only got one option now, which is the permanent fixture, which is the permanent sale of Rasmus Højlund after the loan. I think Manchester United have to lower the price of the obligation. €45 million as an option, that's easier because you don't have to take it. And it looks sweet on the paper that they're actually looking at that, and everything looks great, but no one ever takes the option. No one ever takes the option, do they? A loan is a loan for a reason. It's the last days of the transfer window, and that player is going to that club because he's not wanted and nobody else on the market has taken up the opportunity of buying him. So right now, last 2 weeks, Napoli are not taking the option. Napoli are being forced into a corner here and don't want to spend a lot of money. Therefore, Manchester United are going to have to lower that obligation price from what it was with the option, I feel, anyway, because they're not going to spend £43 million on Rasmus Højlund. I just don't see that happening. Yes, you could say that it's split, and obviously they're paying some of that fee, 30+ million of it, at the end of the season, and that's easily affordable for them. They might not want him. They might have other options. Romelu Lukaku is coming back after 3 months. This is an emergency loan for Napoli. So if there is going to be any permanent deal, it's going to have to be a cut price one. And at the moment, stats, I think, is around, and it sounds bad, this, I reckon Manchester United, if they want to get rid of Rasmus Højlund this summer, they're going to have to make this deal £30 million, 25 million at the end of the season with a 5 million loan fee or something like that up front, because I just don't see Napoli going for this. I hope I am wrong, but just going off the numbers and what's happened and what the Athletic have reported about Manchester United willing to accept a lower fee for Rasmus, I just feel like they want him out. And again, I don't want to make this sound like he's been a problem, but why all of a sudden the desperate need to move Rasmus on when we know squad rotation could play a big part this season? And I cannot help but feel that there is more of a problem behind the scenes with Rasmus Højlund. Otherwise, what's changed in the space of 3 weeks from finishing that tour and Rasmus obviously doing well in that Bournemouth game and not being picked then for the Everton game, not being picked for Fiorentina and out of the squad completely for the opening day against Arsenal? That doesn't sound like somebody who's working hard, who's happy to work for Ruben Amorim and Amorim himself is happy with. It sounds like there's a problem, and United cannot afford to mount another problem onto the rest of what's already there, because that's what's happening at the moment. Rasmus, if he does not leave, and the word yesterday, and we've seen it from Sky, they were saying that Ruben Amorim has not ruled out Rasmus Højlund staying at Manchester United still. I don't know if it's going to make a difference to players coming in for Manchester United. I don't know if the money's going to be enough to bring in another player. We've got a Gourmet coming in, which with news last night as well, which we're going to touch on in the show this morning again on an update on him. Is it necessarily like one player out and one player in? Is this what United are thinking? I don't think it is with Rasmus Højlund. I really don't. I think something has happened behind the scenes. And again, I'm only going off what's happened and what's in front of us all and what's factual. He went from playing well against Bournemouth and Ruben coming out and saying he's doing well, he's scoring goals. That's more important for Rasmus Højlund than anything else. We haven't even had Sesko at this point. He's gone from that to disappearing off the face of the planet and just not featuring whatsoever. To not even come on in a friendly when you can use so many substitutes. That says something. And out of the squad, when you've only got one natural number 9 and you're forcing Joshua Zirkzee, who isn't a natural number 9, into his place on the bench, there just looks to be a problem. And you can only read what's out there. You can only look at what's happening. And for me, that spells trouble for Manchester United. I think the price has to come down. They're going to have to accept a lower fee. And I think this might happen with the other players as well. Like we said in many shows now going past, like we want these players to suffer. We want to stand our ground with this. But it is one of them, isn't it? It's, you need the money. If you are really looking for a midfielder and a goalkeeper from now to the end of the season, all anybody cares about is what players are coming in. Players leaving falls into insignificance completely if them players are not featuring at all. All anybody cares about is what's happening with the squad right now. If Ruben's going to move forward with this team, it's about players coming in and what he's already got in that squad. Try and just let the bomb squad go. Can United accept the loss? That's the point we're trying to make, I think, here with Manchester United and the stance on Rasmus Højlund, in that they're going to have to, I think. They're going to have to accept that Ruben's more important. The team and what's happening right now and getting up that table is more important than anything. And if Rasmus stays, if any of these bomb squad players stay, then we have got a huge problem going into the season with Ruben Amorim. I just don't know if it's going to work for him. And I think this is going to really hamper him if they can't get this deal over the line. Let's get into the comment section and let's see what everybody's saying right now. Welcome along, everybody. Please get your comments in and let me know how you're feeling about this. Please pop a like on the video if you're loving the content as well. This week, we have got a lot of content coming up this weekend, everybody, on our sister channel, Football Talks, as well. We're starting on Friday with the Chelsea and West Ham watch-along, so please do join us for that as well this week. If you haven't already subscribed to that channel, hit the subscribe button here on Forever United TV as well if you haven't. Let's get into what everybody's thinking right now. Whose fault is it if Højlund has become a problem? We need a second striker. I think Amorim has to face some questions about how he handles players. It's an interesting point from Andrew there, actually. I think, when does it become a point when we actually start looking at Ruben Amorim on some of these situations right now? Look, I'm right behind Ruben, as everybody knows. I think he has to be hard-handed this summer, and again, he will be the victim if this doesn't happen. If Ineos do not back him in moving these players on, Ruben is going to, like Andrew says there, have to answer the questions as to why so many players are being isolated right now and are not being used. Like, I love the hard hand. I love the fact that we are going cutthroat, ruthlessness mode all through this summer. I love the way that we've done business. You all know I've been really happy with the window. But if you cannot finish the job, then everything that's been done before can be completely undone. Like, I'm not saying that these characters of the players that have come in are going to be put off by these bad eggs coming back into the team and into first team training, but it's not going to help. And Ruben still has to deal with them players. And if he hasn't got a fully cohesive and everybody on it squad training hard and working together to the same goal, it's gonna fail. And Ruben, like Andrew says there, is he handling it the right way? Could he do more? We do need another striker. I don't rate Rasmus Højlund as a number one, but I think we've all said all the way through the summer, myself included, that we would all be happy if Rasmus Højlund was still there as a number two. Why is this such a desperate push to get Rasmus out and everything slowed down with the obvious idiots that we need to get out of this squad? Seems strange, doesn't it? It does. They're telling Himand, is that Højlund supposed to say typo? I think creeps in there. Not buying another 9, then that is a concern. They're not going to buy another 9. Rasmus leaving doesn't mean another number 9 coming in. Manchester United are also ready to let Gabe Biancheri leave on loan as well from Manchester United's academy. That's another young prospect. We can't see Chido really creeping into the side this season with the amount of games that we've got with just domestic football.
I didn't used to. I like the 2 months off. In. So who wants to go first? Come on, Jamie. Fire away, pal.
I'll go first. Right. I brought this shirt in. My own stuff a lot of it was at Anfield in Liverpool's museum thing. So I brought this shirt in. This is what I could find. This is a signed shirt.
Is that Franco?
Franco Baresi.
Surely you've got to help me here, right? Do you know, I just brought up a few jerseys. I know we kind of have brought jerseys on before.
Which one do you like best? What about it?
It's not like it best, it's just different. This is my Forest Cup final one. Again, I was trying to find stuff last night. You're on about memories, starting out, the usual
It's really weird
stuff.
because
so cool.
When you look
Cup
at it, you
final
can
one,
actually see them walking out now.
Yeah.
I remember this button was undone, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let me undo that.
So that's the FA Cup final against
That's the cup
Spurs.
final against Spurs, yeah. 91, yeah.
You wore long sleeve, Roy? Yeah, well, I think we didn't have a choice. I think at Forest when I was a bit younger, I think.
How old are you, Roy, in that cup final?
I'd have been 19.
Wow.
19, yeah.
Is that the size of it? Look at the size of it.
That
Absolutely.
must have drowned
Time,
you.
because this microphone will not stop me from saying. Eberechi is coming to Arsenal, not to Tottenham. You absolutely love to see it. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the greatest episode of the Arsenal Transfer Show you will ever see. And that needs another No, it doesn't need another one. Good morning. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing well. I'm sure you're doing plenty better than you was probably about, let's say, 15 hours ago, when the world quite literally was falling apart at the seams. We were losing centre forward. Strikers were being injured. We were losing it. Our minds were gone. We were in the mud, but not for long, because we would pick up ourselves from that mud, from the stickiness, the embarrassment of being stuck down there. And we would grab the back of the head of the nearest Spurs fan next to you and thrust it straight into the mud instead. Because Arsenal have produced one of the finest, one of the greatest, one of the most pleasure-inducing transfer hijacks of all time. Because if you were not alive, perhaps not footballingly conscious enough, we'll try that word again, to have witnessed Mr. Campbell make the decision not to stay with Tottenham, not to sign a new contract, but instead take the short hop
the glamorous walk from one side of North London to the other, where Arsenal reside, and sign that beautiful contract, because somebody else, while not leaving Tottenham, has swerved more finely than the Leandro Trossard turn to floor Pedro Porro, reference, to end the speculation that took days. Spurs were waiting for days. Their fans were on their knees praying for some news. Where's Eze? Announce Eze. Where's the here we go Eze? Well, it's never coming. But it is going to come, and already has, for Arsenal, because Eberechi Eze is going to be an Arsenal player. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Thank you so much for listening. As always, hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing well. Let's say hello to the chat box. Those of you that are listening on catch-up, thank you. Those of you that are live, I wonder how many of you got to see the almighty... It's quite appropriate to call it a cock-up, I guess, considering who we're talking about, Arsenal hijacking, in terms of the transfer business. But, yeah, I was so ready for that introduction on the show that I did. So ready. And I was like, I'm not risking it. I'm not walking in again. I've done that once. I think this one's better anyway. We do these off the cuff as much as we can. But good morning to you all. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening. It is an absolute pleasure. Rob, good morning to you. To Kirill, to Stefan. Good morning to Sleeping Fat Boy in the chat. Ben, good morning to you. To Dave, to Sataki, to Oliver, to White Ryan. We've got the Sheriff of the Wiz. I'm seeing lots of names I don't normally see. Good morning to you all. Thank you so much for joining me. Where have you been? Why are you such fair weather fans? Why are you only tuning in for the good news? That's the question I've got for you. We want the Matt G's and the Sharis and the Carrie-Anns and the Black Shines. We want our regulars who have been absolutely mugged off by StreamYard this morning. Lots of new people in the chat. I see Chris in the chat is one of our regs, of course. There are plenty of you in the chat. We've got Wes Bird in the chat. It's good to see, of course, as always. We've got Abby in the chat as well. But there's some freeloaders amongst you this morning, and I can see you all. Greg, thank you so much. What do you think of Tottenham? This is a family show. So you know the answer, but it's 8 a.m. UK in the morning. So the answer is not technically broadcastable. But George as well, thank you for becoming a brand new member of the channel as well. Very much appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for joining us. If you can work out a reason why I'm wearing this shirt in particular, do let me know in the chat box. If you think you can work it out and you can work out the link, do let me know what you think the link might be. There is a reason behind it. Also says, no love for the OGs. I'd love to give the OGs plenty of love as well. Paul in the chat box today too. But there's so many people in the chat today that we don't normally see. But stay welcome. We do these shows every single morning, 8 a.m. UK time. Not just when the transfer window's open, but all the time. All the time. Rain, shine, good news, bad news. We do it all the time, people. We keep it real. We keep it objective. We speak the truth. At least us. So continue to listen. Do make sure you drop a like on the video. We try and reach 1,000 every single day, but we're going to be greedy. We're going to be greedy today because Arsenal have been greedy. They thought 5 signings? No. 6 signings? No. 7 signings? Yes. And that's why we're going to go for 7. No, I'm joking. We're going to go for 2. 2. I think 2's fair enough. 2,000 likes. If we can get to 2,000 likes on today's show, that would be... If we get 7,000 likes, which I don't think would happen, but if we can get 2,000 likes, that would be great. And there's already 2,200 of you listening this morning, so if you could drop a like on the video, all of you watching this show right now, you freeloaders, please do drop a like on the video now. It would be greatly appreciated. But we've wasted so far 6 minutes. Barry from the Midlands is very irritated that I've taken 6 minutes to start this show. So let's get on with it, shall we? And kick off with, unfortunately, the bad news. We have to sort the bad news first. We have to sort the bad news first. Which is the Kai Havertz story. And I'm sorry to bring the mood down. And I know that there's a lot of irony here, and I know there's a lot of people celebrating this, and I know there's a lot of people very thankful that the Havertz injury is what, of course, sparked the Eberechi Eze story. But let's make no bones about this first. The Kai Havertz injury is annoying. I hate this. I hate that this has happened. Because in my opinion, there was real hope. There was hope that we might do something anyway this window, that something might happen. Whether it was going to be Eze, I don't know, because the fact of the matter is that I do know is that the Havertz injury was very key in Arsenal really pushing ahead with the Eze signing. But the Havertz injury sucks, and it sounds concerning. It sounds a bit concerned. David Ornstein broke this story yesterday, who, by the way, has won the transfer window. David Ornstein has done an unbelievable job this summer in his reporting. The class of his reporting has been absolutely top. Broke the story about Havertz's injury, broke the story about Eze yesterday. So if you can go, I can tell you, because I do it at a much, 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 much smaller level right now. I'm still so early on in my journalistic career. But I can tell you that reporting on transfers is a thankless task. A absolutely thankless task. So please, 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 this isn't just, and it's just not about David as well, it's about everyone that's been doing all the work around transfers this summer. Make sure you thank the people that are going and doing it. When they're bringing you news, instead of replying saying, what about this? What about that? What about this? Say thanks for bringing you the stories. Make sure you appreciate the effort that goes in, because it's such a hard job. It's such a difficult job to break stories, to get these scoops, to get the information. So make sure you show plenty of love to the likes of David, of course, as well. But yes, Kai Havertz's injury has been, without question, a big downer on the start of this season. One game in, and we've already lost potentially a huge, huge, huge player for us. And I know that a lot of people still aren't entirely convinced by him. But he was on for 20-plus goals last season before his last injury, and it now seems that another injury that happened against Manchester United could cost him a significant portion of this season, if not, who knows, all of it. We don't know. We haven't got the right details yet. We're still waiting for kind of the information, but certainly it's a concern. They're waiting for kind of the injury to settle before they do the scan, and then they can work out what it is. But the hope is that it's not too serious, but we don't have enough information yet. There's a few people that have kind of put little tidbits out there about what it could be, but frankly, some of those people that have done that have been quite unreliable recently, so I'm not inclined to believe it yet. So let's wait and see what happens. But Kai Havertz's injury is brutal. I think that's the right word. You know, Spearman in the chat, one of our other regulars, says it is a brutal injury. It definitely is. It's a brutal injury. And when you have injuries in these moments where it sucks and it's crap, and I hate it when we have to deal with these, it's so important to have such a quick response. You know, earlier in the window when it emerged that Thomas Partey was leaving, Arsenal quickly responded with that Christian Norgard signing. And Andrea Berta has been so good, and we'll come on to him specifically in a second, but he's been so good at pivoting quickly. Like the speed in which Arsenal have responded in the window this summer. Like, I know we felt like things have gone on for a long time, but the Gyökeres deal took less than 3 weeks to complete. The Christian Norgard deal got done like that. Credit to Edu and Jason Ato, who got the Martin Zubimendi deal done really early on in the year. Kepa, done like that. Found out the release clause, paid it, done. Christian Mosquera, found out he had a year left on his contract and there was a deal to be done there. Got it done, quick, bang. Arsenal have been so good in this window. Noni Madueke, I know he's going to divide opinion amongst you, you know. And I know we've got a lot to still see from him, and there's still more to come from him, and I'm curious to see what he can do. But we got that deal done really quickly. Really quickly. Despite him playing in the Club World Cup, we got it done before they even got to the final, Chelsea. When these bad things happen, like a Kai Havertz injury, you need someone to be able to be shrewd and smart and quick and precise and execute those plans. And he has done that. And again, I've got a dedicated slide for him, but we need to move on to the big one. We need to move on to this glorious slide, because Arsenal hijacked Spurs. I still can't really believe that I'm saying these words, because it's so funny. There was I was gutted, absolutely gutted when it turned out Spurs. And I said it. I said it when Arsenal looked as though the Eze deal wasn't going to happen, because they've renewed Ethan Nwaneri's contract. And again, everything that I've been talking to you about on here is how that has played out. Ethan Nwaneri's contract. So if you let's go through the story, shall we? The story, as I understand it, as of what has happened. Arsenal had an interest, as I broke to you in May, had an interest in Eberechi Eze this summer. He was a player on their list, a player they were keen on, a player that they had held an interest on, a player that Mikel Arteta in particular has been very, 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 very liking of. At that point, as we moved through to June and into July, and those contract talks with Ethan Nwaneri were ongoing, that interest, of course, in Eze began to step up. That interest began to rise to a level where the talks over a new contract for Nwaneri, it raised a few concerns. However, Arsenal found a breakthrough in Nwaneri's contract and managed to agree that deal, despite interest from a number of Premier League clubs, to my understanding, Borussia Dortmund as well in particular. There were a number of clubs very keen on the player. Arsenal renewed his deal, and the interest in Eze as a result was impacted by that contract renewal. And that's why you saw kind of things step back. And all of a sudden, the talks with Tottenham reached a certain point. A verbal agreement was reached. They felt that the player was committed to them. And of course, he was going to play this game, as he is still expected to play this game tonight for Crystal Palace in the Conference League. But then, of course, the news this week emerged that Kai Havertz has suffered an injury. Now, Kai Havertz is not just a centre-forward option for Arsenal. Kai Havertz is a very versatile player for us. He can play as a 9. He can play as a 10. He can play in our left 8 position. He's a very important player across lots of different positions for Arsenal. And as a result, losing Havertz for however long a time, and we don't know the exact details yet of how long he's going to be out for, but it is expected to be a significant period, hence why we have seen now Arsenal pivot. And when I talked to Charles Watts yesterday, of course, if you watched yesterday's show, we were chatting to Charles Watts. We did a show yesterday, and my honest instinct was, I'm in such a low mood right now, I can't see Arsenal doing anything. I just can't. Charles was like, I can. Charles believed in it. Charles believed that something would happen. I don't think either of us, perhaps, though, expected things to happen as quickly as they did. And now to see Arsenal having pivoted and swiftly moved and got this deal done so quickly. Now, the reason they've been able to get this deal done so quickly, again, as I have been telling you throughout the summer, Eze's priority, his preference, his ideal dream destination has always been Arsenal. He is an Arsenal fan. He was at our youth academy at a very young age and left and was gutted about that. And there is clearly unfinished business.